All right, good evening, everyone. My apologies for the delay. If everyone could take their seats, we'll open the City of Homestead Local Planning Agency meeting. All right. Just as an aside, if you saw us leave and go back, I want you to know that Mayors Porter and Sincor and I went upstairs and solved all the problems. It's going to be a very short meeting. It's under control. Got 100 years of experience there. All right. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Ross. Here. Board Member Faircloth Staggers. Board Member Fletcher. Here. Board Member Bailey. Here. Board Member Avila. Here. Vice Chairman Guzman. Here. Chairman Losner.
Here.
Ex officio Lawrence Ventura.
Pardon?
Ex officio Lawrence
Yes.
Ventura.
He's here too. Mr. Corradino, are there any additions, deletions, or deferrals?
Not from a planning perspective, sir. We're good.
None. All right, very good. We have before us the minutes of the December 14th, 2022 meeting. We have a motion to approve. Moved by Board Member Bailey, seconded by Board Member Fletcher. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, Mr. White?
Yes, Mayor. This is the quasi-judicial section of the agenda. Please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the LPA to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization, and further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the local planning agency on any of the following items. So at this time, I would ask the members to disclose any ex parte communications concerning tab 2 or 3 under the quasi-judicial section of the agenda.
Board Member Faircloth, items 2 or 3? Fletcher? Vice Chair?
Yes.
Yes for me on both 2 and 3.
Both for me as well. For me as well, both 2 and 3.
So, Mayor, tabs 2 and 3 are rezoning items. There's a third companion item, which is a tab 5. It's the corresponding future land use map amendment. So I could introduce tab 5, discuss it, as well as the 2 rezonings, and then vote separately on tab 5 first, and then the rezonings.
Let's do it.
So tab 5 is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan future land use map designation as requested by D.R. Horton, Inc. of an approximately 8.73 acre parcel of land from light commercial use to medium density residential use for property generally located on the southwest corner of Southwest 162nd Avenue and East Maury Drive, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conditions, conflicts, severability, and providing for an effective date. Tab 2 is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by D.R. Horton, Inc. of an approximately 2.56 acre parcel of land from restricted retail commercial B1 zoning district to townhouse RTH zoning district for property generally located on the southwest corner of Southwest 162nd Avenue and East Maury Drive, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. And finally, tab 3 is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by D.R. Horton, Inc. of an approximately 5.7 acre parcel of land from multiple apartment R3 zoning district to townhouse RTH zoning district for property generally located on the southwest corner of Southwest 162nd Avenue and East Maury Drive, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cordino?
Yes, sir, thank you. Which one would you like to do first?
I think we need to
comp
do,
plan?
Flume is in the resolution.
we need
So
to do
we'll
tab
start-
5 first.
We'll do tab 5, that's the comp plan amendment. So we're recommending the council and mayor approve the proposed ordinance requesting the future land use designation from light commercial use to medium density residential. The light commercial use designates, the designation permits things like hotels, motels, offices, retail, other business uses that have insignificant nuisance or negative visual characteristics and less truck traffic. The medium residential use in the future land use map permits residential uses consisting of uses with a maximum density up to 10 units per acre and is generally implemented through the following zoning code categories: R2, R3, RTH, RCH, and so forth, which you'll see in the future zoning code. They're changing those zoning designations to the things that implement this land use this code. We've reviewed it by the code. We find it appropriate, and so we're recommending approval. The zoning designations in tab 2, they're doing the same. They're rezoning in tab 2 the 2.56 acre parcel, the one to the east. They're rezoning that from B1 to the RTH, and they're doing the exact same thing on the parcel to the west, which is the 5.7 acre, from B1 to RTH. Again, those do implement the future land use map designation that they are changing it to. So again, we're recommending approval on all three: tabs 2, tab 3, and tab 5. Yeah, they're moving from R3 to RTH, correct? Yes. All right, gotcha.
All right, thank you. If there are no initial questions from the board, is the applicant's representative present? Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. It's a pleasure to be before you this evening. We represent D.R. Horton. We do have a full presentation ready, if you'd like to hear it now or reserve to the council meeting.
Typically, we reserve to the council meeting. Let me ask, though, are there any members here of the public in the audience that are here in opposition of any of these items? Okay, I don't see any, so we'll defer to the regular council meeting unless no objection from council. Okay, so
thank
appreciate
you.
it. We'll see you in a few minutes. All right. Board members, any questions or comments? Okay, very good. All right, so we need to adopt tab 5 first to lay the groundwork.
Yes, sir.
And tab 5 is a comp plan change from light commercial to medium density residential.
That is correct, Mayor.
Do we have a motion on that item? Moved by Board Member Roth. Second by Board Member Fletcher. Let's have a roll call on tab 5, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Roth? Yes. Board Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Board Member Avila? Yes. Board Member Faircloth Staggers? Yes. Board Member Bailey? Vice Chairman Guzman? Yes. Chairman Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Right. So we'll go back to tab 2 now. We have a motion to approve tab 2 for transmittal to our regular council meeting and a full hearing. Moved by Board Member Bailey, seconded by Board Member Roth. No further comments. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on tab 2.
Board Member Fletcher? Yes. Board Member Roth?
Yes.
Board Member Faircloth Staggers? Yes. Board Member Bailey?
Yes.
Board Member Avila? Yes. Vice Chairman Guzman?
Yes.
Chairman Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And finally, tab 3. Do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Board Member Roth, seconded by Board Member Avila. No further comments. Let's have a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Bailey?
Yes.
Board Member Roth? Yes. Board Member Fletcher? Yes. Board Member Avila?
Yes.
Board Member Faircloth Staggers?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Guzman?
Yes.
Chairman Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you. And tab 4, Mr. White.
Yes, moving on to the last remaining item for consideration under the quasi-judicial agenda this evening is tab 4. This is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to the development order for the Villages of Homestead Development of Regional Impact, providing for severability, conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Cordino?
Yes, sir. The staff recommends that the mayor and council approve the requested Village of Homestead DRI order master plan amendment as the request is consistent with section 380.067 of the Florida statutes. The applicant, Keysgate 3 Trust, has requested an amendment to the Village's Homestead Development of Regional Impact Development Order and Master Plan, process that we used to call a Notice of Proposed Change. The trust seeks to redistribute the density and acreage within the DRI. The redistribution will result in an overall decrease in this total square footage and acreage from the commercial, the hotel, and the golf course DRI land use categories. The overall number of dwelling units in the DRI in sectors 9 and 12 will be increased by 103 dwelling units. However, the total number of residential dwelling unit count remains unchanged at 9,860 allocated for the entire DRI. You'll see in the package the DRA is made up of a number of tables, and what we do here is kind of move things around the board through those tables. I can go into the details of that now or leave it, because we're 7, leave it for the council meeting if you want to go over the details. But if you want me to go through the details, I can do that. If not, I'll be quiet and let you.
We'll do that at the council meeting, I think. All right, so let's let the applicant's representative enter his appearance for the record.
Good evening, Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue, representing the applicant and contract purchaser Lennar Homes, and at your wish, if you wish to hear now or during council.
If there are no objections from council, we will roll the full discussion and presentation to the regular council agenda. This is just a recommendation to go forward to hear the full presentation. But thank you, Mr. Arza. Okay, do we have a motion to approve tab 4? Moved by Board Member Fletcher, seconded by Board Member Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Ross?
Yes.
Board Member Bailey? Board Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Board Member Avila? Board Member Fairclough Staggers? Vice Chairman Guzman?
Yes.
Chairman Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, that concludes the formal agenda portion. Are there any public comments for the local planning agency agenda? Okay, I'll close that public hearing. Anything further, Mr. Cordino?
No, sir.
Anything further from the city attorney? Move to adjourn? Second? All in favor? All right. Very good. Give us just a couple of minutes and we will adjourn the regular council meeting. Well, good evening and welcome. Long time no see. I'd like to call the City of Homestead City Council meeting to order. Today is Wednesday, January 25th, 2023, and it is now 6:12 p.m. This evening we'll have the invocation by Deacon Alpha Claremont of Sacred Heart Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance with Vice Mayor Guzman and the City of Homestead Police Department Color Guard. Please stand. Deacon, are you here? There we go.
Please bow your head, please. Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing all of us here tonight, for everything you did and will do for us. As we meditate in Matthew chapter 20, verse 28, you say you come to serve, not to be served. As tonight we remember Chief Ward that have been served this beautiful community for over 40 years as an example. At the same time, each one of us have to remember this passage to help this community flourish so that we can have a good society and a better city of Homestead where we all feel belonging and all can serve truly in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you all. Please be seated. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher. Here. Councilwoman Avila. Here. Councilwoman Bailey. Here. Councilman Roth. Here. Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers. Here. Vice Mayor Guzman.
Here.
Mayor Losner.
Here. Mr. Manager, are there any additions, deletions, or deferrals?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Avila has requested that we defer car number 3746 PH 2022-121 off-premises advertising to a later date.
Hey, do we have a motion to defer? Moved by Councilwoman Avila, second by Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers. Mr. Manager?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Take the vote.
Details, issues?
Thank you, Mayor. As my agenda item, I would like to request a workshop environment where we can, at a round table, review the maps and the grid vision for the billboards and the signage, which is going to be the overall plan for the ordinances we're going to pass. So I think that environment is a better one for these types of discussions, but it's going to be very quickly upcoming, so we can continue great progress on this item. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Any further inquiries, questions, comments from council? All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Let's do a roll call, Madam Clerk. It's a motion to defer that item.
Councilwoman Bailey. Yes. Councilman Roth. Yes. Councilman Fletcher. Councilwoman Avila. Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers. Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
And Mayor, I have a second item to add at this point. We'd like to add car number 3780, Homestead Police Department Mobile Command Center renovation. This item, the funding was approved at last week's meeting. We didn't know if we'd be able to get all the quotes prior to the council meeting, and we were, so we're walking it on.
Is that a standalone item, or will that be part of the consent agenda carried over?
It'll be a standalone item.
All right, so do we need a motion to add?
Yes, sir.
We do. Motion to add that item, moved by Councilwoman Bailey, second by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher. Yes. Councilwoman Avila. Yes. Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers. Yes. Councilwoman Bailey.
Yes.
Councilman Roth. Yes. Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, tab 1 is the consent agenda. We have before us, entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. It's been moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by the Vice Mayor. All in favor? Aye. All right, no nays. All right, with the consent of council, I would like to advance an item of new business. Mr. Roth, what tab is that? Your item of the new business?
Tab 19.
Tab 19?
Oh, sorry, Councilman?
Tab 19. In the interest of time and to get many of our officers here either back on the streets or home to their family, we'll move this item to the head of the agenda. Before we do that, I want to recognize several current and former elected officials in the chambers. We have our own district commissioner, Board of County Commissioner Keone McGee is with us, as well as former Homestead Mayor Nick Sincor, former Homestead Mayor Jeff Porter, former Vice Mayor John Burgess, and former council member Elvis Maldonado. Did I miss anyone? Roscoe, I didn't see you. Mayor Warren, thank you for being here. And Mayor Wallace is, all right. Oh, and we have a representative on behalf of Commissioner Danielle Cohen Higgins. Okay. So, we have tab 19. Mr. Wright, would you please read the resolution?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 19 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the dedication of the Homestead Police Department building located at 45 Northwest 1st Avenue to Chief of Police Alexander E. Roll, Jr., providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Roth, this was your item. I'll let you kick it off.
Thank you very much, and I just want to recognize a few others that are here as well with us. We have Chief Pete Pedro Taylor from Florida City Police Department. We have Chief Jeanette Said from Medley Police Department. Chief Gina Vito Dominguez, Miami-Dade Operations South District Chief Major Ben Solis, Miami-Dade Police Department, Cutler Bay Station, David Solis, FBI Resident Agent in Charge, representative from Customs and Border Patrol, Al Garcia from the Homestead Miami Speedway. We have Janine Jones, representative from Kathy Fernandez-Rendell, State Attorney's Office. And we also have Bobby Joe Bracy, Office of Miami-Dade County Commissioner, for Danielle Cohen-Higgins. And give another shout out to Mr. Keone McGee, who's been very instrumental in helping us move this item forward. Not sure what the procedure would be for this, if we would actually, we should read the resolution, right? Should we read the resolution into the record?
Read it into the record, so if you
I
want to
could
take it
read
from
in
there.
also the agenda item, where it'll give a brief summary of what's
Okay.
going on.
So I would imagine at this point, we could motion, second, and then open it up for public comment.
So,
We read the resolution by title into the record. We'll have as we would with any other resolution, the report from the city manager, from staff, questions, comments from council, and then we'll open the public hearing.
all right, thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Manager?
Chief of Police Alexander E. Roll Jr. became the first African-American promoted to the position of Homestead Chief of Police in 1998 and has served as a compassionate and caring leader committed to improving the lives of the residents of Homestead to the present. Chief Roll has spent more than 40 years between the years of 1980 to the present serving the community and receiving a host of awards and recognition. Council recognizes the immeasurable positive impact Chief Roll has made to the community due to his lifelong commitment to serve and represent the people of Homestead, and in recognition of his lifelong dedication and contributions to the city of Homestead, the City Council wishes to designate the Homestead Police Department building the Chief Alexander E. Roll Jr. Homestead Police Station. Recommendation: that Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to designate the Homestead Police Department building the Chief Alexander E. Roll Jr. Homestead Police Station.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Questions, comments from council? And I'll just randomly start to my far left and work my way across, if you don't mind. Council? Sure, we can do that as well. I'll go ahead and we'll dispense with council commentary, and I'll open the hearing item for public comment. I know we have a room full of supporters here. We're not going to turn on the clock, but let's try to keep our comments below the normal 3-minute maximum. Councilman Roth, did you have?
Actually, I was going to make a recommendation based on the number of people that may be here that may want to speak, that to change the process just for this item and limit it to 1 minute.
I would agree.
And then we'll put a timer on that way, because we can speak for, as long as we want, but.
And we don't mean to cut anybody
Right,
off, but we
right.
know a lot of people would like to weigh in, and in light of that,
Give
we
their
still have a full
appreciation.
agenda in front of us
That's
once
correct.
you all go home. All right, so who's up? Come on down. Oh, Mr. Kraft? You know what, for protocol, though, let's wait a minute. Commissioner McGee, would you mind kicking this conversation off? Please come down to the podium. Sorry, Mr. Kraft. Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good to have you in our chambers.
Always a pleasure and a privilege and an honor to be standing before you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and to the council. To our dear friend, Mr. Larry Roth, Councilman, thank you so much for pushing this item through. Mr. Mayor, without a question, one of the greatest leaders of our time in our neighborhood is Chief Roll. Many of us have seen Chief Roll as we walk the highways, played in the parks here in Homestead, and have been affected by what he has done for many of us in our life. Secondly, I just want to say that my dear friend, Patricia Faircloth, had brought forth a great speech at the MLK breakfast. And one of the things she mentioned earlier was that on August 28th, 1963, music legend, Ms. Jackson, reached out to Dr. King as he delivered his remarks and told Dr. King to tell them about the dream. That is important for a moment like this. And the reason being is, oftentimes we don't have many people who are standing with us and rooting us on to tell the world about what our dreams are. And similar to what the music legend Ms. Jackson did for Dr. King, our dear friend and our dear brother and our dear leader, Chief Roll, has done that for thousands of us within this community, always urging us on to push forward with our dreams, our ambition, and our influence. So today, I come to you to say I am very much impressed, very much supportive, but more than anything, very much humbled at the idea that a building in Homestead will bear the name of one of the finest leaders we have ever seen walk the beat, protect our community, but more than anything, serve our needs. So with that said, I'll conclude my remarks by simply saying, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, to the council, to my dear friend, Councilman Larry Roth, thank you for this opportunity, because many of us have been waiting for so long to see this moment to be realized. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, Mr. Kraft, do you still have the microphone? They took it away from you.
Thank you. I think it's an awesome idea, and I totally applaud it. I think we should do it so it can be in the African month. I think that's February, and I think we should make it a national holiday here in Homestead when we put the plate on the bronze plate on the building and name it in the name of Chief Rowe. And it's something to remember. He went out there, did it, and he picked together a team who's achieved pretty damn much. Sorry, I cannot curse, but they have done pretty awesome. And I think it's there for others to follow. It will be difficult for them to do so because not many can follow those footsteps. We can only hope. Thank you.
Mr. Kraft. Good evening, Mr. Garza. Come on down and give us your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is American Council, 9 Palm Plaza, Homestead. American Council, 9 Palm Plaza, Homestead, Florida, 33030. Mayor, Council, thank you for this opportunity. Councilman Ross, thank you. Thank you for putting this forward. And in advance to all of you, thank you for making sure that the history of Homestead is preserved with this name. Cesar Chavez said that the fight was never about grapes and lettuce. It was never about grapes and lettuce. The fight was about the people. And Chief Roll made sure that the people were at the forefront of his leadership and service to our community. Thank you, Chief, because you made sure that through your leadership, your officers treated our community with dignity and respect. And at many times where there was friction and law enforcement and community were in opposition, it was Chief Roll that made sure that we knew we had the respect and the support of law enforcement in Homestead. And it's so important. And again, I say thank you for putting this forward, and I can't wait to be there as we celebrate this. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Pastor Reggie, and on behalf of the Haitian community, I want to say a few things about Chief Roll. It's a privilege to have icon that you can point to and say, hey, this guy made it, and this guy was a great man in the community. So for our kids and for our community, we have a lot of people we can talk about, and we're glad to have with us in Homestead, Chief Roll, we can point at to say he's a great man. For the Haitians, for the community, he has done a lot of things. If people don't know, many years ago, we had the Haitian Task Force. We needed some Haitian police officers in the community. We went to him and spoke to him gladly. He overturned a few things, and we had a lot of Haitian in the community. So thank you very much. we can point to you and say you were a great man, a great icon. You made the 2019 Hall of Fame in Miami-Dade, right? So a lot of people don't know that. And I know that you are a great man. You're a great example for our community. Thank you very much. Chief will deserve it.
Good afternoon, Council. Pastor Michael Anthony Stiles, Jr., St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church, Homestead, Florida, the historical church in which the Rowe family has been part of for so many years, but not just part of the community of religion, but community which stands firm on the Word of God. I remind myself when I got here in 2013, the first person someone said was, "You got to meet the chief. You got to meet the chief." I prolonged the time to meet such a man with big shoes. But on behalf of his historical church, one that stands behind him with him, I remind myself of when there was an uproar with the police department, and a bunch of African-American leaders contacted us, and we stood behind Chief Rowe's decision, a decision that continues to push forward this community to bind together in unity and in love. From St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church, Chief Rowe, we love you. We'll be there to celebrate. We're 100% behind you as your chaplain. Thank you.
Dr. Linda Fagan, 17305 Southwest 300th Street. It's an honor. It's an honor to be here, to honor a man who's not only a friend, but he's also a person that you can rely on. I know his whole family. I've taken care of him ever since he came to the police department. He's always been there for every ethnic group, every person that's put a personal phone call into him, and I know everything about him and his family. And I love him dearly. His wife likes purses. I'd just like to say thank you very much for all the years, and all the love, and everything that he's given back to this community in spirit, in ethics, and love. Thank you.
As the next speaker comes down, let's jump over to, we have Mr. Orta online who would like to make a public comment.
Yes, hello, Mayor, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Mayor. It's a pleasure to be here and to make a comment on this item that has been presented. One of the things that I do want to share is I do not agree with this item that is being presented by Larry Roth. One, I was on the opposite side of Chief Rowe. I was retaliated on by officers under his watch. So I don't agree with this. Now, what I do want to say is somebody from the public did mention that they quoted Cesar Chavez, "It's not about lettuce and grapes, it's about the people." Well, in this case, it's not about politicians and friends. It's about the people. What I recommend is that we wait until Chief Rowe actually retires. We bring the item, but we bring the item to the people and let them vote, because we, the people, did pay for this, and we should vote on it. Thank you.
All right. Hey, is there anyone else online? No. All right, next live speaker. Don't be shy, come on down.
Brandy Ramirez, 2231 Southeast 1st Street. I want to thank Larry Roth, Mayor, Council, Vice Mayor, for putting this item. It's an honor to be here and witness and be here with Chief Rowe and his family. I was blessed to be part of Homestead Police Department, and he takes care of all of us. I'm very happy and proud to be standing here with these officers of Homestead Police, and I truly do know his family, and Chief Rowe is a great man of our community. So thank you for doing this, and may God continue to bless Chief Rowe and his family for everything that he's done for us.
Good evening, Council, Vice Mayor, Mayor. Thank you for bringing this all together. I'm not a good speaker, but I can say for this man, he's humble. If you've seen him out, you wouldn't know he was the chief of police. And I deal with a lot of officers in my business, and nothing but respect for the chief here. There's never been a bad word about him. He keeps the police department together, and I love the man. I know his sons. I mean, there'd be nobody against this that I could think of. I just want to say, God bless you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, everyone in their respective places. I am Carolyn Taylor Pates, 105 Southeast 12th Avenue in Homestead, Florida, a pioneer family. We are Rolls also, and I'd like to share that I am the first African-American fire and police dispatcher city by 1966. And when I came to work to Homestead, and Chief Rowe was a sergeant at the time, and he recommended me when I left Homestead to assist with Florida City. So with that being said, I would say, no, don't wait. He needs to reap the benefits also and see the benefits more of what he has done in this community, and I'm sure all of you will probably agree with me. In God's name, amen.
Who's next?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members. Al Roll and I grew up together. I've known him practically all my life. And as Winston Churchill said many years ago, you make a living by what you get. You make a life by what you give. And for 40 years, Chief Roll has given his life to this community and our police department. And he built a family there of young men and women that work together day in and day out, risk their lives each and every day to protect us. And I would hope that each and every one of you would support Mr. Roth's recommendation. And Mr. Mayor, you've been doing an outstanding job, and you will go down in history in Homestead as the second best mayor ever. But thank you also very much. Al Roll have earned this honor, and I would encourage each and every one of you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Sinclair, that's a tough act to follow. Who would like to speak next?
I'm Walter Thompson, Vice Mayor of Florida City, 605 Southwest 14th Street, Florida City. I've been knowing Chief Rowe for over 40 years. And Chief Rowe's always been that example for a lot of us coming up when we inside of Florida City. When we went to Homestead Senior High, and we went there, and we seen Chief Rowe actually join his police department here. So he was something that we can always look up to, a man that we can always look up to, because he was there, and he was showing us it's more than just living on the streets and just doing the stuff you have to do. He actually lent his family to us for years and years, and most of all the young men at Homestead Senior High, we thank him for that, because as you can see, the men that we have became. He is one part of that, because he's showing us you can succeed. So I thank this board, I thank you, commission, I'm sorry, I thank you commissions for doing this, because I think it should be done, because I think every young man should see that, the hard work and dedication that he has done, that they too can succeed in life. I thank you, and you guys be blessed.
Don't look at your neighbor. Take it on yourself. Come on down.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Council Roth, I thank you for bringing this, as many others have said, to the attention of the Homestead community. It's a well-deserved accomplishment by Chief Rowe. Not only being the chief, but every one of you guys out here. You guys are part of the community and take care of us, and I appreciate it. I don't need to add much more than what's already been said, but I think it's a well-deserved accomplishment that should happen as soon as possible. Thank you, Chief Rowe, and all your team.
Hey, good evening. Anthony Green, City of Homestead, 45 Northwest 1 Avenue, address is exempt. I just wanted to start off by saying that not each and every one of us, we're not perfect, but the goal here is that we all try and we strive to do our best. And I can tell you from the get-go that Chief Rowe has instilled that in each and every one of us. Over the years that I've been been lucky enough to be part of his team, that's what has been strived. That's what the goal is. If you look around this room, it's not just the police department, but there's many people in here that have strived and pushed that goal. And I just want to say that it's been a blessing, and it continues to be a blessing to have this man and his leadership. Every day from today going into the future, all they do is they strive to that goal to be as good of a police department as we can. Thank you. I appreciate it, Chief.
Welcome back, Pastor.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I guess as most everybody can tell, I'm the police chaplain. I get paid by being allowed to be the police chaplain. There's no money involved, but I do it voluntarily, and I love every minute of it. But I think the best thing is the time that when the station first opened, I don't know if you remember this, but I got to be police chief for 30 seconds. He let me sit in his chair and took pictures. So after about 30 seconds, he said, okay, chaplain, you're done. But I think the best way to put Chief Rowe, and I know that some might take this out of context, I hope you don't, but Jesus had some friends. But before they were friends, they were servants. And I can tell you tonight that nobody is a better friend than Chief Rowe. Every time I walk in that police department, no matter how busy he is, he takes a moment to stop and recognize that the chaplain's in the building. And that means a lot. But he shows respect to everyone. And if you don't have Chief Rowe as a friend, I'm telling you right now, you need him as a friend. He is a great man, always treated me with dignity and respect, and I honor him tonight.
Vicky Spiroff, thank you guys for allowing us to come over here and be with you. Larry, thank you for bringing this great man up and being able to have the opportunity he's having. Known Chief for a long, long time. He's a great man. I can't think, with all this going on today, with the lack of respect for police, what they're being put through, a better man to represent a good culture here in Homestead. We're blessed to have the police officers that we have, and I can't think of a better man to represent that. So hopefully it happens soon, and I thank you for bringing it up. Thank you.
Okay, come on down. If you think you'd like to speak, if you'd go ahead and start lining up in the aisle here behind the speakers so we can.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman. My name is Dr. Earl Burke, the principal of West Homestead KA Center. As everyone said, I just can't say enough about Chief Rowe and his family, and I can't say anything but congratulations. He really deserves it, so let's make it happen. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Councilman Larry Roth, thank you. As a family, this is such a prestigious honor for the city of Homestead, for the city of Florida City. We thank you all. As I look around this room and I see so many friends and family here to show support, thank you all. My dad, you're a great man. When people ask me about myself, I say, it's easy. I had a man in the household, a real one, one that instilled discipline and hard work and dedication and going to school no matter if you're sick, you're tired. Push through because the times are going to be tough. Push through. You're going to always have someone to pull you down. Push through. Don't come home. Find a way to make it. Those are certain things that as a young man that sticks with you. For the city of Homestead, I will remember stories about him telling me there were certain streets that he can't cross. And it's just ironic that those same streets that you couldn't cross, now your name is going to be up there in stone. So, one man is great, but one man is nothing without a team. And I've been a part of a team since I was the age of 6 years old, and I know all about team. And I give my all for a team. So his team that is here, thank you all. He honors you and he cherishes you all. Even if he doesn't say it often, he'll say it when he gets home. So understand that you are appreciated. And last but not least, when I won Super Bowl 46 and the cameras were on me, I told them, you can't be denied. It's set in stone. Oh man, set in stone?
Good evening. What I have to say about Chief Rowe, it would take a book. Because I'm one of the pioneers from Florida City and Homestead. This is my nephew, when I'm Willie Mae Clayton Gold. But Chief Roll, you've been a blessing to everyone in Florida City and Homestead. And you keep on looking up, because God have you in his hand. And it's a miracle that you will be here forever with us. And I congratulate you on this big day. And I love you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Jeanette Saeed Jeanette, I'm the Chief of Police with the Medley Police Department. I'm very humbled and honored to be here. Homestead, I grew up in Homestead. My first full-time job was at the Homestead Police Department as a community service aide. And they put me through the academy and I became a police officer. My mentor or leader then and still now, Chief Al Rowe. He's an incredible person. You have an incredible police department here. And again, it's thanks to Chief Al Rowe. And I'm very happy and pleased that you are even honoring him tonight and bringing this up, and God willing it will go through because the man deserves it. Thank you.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the mayor and council for bringing this resolution before us today. Behind every good man is the family. And in police work, families are very important, just like in many other aspects of life. So before I go on, I'd like to recognize and ask his family to please stand and thank you all for being who you have been over the years in supporting him. Because without your support and your sacrifices, this man would not have been able to accomplish what he has. So from all of us at the police department and in the community, we dearly thank you for those sacrifices. You guys are amazing. I know all of you. You're all successful, great family. Chief comes from a great family. We wouldn't have expected anything less. But thank you. I'm going to speak on behalf of all of my fellow brothers in blue, sisters. I'm going to speak from the heart. Raise your hand if you were hired by Chief Alexander E. Roll Jr. Suck that up and understand the fact of how many individuals under the roof of the police station he's affected in their careers. When you're first hired, you come in and you meet with a chief. It's standard. Everyone will tell you here, it's about, chief says 15 minutes, but it's about 3 hours. He sits you down. He lays out exactly his mission statement, his goals, his philosophies, what he expects of you. The most important part he tells you is when you're out there and you come across, whether it be a call, self-initiated activity, if you come across an individual, regardless if it's the most prominent business person in the world or some of the unfortunate, smelliest, homeless people that you'd ever encounter, which we do have some. No matter what you do, no matter their skin color, their race, sex, religious beliefs, you treat them all the same. Treat them fairly. Treat them as if you would want your wife, brother, sister, father, mother treated if a police officer stopped them for a traffic violation or if you're there to investigate a crime that they might be a victim of. I've learned a lot. Chief grabbed me up at 98 and as part of his command staff. I've worked with the chief for 43 years. I can't tell you, I could be here all night telling you the things I've learned and the respect I have for this man. And I can tell you, I'm speaking on behalf of every blue uniformed officer in this, that he's amazing. He does not act like a chief, I should say. He treats you and cares for you promotes you, gives you the opportunity to excel and to make yourself advance in your career. But he's also amazing in the community because he grew up here. So this is what it's all about. And he'll tell you that. And to see him go out in the community, you know, there's two things that the command staff doesn't like, and that's Tuesday command staff meetings, because it usually opens up with the chief saying at 9 o'clock, hey, we should wrap this up pretty quick. We'll be out of here quickly. And about 3:45, you say, hey, I'm starting to get hungry. How about you guys? The other thing is, if you go out to eat with him at a restaurant, you're going to wait about an hour from the front door of the restaurant till when he sits down, because he knows everybody, and he's touched everybody in this room. So, Chief, on behalf of the entire command staff, the entire building here, I want to thank you. And I cannot say that you are not a more deserving man for what you are about to hopefully be titled with your name, so that your family, you, your grandkids, your great-great-grandkids, years down the road, you go by, say, that was my papa. And he's a hell of a man. Thank you.
James Hawkins, Carter Gardens Apartment. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilwoman, men. I want to talk about the man I knew as a child. My mom is responsible for raising these kids. Stand up, please. When they were young kids. So we had a lot of interaction. There was many off-duty nights. That chief, one-time police officer, was diffusing issues and problems in my home with some family members, along with his wife. There were some times we had some challenging times, but I remember many nights and days you're coming over. You had such a presence, not only in our home as a man, but in the Carter Gardens apartment you did. I can't think of anybody that represents Homestead better than you do, Chief Rowe, and who's more deserving of it based on your professional excellence and your diligence in what you do. If you're from Carter Gardens apartment, please stand up and give him a hand.
Council members, Mayor, Lieutenant James Butts. I live in Opelika, Florida, but I was raised here in Homestead, Florida. I remember Chief Rowe when we were in Dry Your Nuts. We were shooting dice, and he pulled up, and I never ran so fast in my life, because if he would have caught us, we would have been in jail. But he's one of the reasons why I became a police officer. And I remember him as a young man, and I appreciate him. And like we call him Junebug, Mr. Hawkins said, all of us grew up in Carter Gardens apartment. We call it Dry Your Nuts. Who live in Dry Your Nuts? Stand up. Don't raise your hand. When y'all scared, stand up. All right. So I appreciate him. I love him. And I remember one time I was, anybody want to yield their time? Okay, you started over. I remember Chief Rowe, I was looking for him, but I didn't know he was out. He was on leave, and I was looking for him. I was acting chief, and I needed some guidance. And he wasn't here, but that's all right. He's back. And I'm going to be looking for him and be looking to you for that guidance. Thank you.
So unless there is another member of law enforcement or a former elected official of Homestead who would like to weigh in, I would like to turn it over to my elected colleagues. Mayor Wallace, please come forward.
Thanks, Mayor Loster, Vice Mayor, and the council. I'm extremely pleased to be here tonight. This is one of those very, very special nights. Because like Mayor Warren, I've known Al Rose since we were kids. And even then, I knew he was special. We did a whole lot of shooting of marbles as kids. But the one thing unique about Al Rose is he wouldn't cheat. And I knew right then this guy was simply special. He was a great athlete, but he was not boastful. He'd win a race, I think he used to run the 600. And I don't know why he would run those very long races, but when he would win, he would not brag or be boastful. He would be humble with a smile. Al Rose was special. He had good taste in women. He had the good sense to marry Amelia, a lady worthy of spending the rest of his life with, and he's doing just that. I got that quality too, by the way. But Al was always giving. I remember when he went to the military to serve his country, quietly, again with dignity. And he came back, not to go to greener fields elsewhere, but to come home and serve the good people of Homestead. And again, class, dignity, and grace were all qualities that Al Rose had. You know, I'm very proud of you and proud to call you neighbor with the move that I think you're about to make tonight. With all the bad things said about government, and boy, I hate to put on CNN sometime because I hear all the wrong things that happen in government. But every now and again, a breath of fresh air comes through, and government has the opportunity to do something that's absolutely right, and everybody knows it. Tonight is one of those nights when you get to do something absolutely right, and we all know it. So I'd like to thank you for recognizing my good friend. And I don't have a lot of heroes, but Al Rose is simply one of them. Al, you're my hero. And before I leave, Mayor Lossner, I got to make one request. I got to get me one of those clocks. We could use them in Florida City. Thank you so much. I'm proud to call you neighbor as you do. Probably the greatest thing I've seen done in quite some time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm gonna try to get this. I'm a bit of a crybaby. I get it from my father, so. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Everyone who has supported my father from day one, those who got up to speak and those who did not get up to speak. Speaking from his family, I want to speak on just what you all may not know. That my father is the son of a Bahamian man that came from Nassau at 16 years of age with no high school education, who finished his career as a landscaper, a mother who never worked, never knew how to drive, had 9 kids. My father is the second born, the third born, the oldest son, and he lost his best friend at 21 years of age. My father lost his sister, that's only 1 year older than him. She was murdered by her boyfriend. She was stabbed over 30-something times. My father got that call when he was serving in Vietnam. He came home. He was honorably discharged, and he never went back. He doesn't speak of it. I didn't know of it until I was an adult and came home from college. But I just want to say everyone knows that he's an amazing man, amazing father, amazing grandfather. But I tell people all the time, outside of what you think, we didn't come from silver. We came from the beginning, from the ground up. My father, his siblings, us, when my mother and father had to call my landscaping grandfather of 9 kids to borrow $50 to put gas in their car to take me and my brothers to school. That's what we come from. And standing here today, that makes it all worthwhile that we're here. We're all successful and healthy and grateful for my mother and my father, because through God, all things are possible. And Daddy, you know, people say karma. We say you reap what you sow. You and Mama sowed good seeds, and we are what you all are reaping from that. We thank you. We love you. You deserve this. And again, we've been waiting for this. So I thank each and every one of you all for that. Grateful.
Council members? Council, okay. Councilwoman Avila?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Roth, for such an awesome opportunity to be up here and vote yes on such an important resolution. If it's within my ability to do this in my lifetime, I am not going to pass up the opportunity. It takes a special kind of person to be a police officer. Nonetheless, the chief of police. And as a daughter of a retired police officer, I know the sacrifices that the family has to put through on themselves, and the prayers that are prayed. Tears are abound, and this is such an honor. And so I thank the rest of council who guided me and allowed me to be in the position to vote tonight. It's an honor and a privilege. I speak on behalf of many. I speak on behalf of the leaders within my Malibu Bay and Waterstone communities that I represent. We love our police department, and we love you, Chief Roll. You're never too busy to answer my call. And I'm not speaking about just while I'm up here on the dais. About 13 years ago, I had to help a friend get through a very difficult time, and she made some bad choices. And I encouraged her to, let's just go talk to the police department and see what they can guide us with. And she had to pay her price and do her time, and she did. But you were gracious enough and humble enough to sit with us. I think it was 30, 45 minutes. And you counseled her. And you said, what is she doing here, talking about me? I said, I'm just here. I didn't do nothing. I'm just here. I'm helping her out. I'm giving her moral support, because it's hard. It's hard to look in the face of a police chief and say, I'm sorry, and repent for bad choices being made. And she did it. And you told her, that's a good friend. And you left us both with an amazing impression of what it means to be a stellar leader and individual. That was a long time ago, and I don't think you ever remembered that. But I did not forget. I did not forget. And so I support you tonight, and I support our police department, and I am supporting this item with a lot of pride and humility, and I thank you for everything you've done for our community.
Vice Mayor.
Chief Roll, it's an honor. It's an honor to be sitting here in front of you. I'm glad that I have an opportunity to participate in this historic moment. In the business world, everyone tries to achieve a business that can operate on its own. Everybody in business is trying to figure out, how do we find the right people that we can surround ourselves with so that this business continues to grow, thrive, produce. And it doesn't necessarily always have to have you sitting there pulling all the strings. Now, I look around this room, I don't know how many police officers we have, but I know it's a lot. And in that police department, you've got command staff, you've got detective squad, you've got dispatch. There's all sorts of departments in that police department. And what you have built in that police department is order, is respect. It's everyone knows exactly what to do every single day they go there, and you don't have to be there every single day. I strive to have that level of leadership, which is why I say, I salute you. I've never been in the military, but tonight I'm saluting you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the community, take a good look around. You'll see the face of your neighbors, your friends that are all here in support of this man tonight. I have the unique distinction of being one of his police officers for 15 years. And as Colonel Kennedy said, you had that first meeting with the chief, and the one thing he wanted to talk about was integrity. And I think the man has tons of it. You do that based on the way he's raised his family. I appreciate everybody's comments tonight. I was there on the night in November of 1998 that he got promoted to chief. Mayor Warren, Councilman Sincor at the time, Councilman Porter was there at the time, and it was a great honor to be there that night, and that was before I got into public office. The following year, I got elected for 2 years, and when I didn't get reelected, what did I want to do? I wanted to become a police officer. I spent 15 good years, made a lot of good friends. They are family. You are family. I get choked up just like everybody else does because this is a very important time in our community to bring us together again. I had the opportunity to have lunch with the chief the other day, and just like Colonel Kennedy said, it took about 15 minutes before he was able to come to the table because he had to stop and talk to different people throughout the restaurant. But it's something that just makes your heart fill with warmth when you see people want to have that conversation with. I salute you too as well tonight, Chief. This is a great honor, and I'm glad to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'd like to start off by thanking Councilman Roth, the author, the maker of this resolution. The only gripe I have is that you beat me to it, but I'm so happy nonetheless that we are here. I don't know that many understand how I feel being here as a lone African American and being part of such a historic moment, a legacy moment for this community. And I'd like to briefly explain why I will be supporting this resolution tonight. I've known Chief Roll as a chief, as a man, as a father, as someone who's very compassionate and caring. And I say that because
In addition to being a mother of a toddler, a 2-year-old, I am also the caregiver of a special needs brother who suffers from paranoid schizophrenia. And paranoid schizophrenics, they don't trust many people. And I know you remember this, Chief. My brother would call the police station every single day because he needed to talk to the chief. And the chief would answer his call. And when my special needs brother attempted to burn the house down with my mother and I in it, and we had to run out, and the person he wanted to talk to was Chief Rowe. So thank you so much for being there for my family. When my brother was gunned down in Homestead Gardens by drive-by shootings, and my mother came to the council meeting at Old City Hall, and she pleaded for help, you sent the troops to Homestead Gardens for help. You were a man in addition to being a chief, and you supported the Homestead Gardens community where I grew up. I've seen you as a father. Alexia Roll and I were on the award-winning, by the way, Homestead Senior High School girls step team. And I saw how you and your wife supported her and us on our journey to become award-winning steppers at Homestead Senior High. I worked with your son, the eldest Roll, when I was appointed principal at Jesse J. McCrary Elementary in Liberty City. And he was my school resource officer, and he took care of me. He would come to my office. He took care of me. I went to school with Antoine Rowe, have history with Antrell Rowe, so I've seen your impact not only in this community, but in your family as well. My good friend, Commissioner McGee, you referenced the iconic Mahalia Jackson and the impact that she had on Martin Luther King when she empowered him to tell the nation about his dream, and that ended up being the iconic I Have a Dream speech. You referenced how Chief Roll is encouraging children in this community to don't forget about their dream, but to dream big. My good friend and mentor, Roscoe Warren, you referenced Winston Churchill. You make a living by what you do, but you make a life by what you live. And you were intimating that Chief Roll has made a living by what he has given. So to dovetail you, I like to reference a poem in a very special song. It says, "Give me my flowers while I'm living." And it amplifies the importance of not waiting till someone is dead to revere and reverence them after they've died, but to recognize them. But to recognize them while they are alive. So Chief Rowe, tonight, I am going to cast my vote to give you your flowers while you're living, because you have given this community something that you can never get back. That's 40 years of your life. You can't give that back. And because you have given us 40 years, I am going to give you this vote tonight, so that your name is forever enshrined in the city of Homestead. Because in those 40 years, I know you've been through some things. I know you've had to carry the weight. Because as an African-American leader, not many can understand the weight that we carry as we wake up every day being African-American. We have to work a little harder. We have to run a little farther. We have to prove ourselves a little bit more. And you've done that. So tonight, I'm going to do this. I'm going to vote in support of this resolution to give you your flowers while you're living. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Of all the wonderful stories shared tonight, I think my favorite word to describe you is humble. That is all I have ever seen of you. Your efforts with SOS, community police, and as mentioned before, treating our beautifully mixed community with all the same respect, that is all that I have ever seen. So to keep this short and sweet, I am incredibly happy to support this tonight as well. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
While it's not typically protocol, since Councilman Roth has requested to go last as the presenter of this resolution, I'll go ahead and go forward. And for all the things that have been said tonight, I want to make a couple observations of a couple of things that some of us may have noticed, but I think are very important. The first is that two churches have claimed you tonight. The church that we recognized earlier for their 100th anniversary coming up, the info they gave us to write the resolution included the Roll family as longtime members, and Pastor Stiles too. So, you know, when a man and his family are claimed by two churches in a very small community, I think that that speaks highly. I think the pastors need to get their story straight. And the second is, and city attorneys take note of this, the other item they didn't touch on is that Al Roll is one of the two best politicians in this city. The first being Attorney Emeritus Richard Weiss. There is no better politician than Richard Weiss. And I say that about our chief because just as chief, he's outlasted, by my count, 7 mayors and 8 city managers. And that says a whole lot that you can thread that needle and navigate those waters between doing what you do every day with the men and women who work under you and respect you, and navigating the ever-changing political and managerial water. So, you know, let's add those two items to the resume. You know, and some of the comments from you know, your daughter in particular. My father always spoke fondly and highly of your parents as very hardworking people, of your father of Bahamian descent coming to this community and just being a part of it. Back in the days when we were all poor, it's just a matter of what neighborhood you lived in, everybody was struggling and everybody worked hard. And he, you know, I've always heard very complimentary stories of your parents and their legacy through you and their children and other children and grandchildren in the community. And while the room tonight has been full of commentary about the man, and we talked about being set in stone, as the years go by, it will no longer be about the man, because one day there won't be many of us left who remember the man. But that name in stone will cement that legacy to others who've come behind him. The man who rose among the ranks in a very racist and prejudiced Homestead and Homestead Police Department hierarchy. Let's be real brutally honest about that. I know. You know that I know what used to be. And if for no other reason, that legacy will go on as an example to all of those who come behind you, as the man who reached back into the neighborhood and down into the community and throughout the community and gave those opportunities to men and women to be police officers and helped others get, Councilwoman Alva, those second chances. And that, you know, in addition to everything else, is a part of that legacy that will be memorialized there. You know, and I hate to say this after the nice things Mayor Warren said tonight, but some of you may remember back in 2007 when Councilman Waldman, out of the clear blue one night, proposed that we name Mayor Roscoe Warren Park as Mayor Roscoe Warren Park. And I stood on youth and inexperience principle that, you know, it's just not a good idea to name things for individuals while they're still working or still in public office. And let's face it, the streets of Miami are littered with designations of politicians and policemen and bankers who all went to jail and left with, you know, legacies different than what they were at the time of the naming. But I don't think we have that case here. And, you know, here we are 16, 17 years later. I want to know, Mayor Warren, We were sitting shoulder to shoulder. I was serving as his vice mayor, and he accepted that difference of opinion with grace and humility. And if I could go back and change the minutes, Mayor Warren, I'd like to be reflected as a yes vote on the designation of your park. And while I think we need to have some procedure and protocol in place, now is not the time to stand on that. And we're going to go forward, and someday, as soon as they can cast that bronze plaque, we're going to stand there and cut the ribbon and dedicate the Alexander E. Roll Police Station. Thank you, Chief.
We're going to get to you, Councilman Roth, but I have to go home tonight. So I would be remiss if I did not relay the sentiments of my sister-in-law, Captain Washington, who's at the hospital with my mother-in-law. She couldn't be here tonight, but she wanted to thank you for giving her the opportunity to serve under your leadership as a captain with Homestead Police Department. So thank you so much for the impact that you continue to have on my family. God bless you.
Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the good things about going last, I don't have to say much, right? Because everything's already been said. And what a great man we have in front of us. You know, the chief has been a mentor to me throughout all my years when I had my restaurants early in the 90s and the food and toy drives we did together. And, you know, all the things that I've seen you do throughout time. It's been mentioned that you go out to eat or go somewhere in public with him and it takes you 30 minutes to get to where you're going because he has to stop to see everybody and talk to everybody. And that stood out to me that, you know, to have that kind of presence as a police chief, that he's that open and that accessible to people was astonishing. And, you know, my name was mentioned quite a bit tonight, and thank you for that, but that's not what this is all about. I didn't create this thing. I didn't bring this. This was not my idea. Somebody whispered something in my ear, and I just was the messenger. I brought this forward because there's no other person I could think that could ever possibly take the name or be the name on that police station than our chief. You know, 40 years of service. You've been a chief for 43 years. He points that out. It's 43 years. 43 years. And in June, I think, of this year, it'll be 25 years as the chief of police. Is that correct? So, I mean, what a legacy you leave. As my colleague Fairclough Staggers said, you know, we're going to give you your flowers while you're here with us. I think that's truly important. We never know how many people show up to an event after we're gone, right? We don't know that. And in a matter of love, in a matter of showing appreciation for a person, and each of you should reach out to somebody you care about as well and tell them you love them, tell them you respect them, and you thank them for what they've done for you in your life, because you never know when you have that opportunity again. You don't want to miss that opportunity. So, Chief, I have nothing really profound to say. I just can't wait till we get up there and we'll have a big ceremony when we unveil the naming of the police station. Don't know how quickly Jerry can get that done, maybe by Friday, right? All right, that's too much pressure, I get it. But Chief, you know, you're so deserving of this honor. So many people have stepped forward and spoke about you. I'm sure there's others that want to come here tonight that maybe couldn't have come here. But the room is packed, it's standing room only. And if you look around here, everyone loves you. We appreciate your service, and I can't wait for the big celebration in your honor. Thank you for everything you've done. It's an honor to be up here doing this while you're a chief, and you know, it'll be an honor to see you serve your time. And I can't say enough about you. I've got so many more things to say. I don't want to say them tonight because I'm going to save them for the next event. We got a lot of meeting tonight to go through. So with that, I think we'll do the resolution, take the vote, and we'll move this thing forward. And Chief, we'll have a celebration in a few weeks. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second, I believe. Oh, I thought you did, but okay. Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers. There are no further public comment or questions from council. We'll have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Chief, we're going to give you this so you can look at everybody. All right. You want to say anything?
I'll say a few words. Yeah,
Okay.
you know,
We know you're a man of many words.
well, well, first of all, I want to say thanks to the mayor and council for believing in me. And the things that I do is not for money. I think about all the trials and tribulations that my family know that I've gone through. I could say so many things, you know, and let me say this real quick, and I'll talk about it more during the unveiling. But people may see the glory, but they don't know the story. You know, it's so many things that I can say about growing up in Homestead and getting the police work. I had no idea that I'll be in the position I'm in today, because that's not me. You know, I wasn't a scholar in school, but I had good parents, and I was raised the right way and hard work. My daddy told me before he died, he said, hard work will take care of itself. You know, you don't have to go around and promote yourself, beat yourself on the chest, you know. You don't have to do that, you know. Hard work will speak for itself. And there's so many things that I can say. I'm going to wait and say it at the unveiling because I don't want, you know, it's been a long night. But I can tell you that wasn't for my family, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. I remember we were so poor that the way you spell poor back when I was coming up, it was P-O-R. It was so poor they left the other O out. That's how poor we were. And I'm just thinking about, there's so many things, but I'm gonna tell you something that happened to me when I was after I got out of the Army. I went to MacArthur South. I was the first hall monitor in Dade County school system. First and only one. That was kind of crazy because, you know, I did it by myself. But I was in the process, just before I got married to my wife, I was in the process of getting me a car. And she told me, she said, why would you get a car? Why don't you try to get your house? And I thought about it, like, you know, men don't think like that. We are so dumb. You know, we think about all the good things, but she thought about, you know, somewhere for us to live. So I told her, I said, okay, well, how are we going to afford that? I said, I only make $5,000 a year. She made $4,000 a year working at MacArthur South. Matter of fact, I got her a job there. I'm still getting people jobs, you know. And I got her a job there back in I think it was 73 or 74, back in the day. But anyway, make a long story short, we went out there and we saw some property, and I'm still living in my house today. We found some property just a couple of blocks north of Homestead. And we went to get the house, and I think it was because I was a military brat, I should say, a veteran. I was able to get the house for $300 down. And let me tell you something. We were so poor. Once I found the money to pay down on the house, after we started working on the house, and the people started building it. They told me to say, well, to move in, you're going to need $800 escrow. And at the time, I didn't know what escrow was, in all honesty. And I damn sure didn't know what $800 was, because I didn't have $800 either. So, being the guy that I am, I said, you know what? I said, when you come out of the military, if you go to college, they'll give you a stipend. And when I saw how much they would give me a month for going to school, I went and enrolled in Miami-Dade College. And my wife always looked at me because she said, you wouldn't have a degree if we had to make that mortgage payment. Because they gave me like $400 a month. And I took that money and I paid our mortgage. That's how bad we were living. So I knew if I didn't go to school and didn't go to college, we would be outdoors. So I went to school and I guess I get my 2 years, and I came to Homestead PD. I enrolled in FIU. And when I walked in the door here, they sent me to the police academy. When I walked in the door here, I think I had a 6-month-old baby. I had an old 1971 Pontiac Le Mans. And back when I started the department, we didn't have take-home cars. So she had to drop me off at the back of the police station. I had to take my kid to my mother-in-law because we didn't have money to pay a babysitter. So I went into the office to see the chief, and I said, hey, listen, I said, I need you to help me out. I don't have a babysitter. I want to be a police officer. I appreciate it, but I need to have a balance where I can work and take care of my baby during the day, and and try to make it. He told me, I don't give a damn about your family. All I care about is you coming to work here. I don't think I told my wife this, but those are the things that I had to go through. We went through, because they did not care about my education or my family life. So I had to come up with some kind of balance. So I don't even know how I made it, but we made it. And let me tell you something. There's only one thing that will make me cry, and that was my kids. My son got up and talked. My daughter got up and talked. I broke down. Everything I do is for them. It's not about me. It's for them. Because I didn't want them to go through what we went through. My wife used to sit in the back seat of her mother's car. She had to hold her legs up because the floorboard was so rusted that you could see the road. If she'd have put her legs down, she'd have lost her legs. See, people don't know. They don't know the struggle. They don't know. It was so hard. I don't know how we made it. I really don't know how we made it. I talk about, going to the police academy. I had two guys. No, I had one guy that went to the police academy with me. He lived in Homestead. I only had one car. He wouldn't even give me a ride from Homestead to the police academy, the guy that I'm talking about. My wife had to get up in the morning with my young baby and take me to Perrine and put me off on a corner. And some guy, a white guy, redneck, as a matter of fact, he wore boots and a cowboy hat. He said, you know what? I got you, man. She would drop me off 106th Street and US 1. This dude will put me in his car and take me to police academy every day, bring me back home and drop me off at the same location. She'll come back and pick me up. People don't know the trouble I've seen. It's been so hard, it's unbelievable. And today, you know, Channel 4 News asked me, say, hey, you know, you feel honored about this? I said, listen, I said, more than honor, I'm blessed. I said, because nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody understand what we went through as a family. My daddy came over, like my daughter said, my daddy came over here as a young man from Bahama Islands. You know, he came over here to seek a better life. And this man had 3 jobs. 3 jobs. And I can tell you right now, out of 3 jobs he had, I don't think he made $100 a week with 3 jobs. But I can tell you that much, he made us work, hard work. When I say hard work, I was telling some of the guys that when I was doing lawn service with him, because I was one of his businesses, we didn't have no weed eaters. We didn't have no edger. We didn't have no self-propelled lawnmower. At 6 years old, I was out there pushing a lawnmower, cutting grass to the point where I would stop and go to him and say, Daddy, I can't do this no more. He looked at me and he said, what's wrong? I said, my nose bleeding. I don't know if I even told my kids this. He said, your nose bleeding? I said, yeah. He said, okay, no problem. He said, go over here, sit up under the shade tree. And he puts my ice on top of my head. And when my nose stopped bleeding, he said, okay, now get back on the lawnmower. That was a real daddy. So, you know, those are the things that, you know, that was instilled in us to make you hard work, make you a hard worker. My daddy said, when you go to work, you work until your last day. And I can tell you right now, the last time I called in sick was 1983. I haven't called in sick in 40 years. And I've gone and followed my son around playing ball from the time they were 6 years old until he retired. Me and my wife, we missed 1 game since he was 6 years old until the time he retired at the age, I think, of 34. 1 game. 1 game. All Pop Warners, all South State High School, University of Miami, 4 years, home and away. We went to every game. NFL, 11 years. Went to every game, home and away. The only game we missed is when 911, when we couldn't get a flight. We was to every game. You know, and we did that because our parents couldn't do that for us. My dad worked so hard, he couldn't be there. So I always said, you know, when my son or daughter get involved in something, I'm going to be there. And they can tell you, we went to everything that they was involved in. I don't care if it was chorus. I don't care if it was a play. I don't care if it was track. Anything they was involved in, we were there. Because we didn't have that. So people don't understand. Like I said, people see the glory. Oh, he's the police chief and everything. But they don't know the story. I mean, I had to stand on the corner at the age of 14 years old because the schools here wasn't integrated. Stand on the corner in front of Laura Saunders because I couldn't go to South State High School and get on the bus and ride all the way to Mays Middle, senior high school back then, to get an education. And some days we stood out there in the rain, the heat, the mosquitoes, and we would get on the bus, and the bus was so crowded. I remember many days I stood in the aisle just like this, standing in the aisle, holding the seats, and riding 9 miles to school in the morning, just get an education. And it was a school right in my backyard, Homestead Middle and South State Senior High School. The first time that I sat in the room with somebody that's different color than me. I was out of the military in college. I didn't know what it was to sit beside somebody that looked different than me. I didn't know. And the thing about going to Mays Middle, once you got out of school and you ran out to the bus to come home from Goose to Florida City, Homestead at the time, if you missed the bus, you had two choices. You had to thumb or walk. I did both of them. I thumbed and I walked back then. And I remember there was a guy standing here. The guy came up here a few minutes ago from Church of God Properties. People don't know he was the first black police officer with Miami-Dade. Clark, Joe Nathan Clark. I remember one day he picked me up and brought me to Homestead. I didn't know he was a police officer until he stopped me and told me. And I told him, I said, you know, when I saw him tonight, I said, he walked up here tonight, you saw him with the cane, with the blue suit on. I said, thank you, man. Thank you, because you paved the road for me and others to be successful in life and be police officers. That's what it's all about. And, you know, I'm going to shut up because it's just so many things that people don't know that I went through in my lifetime, me and my wife, to try to make it. It's unbelievable. I'm going to tell you this last story. And this story here, you know, it really bothered me because I told you we were so poor that I had to get my mother-in-law, my wife's mother, to keep my son. He was born with a foot that was twisted in like a duck foot. And we didn't have money to take him to the doctor, but, you know, back then, you know, I don't know how we did it, but my mother-in-law would catch the bus and take him and Twan. My I got two police officers sitting right here, a sergeant and my other son. How long you been on, Alex? 20 years. How long you been on? 18 years. And my daughter, Dr. Roll, she's the dean of 8 Miami-Dade campuses. That little girl right there. Dr. Roll. I thank my wife for that because my wife was a career educator, career counselor at Homestead Senior when you were going to school there, right? She put so many kids in college. All of them, point them all out, right? You point them all out. She put so many kids in college, and the kids are called back. I'm talking about judges, doctors, lawyers, professional football players. I mean, she did it all. And when the kids see her, they thank her now because they said, we didn't know at the time that you cared about her because she was tough. She was tough. And they tell her today when they see her, thank you, Ms. Rowe, for being you because you honestly cared because you couldn't come to school late, you couldn't steal no hall passes, you know, you couldn't play the game and everything. She was really tough. And these kids today, they thank her for that. But let me go back to my mother-in-law. When she took my son, my second oldest son, to the doctor, I think she's take him every month because every month when he went, they had to take it and move the leg, move the foot back to try to straighten it out because it was like this. It was something you had to do, you know, kind of like gradually. And I was in the police car as a rookie police officer riding around the city of Homestead. And I used to ride by and see her standing on the corner with my son. And nothing I could do. I couldn't give him a ride home. She was standing in the corner, holding my son's hand, trying to catch the bus home. And people say, are you honored? No, I ain't honored. I'm blessed. I'm blessed. I'm blessed to the point where if I don't work or be here another day, not because of my son. Everybody say in 2005, oh, Al Rowe's going to quit because his son, you know, he's a good football player. He's gonna take care of them. I'm still working. You know, my son retired before me. Yeah, you know. So the worst thing you could do to the Roll family, in all honesty, is tell us what we can't do. All my kids have degrees. My doctor went a little further. You know, she started school at 6 years old, and she worked up until she got a doctor degree in education. But all of them have degrees. And how can you tell your kids how important degrees are in school if you don't have one? So me and my wife, we had ours as well. We got our degrees. So you got to practice. You got to practice what you preach. You can't sit here and talk about something, you know, and you don't deal with it. But it's just so many, like I said, so many things and so many memories, you know, that I've gone through in my lifetime. And I'm going to share some more of them down the road, not tonight, but just to have these people here in this audience that actually came in to support me. It's amazing. It's remarkable. And I know my family probably didn't know it, but you're all amazing, you know. And everything I did here, I did it for my family, for this police department, and last but not least, for this community. Because what I went through, I said, you know what? If I ever get in charge, I'm never going to let this happen. I'm going to make sure everybody in this town is treated the same way. Treat everybody like you want your mother, father, sister, brother treated. And you won't go wrong. Because I'm going to tell you, I haven't forgotten where I came from. I tell them guys all the time when they talk to me, where you from? Forest City, Homestead area. I said, Southwest 4th Avenue and 4th Street. That's where I was born, in a little shack house. That's where I was born. But I had forgot where I came from because you know what? You may have to go back there one day. And you don't want to be a prick up top, like my mom would tell me. No matter how high a bird fly, he got to come down and get his food. So I don't forget stuff like that, you know. So, you all say how humble I am and everything. Listen, it's 3 things changed in my lifetime since I've been in Homestead Police Department. One of them is my money, my title, and my hair.
Mayor, before we move on, can I say something?
Yes.
Chief, I know we've heard from everyone, and I think everyone's touched on everything that's amazing about you. And I just wanted to let you know that we love you here, okay? And I thank God every day that you're the City of Homestead Police Chief. And with that being said, I'd like to announce to Mayor and Council and everyone here that I've asked the chief to extend his contract 1 more year with the police department, and he has accepted.
So, with that, Mr. Manager, let's take a 10-minute break. I know a lot of you here need to file out or congratulate the chief, and we'll regroup and reconvene in 10 minutes.
I know. I hear it.
This is our 3-minute warning to meeting. All right. We're going to need to reconvene the council meeting. You're welcome to hang out in the foyer as long as you want. Sure. Got it? You're welcome. Anytime. Council members, let's take our seats, please. Well, good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the agenda of the Homestead City Council meeting. It is now 8:12. I think the first thing we need to do is have a motion to extend the time of this meeting through 9:30 tonight, or maybe tomorrow morning, I don't know. We'll start 9:30 to start with. Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilwoman Avila. All in favor? Aye. Okay. And I just have to say it, when Chief Roll was talking about he was making $5,000 a year as a rookie policeman, I had to kind of realize that there are a couple of attorneys in here who have made that much tonight just hanging around through that presentation. But I digress. All right, we're going to deviate from the agenda one more time and jump to tab 23, car number 3737, Professional Planning Services for Visioning Charette by Valle and Valle, Inc. Mr. Pearl?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 23 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a professional services agreement between the city and Valle, Inc. for planning services for a visioning plan for the Homestead Master Plan, case studies, and new urban standards project pursuant to City Code Section 2-411.182, exemptions from competitive bidding, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Is that you, Mr. Cordino, or Mr. Manager?
Oh, I'll take it,
Okay.
Mayor. Thank you. During the January 17th, 2023 COW meeting, Council discussed the concept of undertaking a visioning charrette to help define and visualize Homestead's desired future through a collaborative public planning and design-oriented process. Eric Valle of Valle, Inc. shared efforts involving professional planning services his firm has provided to communities in Florida, the United States, and internationally. Council directed staff to prepare a scope of work for professional planning services with Valle Inc. for review, consideration, and approval at the January 25th, 2023 council meeting. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with Valle Inc. for the Homestead Master Plan case studies and new urban standards visioning charrette in an amount not to exceed $200,000.
And just up front, that amount also includes the drafting of potential codes to match the adopted vision. Is that correct?
Mr. Valle, if you could come up and answer the questions.
And again, I'm sure they promised you, just like last week, you wouldn't be here long.
Good evening, Eric
Welcome
Valle. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. And the question is, the intent at the end of the day, yes, is to create the language that would be then introduced to your legal consult for them to actually put it into the language that would eventually end up in your code. Thank you.
Just wanted to clarify that and kind of piggyback off Councilwoman Fairclough-Stagger's comments last week that, we've heard much higher numbers for code revisions. I acknowledge that this would not be an entire revision. It certainly seems fairly comprehensive and far more economical than what we have heard. So with that, Council, questions, comments?
I've got a question.
All right.
Mr. Valle, thank you for being here. I did want to ask staff, because I looked through your proposal in here, and I noticed that it's got 3D charrettes. You would see them in 3D. And I know that we are getting ready to acquire Gridix, or it's in implementation stage. Do you guys work together, allowing him to use Gridix?
I'll let Mr. Baez speak to that. Yes, we're issuing the award for the Gridix software today, but we've already reached out to the company. We've given them our shape files, our zoning information, our code as well. But I don't know if that's what Mr. Baez uses as well or not.
Yeah, as I stated earlier, my intent is to get as much information that's available, whatever sources are available, whatever's happened in town, and then use that in our project, yes.
So what type of model do you use to showcase your work when you're presenting to, let's say, a body like ours? Like once you've already started your process?
You mean three-dimensional models?
Yeah.
What kind of three-dimensional models?
And the reason I say that is because our city is now going to use a specific software that's called Gridix that takes your code and it allows you to see what it could potentially be at the maximum density that you can have, and you can kind of play with it up and down so that we can get a better understanding of what things would look like. So I think, coupling that with what you are going to provide us would truly give us a great understanding of what we could potentially see in the future for our city.
And we will utilize that information that they have available. I'm familiar with the program that you're talking
Okay.
about. I'm very familiar with it.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, we know how to use that as well.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. I believe we had a motion by Councilwoman Bailey for approval.
Second.
Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Anything further? Open the floor for public comment. Close the public hearing then and ask for a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher? Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And
Appreciate it.
good
Look forward
evening.
to it. Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, I believe we are back to the quasi-judicial portion of the agenda. Mr. White, have at it.
Yes, Mayor. This is the quasi-judicial section of the agenda. Please be advised, the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following quasi-judicial items. At this time, I'd ask council members to disclose any ex parte communications concerning quasi-judicial items on the agenda, which would be tabs 10 through 16.
Yeah, all of them. Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor.
All of them.
Mr. Fletcher?
10 through 16.
Councilwoman?
At this time, I would invite anyone who's wishing to speak to please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God? Thank you. You may be seated.
The first item for consideration this evening is tab 10, card number 3768. This is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a final replat as requested by Homestead Pavilion Acquisitions with respect to property located at 2601 Northeast 9th Court, Tract H of the Homestead Pavilion Retail Commercial Subdivision, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. This is simply a housekeeping issue. You all approved this final plat. This is the target and the out parcel final plat. A few months back, it got to the county. There's been an ownership change, and the signature blocks were modified, and so that's the change that is coming back before you to get approved to finalize their process at the county.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Cordino?
Exactly what he said. It's housekeeping, name change, very simple. Thank you. We recommend approval.
Very good. Is there a representative here just for the record? Nope. Doesn't look like it. No.
Good evening, Maritza Hara with offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. My colleague Graham Penn worked on this application, so we're here to answer any questions the council may have.
Very good. Thank you. Just need to have that on the record. All right. Council, any questions or comments? We have a move to approve. Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Any public comment? I'll close the public hearing then. If there are no further comments from council, we'll have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers. Councilwoman Bailey. Councilman Roth. Councilman Fletcher. Councilwoman Avila. Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Lawson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. So, Mr. White, before we go forward, you were so anxious to start the quasi judicial. I didn't disclose that I've had ex parte communication on all of the items except the one we just did.
Thank you,
Just
Mayor.
for the record. So let's go to tab 11.
Yes, so like we did at the previous LPA hearing, tabs 11, 12, as well as tab 17, which is under legislative, are all related applications for the proposed Machado Groves project. I would ask that we start with tab 17 under the legislative items, which is the Flume Amendment, introduce that, then go on to tab 11, tab 12, introduce that ordinance, have a collective discussion, public hearing, and then vote separately, starting with tab 17, followed by 11 and 12.
Let's take that course.
So tab 17 is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan future land use map designation as requested by D.R. Horton, Inc. of an approximately 8.73 acre parcel of land from light commercial use to medium density residential use for property generally located on the southwest corner of Southwest 162nd Avenue and east of Maury Drive, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conditions, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date. Going back up to tab 11, tab 11 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by D.R. Horton, Inc. of an approximately 2.56 acre parcel of land from restricted retail commercial B1 zoning district to townhouse RTH zoning district for property generally located on the southwest corner of Southwest 162nd Avenue and East Maury Drive, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date. And finally, tab 12, car number 3735, is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by D.R. Horton, Inc. of an approximately 5.7 acre parcel of land from multiple apartment R3 zoning district to townhouse RTH zoning district for property generally located on the southwest corner of Southwest 162nd Avenue and east of Maury Drive, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cordino.
Sir, we've evaluated each of the three applications, both the two zoning ones and the future land use map amendment. We're recommending approval for each of those. We start off with the future land use amendment. What the applicant's trying to do is take the two parcels of the first one on the east. They want to take it from a commercial zoning to an RTH for residential. The one on the west, it's already residential, but it's R3. That's going to go to RTH. But first, they need to change the comprehensive plan from the light commercial use to the medium residential use in the comp plan, which the two zoning categories changes will fit underneath. We evaluated that. We find it acceptable in the comp plan to change from LCU to MRU on the entire parcel, so we're recommending approval. Also on the zoning, again, the new zoning categories are implemented by the future land use map category, so we're recommending approval to that. We can answer any questions. I believe the applicant is here as well.
Okay, thank you. Now it's your turn after 4 hours.
Good evening, Council. It's a pleasure to be before you this evening. We have a presentation, and I'll try to make it short so we can make it through the agenda. So Maritza Haro Salgado with offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Thank you. Here on behalf of D.R. Horton, I'm joined this evening by Javi Taval and Cynthia Caldevilla from D.R. Horton, our traffic engineer Juan Ortega from JFO Group, and my colleague Melissa Tapanes-Yahuas. We respectfully request your approval of tabs 11, 12, and 17 in order to permit the development of a small townhome community which will allow young professionals and families to achieve the dream of homeownership in the city of Homestead. The subject property is located on the southwest corner of East Maury Drive and Southwest 162nd Avenue, just west of the Turnpike. The property abuts Colony Lakes Apartments to the west and the recently approved Parker Point and Tropical Villas communities are to the north and east. As you can see on the screen, the south side of East Maury is generally characterized by garden-style apartments, and in fact, a portion of the property, as your planning director mentioned, is zoned R3 multiple apartment. The property is currently vacant and underutilized. It is the last remaining piece on the south side of East Maury. As mentioned by staff, it is designated light commercial use, and through this application, we are seeking a future land use map amendment to medium density residential, which is consistent with all the properties to the north and west as shown in orange on the map on the screen. As previously mentioned, a portion of the property is zoned R3, which generally permits apartments, and the smaller corner piece is zoned B1, which permits more intense commercial uses. This evening, the applications before you are the future land use map amendment to MRU and the rezonings to RTH. The companion site plan approval, minor storage variance, and T-plat will come before you at the next council hearing. So the applications before you this evening will significantly reduce the impact that could potentially be generated through the redevelopment of the property under the current light commercial use designation in R3 and B1 zoning districts. Notably, the R3 zoned portion of the property would permit a 3-story, 45-unit apartment building, and the B1 zoned portion would permit a 6-story, up to a 6-story commercial building, potentially over 568,716 square feet in size. The applications before you this evening will significantly reduce the development impact of the property by limiting development to 69 townhomes with a maximum of 2 stories and will result in a significant traffic reduction. As you see on the screen, our traffic engineer prepared this trip generation comparison, and under the property's current designation, development of a 45-unit apartment building and a 6-story commercial building would result in 1,638 p.m. peak hour trips, whereas the proposed 69-unit townhome community with a maximum of 2 stories will result in a significant reduction in traffic of only 15 p.m. peak hour trips. This represents a reduction of over 1,500 p.m. peak hour trips. However, the reality is that this property is not suited for commercial uses due to its irregular shape and location. In addition, as confirmed by the study prepared by Miami Economic Associates, there is sufficient commercial land supply to meet the city's current and future demand. In fact, not only does the city have sufficient commercial land supply, but the demand has not increased. And what this means is that the property will likely go undeveloped and will continue to be an eyesore in an area that is growing and in desperate need for quality housing. So we see this application before you as an opportunity for the council to control development and ensure compatibility in this area. On the screen, you will see other apartment communities immediately to the west of the property. Arguably, a similar product could be permitted on the R3 portion of the property. We believe that this council would agree that this area does not need more rental apartments. Instead, townhomes are not only compatible with the surrounding area, but are also in high demand throughout the county. Townhomes are the ideal starter home for young professionals and families because they make home ownership affordable and attainable. In today's market, a townhome is the surest way for a first-time home buyer to get into the market and begin building equity. As the city plans for the future, it makes sense to attract young professionals and first-time home buyers seeking to start a family in the city. Young professionals and homeowners are typically invested in their communities and will increase the city's tax base and discretionary spending power. As you see on the screen, or this is not on the screen, but for reference, the property is currently used for agricultural purposes and contributes less than $500 annually in property taxes. The development of the property with townhomes will increase the city's collection of ad valorem taxes by over 1,000%. And that's not to mention the revenue that will be generated through building permit fees and the jobs created. As previously mentioned, the proposed future land use map amendment to MRU and the rezonings to RTH are in and of itself a traffic reduction. They will significantly reduce the impact that could be generated through the as-of-right development of the property today. The city's traffic reviewer and the county have both reviewed and approved the traffic study for the property. And due to the reduction in traffic and the modest size of this project, there are no required improvements. Notwithstanding, D.R. Horton is invested in the city of Homestead, and through other projects, they have committed and will continue to work with the city and county on a number of improvements. Specifically, through the Parker Point project across the street, they're improving the pedestrian access on Maury Drive and have committed to improve the intersection at US 1 and East Maury through signal optimization. We're also evaluating signal optimization at the light at Campbell and 162nd Avenue, and potential right-of-way expansion southbound and eastbound on Campbell and 162nd. It's also worth noting that the traffic signal on the corner of East Maury and Southwest 162nd has been constructed, and we're hoping that it'll soon be operational, which will bring much relief to the area. So the applications before you this evening are a reduction in traffic from what can be done there today. Notwithstanding, we understand traffic is of critical importance throughout the county, right? Not just in the city, but we are committed to working with the city and coordinating with the county and state to prioritize the planned improvements in this area. This application satisfies the goals, objectives, and policies of the city's comprehensive plan and zoning code. We've earned a favorable staff recommendation from your professional staff, and approval of these applications will significantly reduce the development and traffic impact that could be generated by the property today. We are committed to continuing to work with this council and the community on the proposed site plan. And with that, we respectfully request your approval of tabs 11, 12, and 17. Our team's available for questions, and we respectfully request time for rebuttal.
Thank you. Council members, who would like to kick off the conversation? Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question for staff. That signal on 162nd and Maury, do we know? You said soon, but is there a date? Because it's been soon for a very long time. It is operating?
Yeah.
Not as of...
So through the mayor.
It's covered?
It is covered. We've had conversations. Right. We understand that it is in the final stages. We've had conversations with the county about it, and because we have, several applications that will be coming to this area, we're invested just as you are in it. We can definitely, we don't have a specific date, but we did discuss it with Cueto at the county, and can, get back to you on more specifics on timing.
Thank you. And also for staff, once you make that right on 162nd and the next left to get back on Maury, is that too short of a distance to have another light? Because that is also a very dangerous.
It's not too short. That's far enough to be able to put two traffic signals next to each other. We can do is, we've asked the county in the past to do a traffic signal warrant study on that particular intersection, and they keep coming up that it's not necessary, but we'll continue going after the county to make sure that that takes place. But they have full jurisdiction over that.
Yeah, if we can do a study on that as soon as possible. I was visiting my sister over the last 2 years at Isles of Oasis, and that was my route from the southwest. And traffic study or not, any new development there is just going to add to that congestion. And without those two lights, I would not want to see this move forward.
We will, again, tomorrow morning we'll get with the county again and have them do another warrant study.
Okay.
We've asked it already, I think, 3 times in the past, and it's always failed as a requirement for a traffic signal. We'll do it again.
And Councilwoman, if I may, our traffic engineers here, we're happy to be partners in that and, together reach out to the county and push them as much as we can.
When it comes to the county putting up those lights, once we show them in a study that they are needed, is there a price for us that's incurred?
No, there's no price. They're the ones that do the study. Again, it's under their full jurisdiction, so us doing a study is not going to, they're going to have to do their own study in order to justify. And once they justify that a traffic signal is required, then it gets added to their budget and it gets put in. We don't have to pay a cent for that.
And if for some reason we find that we would like one and they do not, could we pay for one?
We've tried it in the past, and they always balk on that because at the end of the day, they're responsible for the maintenance of the traffic signal. So even if we put one in, let's say we front the money for installation, they would then have to maintain it for eternity. So in essence, they've always turned us down with that type of requirement.
Oh, I appreciate that, and it shouldn't all fall on the developer, but we are getting very close to not having any leverage in fixing some of these little issues that could make a big difference. So I just wanted to see if there was an opportunity there.
Absolutely, we'll work with the city to reach out to the county and push for those improvements.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. Similar concerns, and I brought to your attention or your team's attention about the Farm Life School Road, 162nd Avenue, and how it goes from 2 lanes to 4 lanes in different parts, and that's an issue. And we've heard for a long time that that's underway as well. So between now and next reading, I really would like to see some progress on that. So please get with our team and bring those updates back for consideration. And, I don't mind seeing the grove of whatever fruit tree that is with white envelopes covering it. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's, anybody know?
We don't know either.
Guava. I love seeing the agriculture aspects of our community. And if we don't approve it and that remains to be the same for years to come, I don't think many of us mind that. I would like to, and I've shared with your team as well, that I'd like to see our developers bring aspects of our farm life into the design and the architectural appeal of what you're bringing to the table. I think you could do a lot better. I think it already exists in other places of Florida. So we're not reinventing the wheel, but we are trying to, or at least I would like for us to merge our culture, our farming culture, and our, big city, small town feel together. And we need your help doing so. So I invite you to take up the challenge and bring us a product we can be very happy about, albeit 60-something units or 1,000 units. This is something that is important to me. Thank you.
Absolutely, Councilwoman. We're definitely happy to work with you between now and before the site plan item comes before you to work on those items.
Councilwoman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to meet with your team to discuss this. I have like 1 foot in and 1 foot out. My concern is in that area, the infrastructure, I don't think can handle much more. I understand that the county has a project underway as it relates to their capital improvement plan that will increase it potentially to, I think, from 2 to 4 lanes. I was looking at their CIP projects. It includes this area. So there may be light at the end of the tunnel to help with the infrastructure. My thought was, we'll wait until the infrastructure is in place. But depending on the timing, the infrastructure may be in place before these are developed. Not sure yet because it's under the 22-23 CIP plan. So infrastructure also is a concern. Although this is not being taken up tonight, the elevations are extreme concern, but we'll talk about that later if this moves forward. And then although we don't base our votes contingent upon this, that corporate citizenship, I'm not going to let that go. So I need you to get DR Horton to get involved in the community because we are potentially supporting this project, but I don't really see the value add. Why should I vote for this? What is the value add to the community? Just to build houses and say bye? No, DR Horton needs to be truly a part in this community as opposed to just building homes. So please take that conversation back. I will move it forward tonight, but I'm not at 100% when it comes back. So we'll have to have more conversations as we move forward.
Absolutely, Councilwoman. We appreciate your feedback. We want to meet with you, circle back on the elevations with everyone on the council, actually. And we can assure you that we've had the conversation, and D.R. Horton is taking steps to be more involved in the community, as well as our firm, as we've expressed. And, we're looking forward to that. I'm going to be attending the rodeo this Sunday, and I'm excited about that. I haven't been before. But thank you for your feedback, and we're definitely will be addressing it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. This is not really directed at you, but more at staff and maybe Mr. Brea. I know we've sat here and listened to other developers proffer money to enhance and improve the Northeast 8th Street and 16th Avenue corridor there. Is there anything going on? I haven't seen anything change over the years that has eased up any traffic in that area. The stacking lane for people coming from the east going south on 162 in the afternoon is unbearable. So we've been sitting up here and developers have proffered up monies or whatever to make those improvements, but I haven't seen anything take place. So is there a schedule? What is supposed to happen there? Is there right-of-ways that can be taken so that we can expand or increase the turning lanes there? Because you can't really stack any more there, but you have people
Correct.
waiting.
That's the issue there, yes.
Multiple lights. So what is the plan for that intersection?
Well, you mentioned correctly, the issue with the stacking lane obviously is not enough right away, and there are private properties on both sides, and in essence, that would probably be a hard sell to be able to do that. However, this year we were able to put in our CIP for the first time the actual expansion of Southwest 162nd Avenue, and it includes that intersection as well. Originally, it was put in unfunded, but we were able to find funds this year to be able to start that project moving forward. So we are already, we went through that first hurdle, which is finding the money to be able to do the work. Now it's just a matter of getting the design done and moving forward. But the idea is to make Southwest 162nd a 4-lane, 2-lane each way divided highway, and improve that bridge that's there. And the bridge is really what's making the project a little more difficult than usual for a road expansion, because it's a lot of money to do a bridge rather than just widen a road. So most of the cost is going to go to the bridge expansion, and the rest will go to the road improvement. But definitely, it is in our CIP for this year. So,
with that said, who would be actually building it, the road?
It would be through a contractor hired by the city.
By us?
By us,
So we
yeah.
control this process?
That
because
would be us, yes.
The nightmare that we experienced with North Canal
Trust me, yes, I know.
was extremely unacceptable. So as far as complexity to putting up a bridge, we just watched them build a brand-new bridge to Sanibel, and that's not the bridge that we got here. So I understand what you're saying, but it's not impossible.
No, it's not. No, not at all. It's just it costs more per, the distance that you're widening is more expensive than your usual roadway because it has a bridge involved. But it's not, it's nothing that's out of the ordinary for any contractor that builds roadways to be able to do. So.
All right, because as someone else already mentioned, that's probably, I shouldn't say it's one of the worst, but it's pretty bad when it comes to traffic moving around in that area and the design of it, going from 2 lanes to 1 lane back to 2 lanes.
It is, yeah. It's the last section of that roadway that really needs to be 4-lane all the way through, all the way to Lucy.
What's the remaining process, and what's the start time?
Now we're in the planning process, so it's coming up with cost estimates from the engineers, and then going through design and then construction. So.
And what's the estimated time for that?
I would say a project like this, design, I would say 6 months for design, and then probably like a year for construction. That's what I would say. Because, maybe a little bit less in construction.
Right, and that would also, during the planning process, as Councilwoman Bailey brought up, that turn, that southbound turn to go east, just past the overpass,
Yeah.
is an accident-prone corner. So during the design, something needs to be changed there, or
We
alight
could include that as
effectively.
part of the study. We could include that as part of the study and make sure that that's, because there is a section just beyond that that, again, needs some widening. So the idea is to make it 4 lanes all the way from Campbell through Lucy. So
Yeah, can we
that's
get?
the idea.
Can we get some updates on that process?
Sure.
Because
Will do.
it just seems like it takes forever. I'm happy that we're going to control the build-out portion of that.
Yes.
I think you guys can figure out a way to expedite some of that stuff. I don't think it should take a year and
We-
a half to go through that process, because I know you're going to find troubles
Understood.
along the way.
Understood.
But keep us up to date on that. And to the representative for the developer, at an invite from your organization, I went to the property that you're building today, and I shared my comments with your people about the aesthetics of that community, the paint color schemes, which were extremely boring, and the number of parking spaces that were auxiliary to what the people would normally park in. So having 2 spaces in a driveway in modern day doesn't cut it anymore in this area. So I know we're not talking about that tonight, but I just wanted to put it on the record that we talked about it, and that you will address those aesthetic and elevation type issues. So thank you for my time.
Thank you, Councilman. Let me just interject here. You asked a very good question about time frame. I'm kind of confused because last week at the committee of the whole meeting, when we approved the hiring of a firm to engineer and design and do the build out of the new sidewalks on Chrome with some of that federal money, we were told 18 months. So if we can accept with a straight face that sidewalks take 18 months, and I don't buy that bureaucratic career project at all, I find it really hard to believe that that road would be done in 18 months. So somebody needs to get their timeframes and their story straight about how long that's really going to take to do 162nd. At the pace that other things have been done here, I'm at a very low confidence level that 18 months is anywhere in the realm of reality. I don't accept that, but I recognize based on history that that's just not accurate. And our folks want action yesterday, not 24 months or 36 months from now. That's unacceptable. So
Understood. And
Okay.
and you're absolutely right. I mean, I've been on both sides. I've been on the private consulting world and in the public side now. And it's true. Sometimes you look at the numbers and you say, why 18 months? That's why is that? And you have to look at not only the work that's going to be done, but also the process that it takes to get there. The procurement process for every single step, you lose months there in the process. The gathering of data, information, all that also takes time when you don't see anything on the ground that's being built while you're going through that process. And then the construction, yes, I look at it's basically about 3/4 of a mile worth of widening that we're doing. And 12 months, to me, is more than enough to do that work. Now, could it be less? You could always look at projects and say, well, let's have 2 construction companies, one doing the bridge and one doing the widening, and they can work concurrently. You can cut down that time. Then you get into some other issues as, conflicts between the 2 contractors, et cetera, and all those type of things. So I like to use that number, 12 months, I think, for about a mile worth of roadway. It's a good number to use if you put everything, all of the efforts into that. I know we ran into very long process with North Canal that the county was running, and that I also thought was totally unacceptable. But we were kind of following, we had to follow what their lead was doing, and they themselves were basically not putting the effort that they needed to put into that project. But I could say that in this type of project, if we are in control, it's a different story. So,
Mayor, and if I could interject here, Chrome Avenue is going to be FTA monies. So Julio touched on the procurement process. So there's a lot more requirements for federal monies versus PTP funds, which is going to be used for 162nd, if I'm not mistaken.
correct. Yeah, we're using our own PTP funds for this project. And FTA, just as an example, the procurement process just to get the engineers on board took over 6 months, just back and forth with them, trying to get them to say, all right, it's okay to move forward. So it's just things that you have to deal with when it comes to federal monies. But in this case, there's no federal money, so we don't have to do that.
Thank you. Anything else from my left? Councilman Fletcher.
Might as well jump on the bandwagon here. What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over. Our process is broken. We got to fix it. We got to find efficiencies to make these things, these projects, these processes go faster. You know, we can't continue to accept the old status quo, 16 months, 18 months. We have to drive the process. And if we're not willing to do that ourselves, you know, we have a problem. And I think if we need to assign an individual project manager from your team in order to make these things move faster, I think that has to be done.
And Councilman, always our objective is to do it as quick as we can. But once again, these things have to go out to bid. There's the resources, the materials, the crews, things that we're experiencing, everyone else is experiencing. It's not that we don't want to do them quick, right? But also we're at the mercy of the vendors or contractors at some point.
At the same
Look
time.
at Losner Park.
At the
Zach,
same
how
time,
far
it's
behind
our
were we
money,
on
we're
Losner
spending
Park?
it, we direct it.
6 months for Losner Park, behind schedule. And we were lucky to get the light poles before the grand opening, thankfully. So these challenges
I
do
don't
exist.
accept that answer.
I'm sorry, Councilman?
I don't accept that answer. We need to do better.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask the developer's representative, could you go back to the slide that showed information regarding how you're working with traffic? There. Okay. Do we have an idea of when the ATMs, the Advanced Traffic Management Systems, are going to be installed?
We don't have, you know, we're talking about timelines. We don't have an exact timeline, but we do have insight that they're going to be testing intersections. I think it's Avocado, Eureka, and then it'll make its way down to Homestead. Thank you for bringing that up, Vice Mayor. That's actually something that we think and it's proven. And for the next council meeting, we'll try to have a video presentation for you of how that works. But it's essentially automatic signal optimization. There's a camera. I'm not very techy, but it'll capture how long, you know, cars are stacked at an intersection so that it makes the switching of the lights more efficient. And that's supposed to reduce about like 15-minute, you know, of commute. And we'll try to have that. I know that there's a video out there, and we'll try to have that for you next.
Do we know for sure if the light on 162 is going to have that on there? The new light that we were just talking about?
So the light has already been constructed, and it's a matter, I think the county's doing, you know, the final touches to just make it operational. I don't know if that exact intersection will have it, but I can, you know, inquire and get back to you.
Thank you. Does staff have that answer?
That intersection is not on the list of the intersections that the county is working on to get this smart light system going forward. They're mostly on Campbell, all throughout Campbell, so they're going to be on both sides of that intersection on Campbell. The intersection's going all the way to the Turnpike, and also the intersection's going all the way to US 1. So they're already installed. The county's not working on getting those actually up and running. The cameras are installed already, but the county is working on getting the programming and the operation of those lights moving forward. So we're waiting on them.
Do we know more or less, like, is that going to happen 6 months this year?
Well, we've had several meetings with them regarding this one issue. And we're supposed to now in spring of this year is when our section of street lights are going to be addressed. They're working, of course, from their downtown area out, and we were getting obviously pushed back to the end of the schedule. But these lights have been installed already for, I would say, over a year, and we're waiting for them to put them basically in working order.
Thank you. And I wanted to ask our development services, Mr. Corradino, do we have a way to simulate traffic in a live version of some sort of simulation that tells us this is what you currently have, these are your peak hours, and if you installed this or if you had this light, this is what it would look like? Because when I look at trip generations, this stuff is hard to understand. Like when I just see numbers like this, I just see a reduction, but it doesn't say anything to me. It just says, this is less than if we were to build apartments, right? But the people who live here and who drive through that road, it's a nightmare to get through there, and you've got to wait a very long time to make a left. If you're coming up Maury, you're going south on Maury, you're going to make a left on 162. Terrible, and it's accident prone. Like Larry, everybody's already touched on the traffic issue. But I want to know if there is a way, if there's anything out there that could show us a simulation of what things could look like if we implement something.
Yeah, aside from the numbers that you see that show that technically, there are programs that the traffic engineers that can add these numbers in and show you visually how the intersection works. That is possible.
Okay, would the applicant be able to provide something like that?
My apologies. What was the question? If
You wanted to know if there was a program that the traffic engineers use that can visualize the traffic movement through an intersection.
So our traffic engineer, Juan Ortega, is here. I'd like to call him up. I'm thinking you're like a video of what like the actual 50 trips.
Some,
50
let's say
PM
some
peak hours.
some AI technology that says if you do this, this might work, and this is going to turn into something like that.
Good evening. For the record, Juan Ortega, JFO, traffic engineer for the project. The answer to your question is yes, there is software that will allow you to do that. The reason for this exercise is this is a planning exercise as part of the application. We have to do an analysis when it comes to the site plan and the plat that looks at the numbers you're asking for. So when we did that analysis, which is already done and reviewed by the city, we did an analysis at the Maury and 162nd intersection with and without the traffic light. So we have those numbers. And it's significant improvement when the light is going to go on. I mean, as you pointed out, making a left takes forever, and traffic on 162nd sometimes is way too fast when you're trying to cross 2 lanes of traffic to make a left. But the answer to your question is yes, there is software that could be used to simulate what is going to happen with the project and without the project.
Do you have sufficient data to put that data into that simulation?
Yes.
Would the applicant be willing to bring that back before us so that we could see?
Yeah, absolutely. We will we'll work with Juan to put that together. One thing that's important to note is what is currently approved is already significantly, or what the property is currently entitled with, right? Which is that B1 and R3. So if that is what this comparison goes to, right? If the property was developed today.
Right.
So we can show both, right? Like with the proposed 69 townhomes, and then what it would be like today if it was developed with the as of right uses.
Okay.
If that's helpful.
So me, like the rest of my colleagues here, have an issue with traffic, right? I'm willing to allow this to move forward tonight. However, if we can't put our hands, or we can't figure out how to solve the traffic problem, I don't think I can support it on the second reading. So there has to be some significant changes, and I think we have far too many times allowed development without having the infrastructure in place, which I think is a mistake. We have the opportunity now to put the infrastructure in place first and have your client just hold until the infrastructure is in. But like I said, I'm willing to support tonight and see what we can come up with at the second reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For me to put this in perspective, what's sort of like the Greenleaf Nursery piece last month, we're kind of a little bit getting ahead of ourselves, which is an appropriate discussion, but that's not what's before us. So what's in front of us tonight is a rezoning. And for me, I think common sense tells me that folks in the immediate area would rather have the future potential of townhomes than hundreds more apartments and potentially high traffic B1 zoning with up to 6 stories. So, what's before us tonight, I think, is the choice of townhomes at some time in the future or the potential for apartments and business. And I think, the numbers clearly show that, this number of townhomes will be less of a burden than what the zoning is. But like the rest of you, I want to be very clear that the really important part of this discussion tonight is part 2, the next application. Not just the aesthetics, but most importantly, how we're going to deal with the cumulative traffic impacts. Some can say, oh, this is only 80 townhomes. Well, we got Parker Point with 3 times that many right next door. And common sense tells me that we really should not approve one more unit, even down to the south, because 162nd runs to the front door of the fairways, and we're going to be talking about that later tonight. The common sense tells me that until we have a handle and a definite time frame for the improvement of 162nd, all the way from the Village's clubhouse, maybe even to 15th Street, some signalization and turn stacking on Campbell, and let's not forget, you can leave here at a given time of day and see how deficient Mowry Street is from US 1 all the way to this intersection. So I can support moving forward on this master plan change and the rezoning, but, and I'm very clear in our meetings that we've all got to come together. Everybody's going to have to put some thought and money in the pot and figure out this traffic. This is some of the highest profile, worst roadways and intersections, and we are beyond the breaking point. The next applicant and your client are going to need to sit down and hold hands. And when you were there, we talked with some of your representatives about having a summit, bringing down the director of the Department of Transportation and Public Works, bring him down, bring one of our commissioners in, and really get a handle on this. And that's where I'm going to have to be before I cast a vote to approve the actual product. The rezoning here, for me, it makes sense in the big picture. But the construction of one more unit at this point does not until a lot of parties come together and we know what and when and how much. And I just want to note that there's no real commitment here. There's a lot of words like evaluate and look at the possibility of. The only thing you're committing to is pedestrian access in the middle of a block. For my money, signalization is no longer going to be a stopgap solution. It's all about more pavement. That's going to come at a high price, but we can no longer impact the quality of life in this community with one more unit until we have certainty for a road plan. But, I'm going to support the rezoning because that portion of this process to me makes sense. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And when you guys do come to a consensus, or when you guys get together, if and when you do, I want you to think about the employee, the people working north that come home and get off on exit 2. They get off on exit 2. If they live in your community, in this community being proposed tonight, they are either going to make a left and go up Campbell and have the stacking issue in front of Lowell's and the racetrack, and they're going to wait a few lights to make a left on 162, and that's going to take them time to get home. Now, they may choose to go right. They may choose to go to Kingman to 152nd Avenue and to use the old cut-through, which is now Maury. But I want them to think about that so you can truly understand what a person who lives in Homestead has to go through when they come home, and they've already been in traffic coming home. So the last thing you want to do is have traffic when you get off the exit. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, we hear you. I personally lived in Cutler Bay for most of my life and commuted to downtown, so I hear you loud and clear. As far as timing for that light to be on, we expect that to happen well before this community would be developed. And what I've put on the screen is, we don't have, and I know the council was asking for specific timelines, but we did pull the current and planned traffic improvement on the county's radar and where they are. And there's a lot of money. The county, thanks to this council's effort and significant push, the county is investing millions of dollars in planned traffic improvements in the area. I think, we're happy to be partners, as we mentioned, in pushing for those things to go live and actually happen. And through other projects, again, this is a very small project. If we focus just on this project, it's a significant reduction in all types of impact, right? Like density, intensity, height, and traffic. But we'll be coming before you in the coming months with much larger projects that D.R. Horton's a part of. And one of the things we've talked about is construction in lieu of the payment of impact fees, right? Constructing these improvements that are so needed so that the impact fees that would have been paid for those projects actually comes directly to the city of Homestead. And those are the discussions we want to have with you as we move forward. Again, this is a very small application, very small site, but we want to be partners in this, and we hear you loud and clear. We'll incorporate all of the comments. We'll reach back out to you to meet so we can collaborate on the site plan, and build a project that we can all be proud of. When Chief Rowe was speaking, how he made a home here, a family, I just thought of that is how these communities, I know that they seem it's just one more home, one more project, but this is the opportunity for your first-time home buyer to make a home in Homestead and help grow this city into the future. So, we appreciate your feedback, and we'll be reaching out to work together.
Thank you. All right, do we have a motion on, I think we need to do tab 17 first?
Mayor, if I may, for a second?
Yes, Councilman.
Just another thought, because you mentioned something about the light coming on, and it's not the light that's going to really make a big difference there. I'm going to be real interested to see, and this has nothing to do with you, this more to the city and the Public Works Department, how they've designed those lights to interact with traffic traveling eastbound to make that left-hand turn onto 162 to go to Campbell, when there's no turn lane there to begin with, and you're going to give them an arrow. And the same thing, it looked like facing north, making the turn to go west on Maury. There's an arrow that looks like they're going to have there because there's 4 lights, but there's really no designated turn lane. It's going to be a bizarre way to see how they're going to engineer this without even moving a curb along or anything like that. So I'm going to be really curious to see once that light goes live, how's it going to impact traffic? Because I think the biggest mistake the county made was putting that light up on the turn circle on 344. And I don't know who approved that, but that's the most ridiculous light I've ever seen, right? So I don't know who thought that out, who put the engineering in place for that, but that to me is terrible. So it'll be interesting to see what they do on that corner on 162 in Maori, just to the way it's laid out now, because it just doesn't look like it's going to work right to me. That's all. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so do we have a motion on tab 17? Moved by the Vice Mayor. We have a second. Second by Councilman Roth. Yeah, we're going to take public comment now.
Ran out of battery. The meeting's gone too long. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, Mr. Powell.
Hey, 3 years. They dusted me off. Well, I'll tell you what. I travel that road every day that you're all talking about. I send you emails every other day about the road we're talking about. I've complained about the road every day we've talking about. I've gone to Mr. Brea, and after 2 years, we got a sidewalk put in on the north side of this project, if you recall, in front of Parker. The kids used to walk between the guardrail and East Maori to go home. Well, they finally got a sidewalk, and we got this clearing. Now, here's the deal. I go by, like you say, every day. I turn onto Maori to get to the post office. I like to see those little bags, whatever they are, over those trees. Kiwi, I don't know what they are. But I'm always saying, you're talking about different zoning. It's an agricultural use. Is that an overriding use to what it's here for? You're telling me it's townhouse or it's apartments. It's agriculture, is it not? Or are they operating an agriculture in a business zone? Is that how that works?
Is that correct, Mr. Cordino? That it's a non-conforming use in that zoning category?
That's correct. It's not agricultural. The color on the map is planned for light commercial use. It has one side zoning consistent with that, the other side not consistent with that. Any agricultural operation that's happening there, I don't know the facts, but it's most likely it's definitely a non-conforming use.
In lay terms, so grandfathered use.
Yeah.
Okay, here, all right, can I get my 20 seconds back that he used? Okay, when you turn the guardrail, it's right there on the south side. Now, when you go to the apartments, it sets back off about 60, 80 feet. So what part of that guardrail into this project is part of the 2 and 5 acres? Is it to the guardrail? Well, don't we have to have that 40 or 50 foot offset, which the other places have? And the other thing we don't have is where that guardrail is. If you come east on Maori to go turn, you should have a turn lane, a right turn lane. So you move the guardrail, you put in a right turn lane in addition to the lights. Now you've got a way to get around that turn. You can't, right now it's impossible. I do it all the time. I don't go out until 10 and I'm home by 2 o'clock. Because in between morning, it's ridiculous. You can't do it. The thing they got to fix is Kingman and Maori, not the other side. That's people are going to get killed on Kingman and Maori. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. All right, is there any further public comment? I just want to say, Mr. Powell, that some of your issues are going to be addressed at site plan. Oh, cool.
If I may, through the mayor,
Sure.
we're happy to show Mr. Powell the site plan so that he's familiar.
Understand. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jose Herrera. I wasn't going to come talk about this project, but Commissioner Patricia hit on a subject that for the better part from when I was 19 years old to about 23, I interned for a development attorney in the city of Delray Beach. I was the most civically engaged under 25-year-old I've attended SPRAB, planning and zoning, city commission hearings. I can recite quasi-judicial hearing rules blind, whatever it was. And Commissioner Patricia said something that actually spoke to me, because I've seen so many developers standing up here saying this, I'm going to do this for the community, I'm going to do this for the community. Sponsorships are great for the community, but I'm going to tell you something. I'm a college counselor as well. My wife and I are doing college counseling. There's nothing better than to have youth involved with these companies with projects. If they're building this big project, they have engineers that our high school kids can shadow. They have construction GCs that they can shadow. All of these things are amazing for our high school students to get into college. They are very rare things that college applications see. Please do not forget that when you guys are speaking with these people. Sponsorships are great. They're phenomenal. But D.R. Horton, Lennar, all of these people have people that can put hours into mentoring students. And please, please, please do not forget that while you're doing this. I wish that the city commissioners in Boca Raton, Boynton Beach, and Delray Beach, because if you guys are good with city politics and everything, you guys know that between 2001 and 2009, those cities blew up in development, just like Homestead is happening now. And Atlantic High School, Seacrest Middle School, Boca High, Spanish River did not benefit from all of these billions of dollars from developers. And I'm not asking for their money. I'm asking for their human collateral to teach students.
Thank you. Well said. Okay, any further public comment? Any further public comment? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. We have a motion and a second for approval on tab 17. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila. Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers.
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Councilman Roth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey. Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Very well. Well, we're going to go back to tab 11 now for the rezoning, first reading of tab 11. Do we have a motion on that?
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth. Yes. Councilwoman Bailey. Councilwoman Avila. Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers.
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
And finally, with respect to this item, tab 12, first reading of the rezoning from R3 to RTH. Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey. Councilwoman Avila. Councilman Roth.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any objection to jumping to tab 24 so that these gentlemen can make that quick presentation and we'll get back to the quasi-judicial? Okay. Very good. All right. So we're going to jump to tab 24, which is a discussion on car number 3770, which is the Homestead Stone Crab and Seafood Festival. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. The Homestead Rotary Club is requesting a presenting sponsorship from the City of Homestead through the use of the city's logo in advertisement in order to help promote and produce the 5th Annual Homestead Stone Crab and Seafood Festival, which will be held at the Homestead Sports Complex on March 3rd, 4th, and 5th. No direct funding is being requested by the Rotary, which will be paying the $1,000 special event rental fee as required by code. As part of the city's sponsorship, the city is providing generators, part-time employees for trash removal, and access to water connections for vendors. In addition, the Rotary is offered to donate $3,000 to the city's Park and Recreation Department. The City of Homestead has participated in the past as the presenting sponsor for the 2018, 19, 20, and 2022 Homestead Stone Crab and Seafood Festival, which have been successful events with thousands of patrons in attendance. The event helps the Rotary continue its mission to bring college scholarships to local youth. Tickets to the event will be $10 for all persons 13 and older. Staff seeks direction from Mayor and Council on how to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and I know we have representatives of the Rotary Club. Marcel Zanger is here. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Thank you very much. Marcel Zanger, current President of Homestead Rotary Club. Yep.
Louis Malera, Rotarian.
Okay.
We're here to answer any questions.
Okay, so just to set the stage, is it accurate to say that as a result of the success of last year's event, $75,000 in local college scholarships were awarded?
Yes,
Then
we
the
awarded that this June.
The prior year
last
was
year's
about
June.
60. Yeah.
Yes, so the more that we get, the
Yeah.
more we can get back to the community. All in Homestead, it doesn't go nowhere else. It's our biggest fundraiser, what we do here.
Very good. Thank you. Council, any questions? Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Grilbo.
I think as a fellow Rotarian myself, I'm extremely proud of the work that Rotary has done to bring the Seafood Fest to Homestead. It is now a signature event that goes beyond what the reach that we have now goes far beyond what I thought would ever be. And I just want to continue to be a part of it, and I think it's something that a lot of people from Homestead feel very proud of. So I'm looking forward to this event, and I'll be supporting this item tonight. Thank you. And Louis, I'm going to make sure I give you a fine before you leave.
I
Thank you,
support
Vice
that.
Mayor. Do you just need a consensus? Do you need a formal motion?
Just a consensus.
Any objections?
No, but I have a comment. As a fellow local civic leader, I want to thank the Rotary Club. I want to thank Louis and you as well, President of the Rotary, and I am very happy to support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate
Welcome.
Okay. Looks like you've got your consensus, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Council. Thank you all. Sorry for the...
Thank you.
So,
and,
take your civics credits and go report them. All right. So I think that takes us to tab 14. Is that correct, Mr. White?
Tab 13, Mayor. So tab
13, yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, so tab 13, 14, and 15 are all related applications pertaining to the same redevelopment of property. Tab 13 is a application for special exception. 14 is site plan, and 15 is the corresponding tentative plat. In an effort to save time, I can introduce each one of those. We could have a collective discussion, public hearing, and then at the conclusion, separately take a vote in the order on tab 13, 14, and 15.
Certainly, let's take them as a package.
All right, so tab 13 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a special exception requested by MMG Homestead LLC for the development of a 4,899 square foot convenience store with 6 ancillary self-service gas pumps on an approximately 0.78 acre parcel of land, generally located north of Northeast 8th Street, Campbell Drive, east of North Flagler Avenue, south of Northeast 11th Street, and west of North Homestead Boulevard. It's legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. Tab 14 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval as requested by MMG LLC, Homestead LLC, for the development of an approximately 4,899 square foot convenience store with 6 ancillary self-service gas pumps and a 4,743 square foot restaurant with a 1,186 square foot outdoor seating area and coffee window on an approximately 2 acre parcel of land, generally located north of Northeast 8th Street, Campbell Drive, east of North Flagler Avenue, south of Northeast 11th Street, west of North Homestead Boulevard, is legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. And lastly is the corresponding application for tentative plat approval, tab 15. It's a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting tentative plat approval as requested by MMG Homestead LLC for the redevelopment an approximately 4,899 square foot convenience store with 6 ancillary self-service gas pumps, and a 4,743 square foot restaurant with a 1,186 square foot outdoor seating area and coffee window on an approximately 2-acre parcel of land, generally located north of Northeast 8th Street, Campbell Drive, east of North Flag, and west of North Homestead Boulevard, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Cordino?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Staff has reviewed the 3 applications. We're recommending approval on all 3 with conditions. What's happening here is the property consists of 2 parcels, currently approved 3,800 square foot Mario's Family Restaurant on the northern parcel and 19,000 square foot motel on the southern parcel. The applicant seeking to redevelop and reconfigure the property with about 5,000 feet, 1-story 7-Eleven convenience store with 6 self-service gas pumps and 12 fueling positions on the northern parcel, and then relocating the Mario's Family Restaurant to the new southern parcel. The new Mario's restaurant would consist of about 4,700 square feet, an outdoor dining area of about 1,100 square feet with seating there, and a coffee window. The applicant intends to construct the project in 2 phases to ensure that the restaurant will continue its operations with little or no interruption. Thus, the southern portion will be demolished and built while Mario's restaurant remains in full operation, and then it'll operate as a swing space. So the breakdown of the application is the number 1, the special exception for the convenience store, the site plan with the 7-Eleven, and then the tentative plat, which is ministerial. The condition that we have, if you were to approve this, that prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy, the applicant, in coordination with Miami-Dade County, would implement the signal optimization that would be required at the intersections of 304th Street and US 1 and 308th Street and West Dixie Highway. Those come to us as a result of the traffic impact analysis. So we are recommending approval for all 3 with that condition of the 2 signals being optimized.
Very good, thank you. I believe the applicant's representative is here.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to see you again in the new year. Happy 2023. I'm here on behalf of MMG Homestead LLC. They are the purchaser and the developer of the project before you this evening. This project, as described by staff, will be the new construction of the new home for Mario's Family Restaurant and the construction of a new 7-Eleven gas station and convenience store. And the store will also have a restaurant component inside of it. That's why it's a larger size than you're used to seeing. I have a short slide presentation, which I will get through as quickly as I can in the interest of it being after 9:30. So as you know, this property is located on Homestead Boulevard, US 1, and Flagler Avenue. We are surrounded on 3 sides by streets, which makes for access in and out of this project and property easier for most people that are pass-by trips. It is already zoned, it already has the land use in place, so no changes to that are being requested this evening. And as you're probably very familiar, Mario's has been here for a very long time, since the 90s, and they service the city breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day, and they're a great member of our community, so we're excited to deliver a new place to them. The Inn at Homestead is 50 rooms. It will be demolished and replaced with the 7-Eleven use, which will be on the northern side of the property. And it bears noting that this motel is sometimes used for temporary housing for homeless families that get vouchers through the Homeless Trust. We will continue to work with the Homeless Trust to make sure that everyone is properly relocated. As a board member on a homeless nonprofit, I know how important that is, and we will make sure that everyone is accommodated for that's there. Most people stay about a week, but you know, as we move forward with eliminating this option for them, we will work with the Homeless Trust to make sure that we do the right things here. This is the site plan for the new layout. So Mario's restaurant will be located to the south end of the property. That will happen as the second phase of the construction here. So Mario's will remain in operation while the western portion of the property is built and the new restaurant building is built, and then they will relocate them first and complete the construction at the corner. This is the general rendering elevation plan, and as you can see, there's attention to all sides of the building. These are the 3D rendered elevations. So as you can see, it's a modern building. There's stone and wood accents. It's an interesting and contemporary design that has a very inviting outdoor seating area, which we think will really enhance Mario's business and activate this area of US 1. And then for the 7-Eleven concept, it is a non-prototype store. They have a significant amount of wood accents here as well, and they will be incorporating a food concept inside of the store to act as restaurant food service for people in the area and people passing through. And our landscape plan paid extra attention to trees and shrubs. We exceed the requirements for landscaped open space. We exceed the shrub count by hundreds of shrubs. The idea here was to make this inviting, to make it green, and to make it a notable, attractive corner for the city on this very busy set of roads. So with that, we do have a plat that will be creating 2 tracks, one for the 7-Eleven parcel and one for Mario's. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have or address any comments that come out of the public comment portion.
Thank you. Council? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple questions and a couple comments. Obviously very excited for Mario's to be growing and be able to do this. But I wanted to ask you a little more about the relocation for the homeless, because I don't know what you might know about, but there are no other areas. The majority of people that get helped within the city of Homestead, a lot of them use there. So personally, I would like to know what else you know about, because we need it.
What I know is that the hotel operator is a partner with the Homeless Trust. So the way the Homeless Trust utilizes these hotel vouchers is they try to keep people out of homeless shelters. So when their outreach people or intake people find a family living in a car or find people on the street or someone calls them for help, if they can, the first choice is to put them directly into affordable housing that accommodates their needs. Second choice is to do the hotel option for a very temporary basis. But if they don't do the hotel, then they go to shelters. And the shelters are, there are shelters in the area. There's Verde Gardens, and Chapman Partnership has their South Campus here. But the hotel network does continue, and other hotels join in and opt out on an ongoing and revolving basis. But I can tell you that as part of the homeless census that is done every 6 months throughout Dade County, and I've actually gone out and counted, the numbers stay pretty consistent at about 800 to 900 folks sleeping on the streets in any given night. So the numbers are surprisingly low compared to other cities. And the reason is that our shelter network and our housing network is very strong. So we will continue to work with the Homeless Trust and make sure that everyone here is accommodated.
Yeah, because the hotels, that is a very good middle ground. There are so many families that don't want to be broken up. They get broken up in the shelters. So as excited I am about this, I am weary about, as low as the numbers are, I know that there are more than a handful of our students in the area that are homeless, and that's already too many.
Yes, I agree.
So, all right, I was just curious about that, but I am, like I said, I am excited for Mario's. And where did Laredo come from, the taco?
It's a concept. I don't know if that will be the ultimate tenant that's inside the 7-Eleven, but that was our signage to show you like what the branding, generally the size and scale of it will be. I don't have details about
I was
that.
just curious. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anything further? Councilwoman?
Yes, thank you. Same comments, same concerns. Very well engaged with the organizations that support the families that are residing there on sometimes longer than what they'd like to be. So if you could just, whether it's individually or at next, this is first reading, right? Yeah.
This is the only reading.
This is the only reading, okay. Just, and we work together a lot, so I know that you'll get back to me with the information. So, you know, our history with working on multiple projects, I believe that you're going to get me the information I need, and that it'll satisfy us. And I'm glad to hear that you're as involved as you are with these matters. So I appreciate it. I'm very happy for Mario's. I think that it's going to be a great improvement to that corner. And the 7-Eleven with another gas station kind of across the street. It's interesting, but it's a different, totally different. 7-Elevens are 7-Elevens, you know?
I think they may end up relocating here, so that's, I think, the general plan.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councilman Roth?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the homeless thing, the shelter there, I had an opportunity to deliver food during the holidays to that specific location through the help of the Children's Trust. They were housing people there. And I kind of have a little different perspective of this. There's a big need that we have down here to provide adequate housing for the homeless on a temporary basis. But the conditions that I saw in some of those units was similar to what we saw out at Homestead Gardens. Not only with pests and other things, but overcrowding of units. So this might be a blessing in disguise for some of those people that use those facilities temporarily. I don't know who owns that property and who operates it and how they're compensated, but I had the same heartfelt thoughts that I did with Homestead Gardens for this place. And we do have to address the needs, because I don't think it's fair to ship people out of here because we don't have adequate facilities to house people that are in need. And we got some high-powered developers in this room that may be able to help us with some of those problems in the future. But obviously I'll support this matter, but I just wanted to address that as well, that as we lose this facility that helps our local residents that need the help temporarily, we need to find other solutions to help them as well. So that's all. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Roth. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm really glad this is happening. I eat at Mario's every morning, every day, except Saturdays and Sundays, because that's when the wife cooks. But
It's when you cook for her, right? When you cook for her.
But I think it's great that you guys have brought this forward. I've wanted to see that motel be redeveloped or demolished for many years. I'm just hearing, I wasn't aware of, what was happening there. So hopefully we can come to some consensus with working together with you. But I love what the new Mario's looks like. I'm looking forward to continuing to attend and go to that restaurant. I like the ambiance. I like the people. I like what it means to the community. It's one of the few that are on the west side. On the east side, they got Casavana, but Mario's is over here, and we're gonna continue to support Mario's and Casavana. But yeah, I'm in full support of this tonight, and I look forward to the construction starting. Thank you.
Yeah, so I knew that was a short-term stay. I didn't understand that it was tied to any agencies. I thought it was just, people who lost their homes were moving in there. But, so my overview is, And we've kind of talked around that as the city becomes built out, that redevelopment is coming. We need to start getting ready for redevelopment. I think this is may very well be that first domino of redevelopment, as you say, on the west side. That's positive, and I want to compliment the textures and the colors and the materials, and I hope the reports just don't say we approved a 7-Eleven. We approved a 7-Eleven that looks like no other. Again, those colors, the textures, the materials are very distinct and unique, and I'm joined with I think all my colleagues that this is exciting to clean up this corner and to have this type of project with exposure from 3 different directions. I think that can be a very positive move running all the way up to Campbell Drive along that route. So I'm excited to support this and see it move on. Looking for, and look, we can say too that this proves that our local mom and pops not only can survive, but they can thrive. For someone to undertake this kind of expansion and the expense of doing that new building, that's very meaningful and very indicative that this community does, can, and will support mom and pops. So with that, do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilwoman Avila.
Public hearing?
Yes,
Public hearing.
public hearing, okay. I'm sorry. It's after 9:30, we're not really here anyway. I'll open the public hearing. Any public comment? Didn't think so. I'll close the public
Wanted to
hearing.
make sure.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. And this is on there, 3 different items with this one? Starting with this is tab 13.
13, 14, 15.
Any particular order? Does the order, just 13 is fine?
The order's fine. First two.
Yeah.
Recall staff has a condition related to one certificate of
Right.
coordination with the county for signalization. So we'll add that condition into
Right.
the resolution.
And that's implicit in the motion? Yes. Okay, you made the motion, right? Yeah.
Just to be clear, that is something that is not in their control. Is that correct?
You suggested it.
You suggested it. Okay, I'll rest there.
They accept it. Yes. All right. All right, so I think we're in position to vote on tab 13. So roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, next item is tab 14, which is site plan approval. Moved by Councilwoman Avila, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing. Close the public hearing. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And finally, tab 15. This is the tentative plat, moved by Councilwoman Avila, seconded by the regular customer. Is there anyone wishing to make a comment on this item? We'll close the public hearing. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Roth? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much. And
Thank
just
you.
to say again, thank you for approving this. It supports local businesses, and it shows that with the right partners, they can thrive. And so we appreciate it. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. All right, so let's do 2 things. We need a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30, or we just send Hugo home for the night and make him come back tomorrow. Oh, you think I'm joking? All right. And do we need to take 5 before we start the next hearing? All right. Okay, so I have a please and a pretty please. Okay. So, motion to extend to 10:30? All in favor? Any opposed? We'll reconvene in 5 minutes or so. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Aren't gonna be anyone. Okay. I need to stretch my legs anyway.
Jimmy.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I'm writing. I was writing something and he interrupted. Yeah, they still have his card there.
The bad guys left.
Ah. They did it?
thing.
Your kids go through like around 2.5, 3 years, like a sleep depression phase, they would be left up like for hours. And then you have the other ones, I remember like we had meetings and then you're like, oh, you have to play this up, you know.
All right, we're back. And we are on to first reading of tab 16. Mr. White.
Yes, this is your last and final item this evening, land use item for consideration, quasi-judicial item. This is tab 16. It's first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to the development order for the Villages of Homestead development of regional impact, providing for severability, conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Cordino.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. The staff recommends that the mayor and council approve the requested Villages Homestead DRI Development Order Master Plan Amendment as the request is consistent with Section 380.067 of the Florida statutes. I guess the details of this used to be what we called a notice of proposed change, or what's happening here is there's going to be a redistribution of land in the DRI. This is going to result in an overall decrease in total acreage from the commercial area, hotel and recreation, golf course, the DRI land use categories. The overall number of dwelling units in the DRI, sectors 9 and 12, will be increased by 103 dwelling units. However, the total maximum number of permitted residential dwelling units within the DRI will remain unchanged at 9,860. There are 7 different categories which will increase or decrease if you want. These are all spelled out in the tables that we have in this. I can go through those now, or we can ask for questions. We can wait for questions later and let the applicant present whatever your pleasure is. You want to hear those things specifically, the details of what's happening?
Let's go ahead and do that, and then they can expand on.
So the commercial use acreage is currently approved at 57.96 acres. That's going to be decreased by 10 acres, resulting in a total of about 47.96 acres of commercial use. The total overall commercial square foot throughout the DRI currently approved remains at 924,000 square feet. That remains unchanged. The existing open space acreage of 608.15 acres shall be increased by 87.97 acres, resulting in a total of 696.19 acres of open space throughout the entire DRI. In sectors 8 and 12, the existing overall golf course acreage of 150 acres shall be decreased by about 76.31 acres. It will be decreased to 76.31 acres, a decrease of 73.69 acres. In Section 8, the existing golf course acreage of 75 acres shall be decreased to 72.89 acres. In Sector 12, the existing golf course acreage of 75 acres shall be decreased to 3.42 acres. In Sector 12, the open space park usage currently approved at 0 acres will be increased by 6.07 acres, resulting in a total of 6.07 acres. In Sector 12 also, the existing 14.67 hotel acres shall be decreased to 0 acres. In Sector 9, the existing number of permitted residential dwelling units of 286 dwelling units shall be increased to 337 dwelling units, which includes an increase of 51 dwelling units transferred from the following DRI sectors, Sector 41, from the following DRI sectors, 41 dwelling units from Sector 1, and 1 dwelling unit from Sector 10, and 9 dwelling units from Sector 11. In Sector 12, the existing number of permitted residential units of 1,193 dwelling units shall be increased to 1,245 dwelling units, which includes an increase of 52 dwelling units transferred from the following sectors: 49 dwelling units from Sector 1 and 3 dwelling units from Sector 11. The developer, Lennar Home, intends to develop 2 residential subdivisions and redevelop the golf course and clubhouse as part of the project. The related site plans, T-plats, and requests for community development districts and special tasking districts will proceed during the second reading should this item move forward. So again, we are recommending an approval, and I'm sure you have questions. We're here to answer them, and so is the applicant.
Come on down.
Good evening. Once again, Mayor, LPA was 3 days ago, I think. Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue. I'm joined this evening by Carlos Gonzalez of Lennar Homes, as well as Omar Armenteros of Fort Armenteros, and my colleague Amanda Naljif. It's a pleasure to be before all of you. I want to thank you all for your time. All of you obviously disclosed. I've had numerous meetings. All of us met in person at some point in December and or January. We had follow-up phone calls. We also had a round of meetings when this application was filed earlier in the year last year. So I'm excited that it's coming to an end here over the next couple of months. And so we've got a presentation. I realize that time of night, I'll try and be as brief as I can. I have some good news, some of what Mr. Corradino just read, or a lot of what he just read. I've got a couple of graphics that show how the density is moving around, might kind of give a little bit of a picture to the words that you heard. I want to thank staff. The DRI is this living, breathing organism that's been around. I'm reminded that it's, I'm only slightly older than the DRI. It was created in 1975. I was born in 74. So, it's been around a long time. It's had a lot of changes. But a couple of points are fundamental. And I know that Mr. Corradino spoke to them. One, whatever movement we're making of density this evening, we're not increasing density at all. So let's, obviously put that to rest. I know we've made that comment multiple times. The density cap of 9,860 has been in place for, at this point, approximately 20 years. It did move down. At one point, the cap was like 14,000, but it did keep moving down, and it's been set at its current number for about 20 years. That isn't moving, and we may be moving around where it's going to be built within this approximately 1,000-acre DRI, but we're not adding a single entitlement that isn't already considered and has not been in the books for 20 years. That's on the density side and the homes. Obviously, at second reading, you'll have a site plan. You'll have a lot more to wrap your arms around when it comes to what all of that will look like. We've shown all of you some of those things. We've taken feedback from you. We expect to do more of that. The second thing, obviously, that's fundamental here is there's a lot more to it than density and a home. There is the revitalization of a golf course and a clubhouse that's been shuttered for a long time and not been serving this area and this community. And Lennar Homes has made a commitment by purchasing all of this, not just buying the land. They could have tried to negotiate for just building, the homes and leaving the clubhouse or the golf course to be someone else's problem. They're tackling the whole thing. And we were talking earlier this evening, Carlos and I, and he first started thinking about buying this land. He was telling me it was close to 10 years ago. That's how long he's been sort of thinking this is kind of, where we'd like to be and leave an imprint. And I'm excited about the imprint we're going to leave. So Go to the next slide. I think it's this one. Again, site plan discussions will come later, but just broadly speaking, the project will predominantly be in the south portion of the DRI, with the exception of what we call the proposed KG2 North site in Sector 9, which is of the many different things you heard Joe mention, Mr. Cordino mention. That's the reduction of commercial. That's the sales center site. It's currently 14 acres. The sales center is remaining on 4 acres. The balance 10 acres are being developed. Every other portion of the development is obviously on the south side of what you see there, on the east side of the existing golf course, and then of course the west side of the existing golf course is the portion that's going to be renovated, gutted, complete from top to bottom, and we've got some illustrations about that. We've got some commitments we're going to get to about all of that, but this is the broad area of Keys Gate 2 and what we're proposing. Here's the north portion in those single-family homes, and again, we'll get into site planning later on, but just a little up close, and then on the south side. And really, if nothing else, I mean, as we moved around the density, we did want to remain sensitive to single-family homes next to single-family homes, things of that nature, and so the light green that you see, and we'll get into more detail during second reading, those are all single-family homes. And then obviously on the east side of the picture on your screen there are the townhomes that we would propose. Obviously on the west side, what looks like a golf course is the fully renovated 18-hole golf course with a driving range, with mini golf, and then the clubhouse on the top, the existing clubhouse, which is going to be renovated from top to bottom, and we'll have some illustrations of all of that. We've talked a little bit about what's being purchased is over 200 acres, multiple parcels, and we'll show you how that all moves around. Existing land use designation and zoning has been in place for many, many years. It's what's called PRAC and then PUD. Those categories have been in place certainly every one of these that I've done for close to 13 or 14 years now, and much longer than that. This application, as I mentioned, we're talking about moving around density and uses within the Villages of Homestead DRI, impacting certain sectors, and again, total dwelling units remains 9,860 units, and that isn't changing. The current approved master plan, and this is, at this scale, a little difficult to see, but I mean, if you can just think back to the graphic we showed you with the site plan, obviously on the north side, what you see up there that's in red, that's where the sales center is and will be single family. On the south side, the east portion of that golf course that you see there, that's the portion that'll have the residential development. The west portion golf course will remain and be improved and enhanced. So just to give you some flavor of what that is. A bunch of categories remain the same and aren't touched: mixed use, institutional, industrial mixed use, office, baseball facility, motorsport facility, and again, the residential total density. DRI is very, very large. We only seek a change for the discrete project that we're trying to build. None of these things changes. If they're designated for any of these in other parts of the DRI, they remain that way. Nothing you do this evening or at second reading will change all of that. What does change is the commercial that I've hit on, the decrease in 10 acres, that's the sales center site. A hotel that has been for a long time had been a placeholder right next to the clubhouse. I think kind of the time has come to realize that the hotels have been built, a bunch of them, but over on US 1, gateway to Florida City and to the Keys. In Keys Gate, a hotel never really took root, and so that land is being, that area is being repurposed for the residential development of the units that are already approved. The residential dwelling units in the sectors, and again, sectors 9 and 12. 9 is the sales center site pod. 12 is basically the rest of the entire development, the vast majority of the development, and the increase that we have, and we'll show you from where the 51 and the 52 units that we're adding, both of those sectors are coming from. Golf course and open space and recreation, obviously all important and all somewhat intertwined. By definition, the golf course is being decreased by approximately half, give or take, because half of the golf course is being repositioned as a residential development. The other half, of course, is being renovated. However, open space increases, and part of the reason for that is because the totality of that acreage is shown as golf course. But when you develop a project and an area that says residential, you develop it as residential, the DRI takes all of the land there and says, all of this will be residential. But when you actually put a site plan on there, and you'll see this at the next meeting, you'll see that there are pocket parks and green space and all of that, because it goes from being just like a big square to a project. And so we were able to recapture open space and more usable open space throughout the DRI, and in particular in the development that is being proposed, and we'll show a lot of that to you at second reading, even though we're decreasing the golf course. So golf course goes down, but open space overall, and as part of the project goes up. And then recreational increase for the tennis court pavilion by 6.07 acres. So here's that graphic, and again, some of the pictures that also support what Mr. Corradino had said earlier, where things are being decreased and increased in Sector 9, the commercial change and the units. In Sector 12, the decrease of the hotel, the increase of the units, the golf course decrease. And then Sector 1, preserve, that's actually important. I haven't touched on that point. There are currently 90 dwelling units that are designated for that parcel there. That parcel has a mix of wetlands. Some are of better quality, some are pretty degraded quality. The point is 90 homes, in theory, could be built there. And in practice, you could probably build them. You can mitigate for wetlands. You can impact the wetlands. There's a lot you can do, and you can work with DERM. What we've done is we've moved those 90 from there, and we'll leave that and commit to leaving that as open space and preserve. Very preliminary conversations with DERM about how maybe that could become a very nice area, when they're left untouched and you don't try to develop them, you end up with, getting birds coming through and getting a lot of different things. So rather than trying to, find a way to develop that particular parcel that got the density originally, one of the things we did was that's the big part of the units we're moving. And we can see it here as Sector 9 increases by 51 dwelling units, and 41 of them are coming from Sector 1, that's that preserve. And then in Sector 12, if you look down to the bottom, 49 of the 52 units that we're moving into that sector are coming from Sector 1. So really, the largest donor sector is that Sector 1. Rather than developing that site and finding a way to kind of figure out what DERM wants or doesn't want, and pain mitigation and all of that, leave it all untouched. It was DERM's preference anyways, and then develop it in other portions of the DRI. And here is the last one of these graphics that kind of shows that. So you see from Sector 1 on the left, you've got arrows going to 9 and 12, and then 10 and 11, which are substantially and essentially built out. Both had some units that had been allocated previously, but projects didn't get all the way to the max capacity of those two sectors. And so if we had gone back, you'll see that there's just a handful of units. I mean, we're getting one unit was left over in Sector 10, and it's going to Sector 9, and there were a total of 12 units left over in Sector 11, 9 going to 9, and 3 going to 12. So again, the vast majority of the units being moved are that Sector 1 over to the development site. Open space and golf course, and again, I touched a little bit about this already, how the open space goes up, and you'll see some more of that in the site plan and the usability of the open space, and then the golf course, of course, by definition, being reduced and comes down. And so the graphs and the work we've done with your staff will show all of that, and Mr. Corradino read into that. Some more of the open space summary, again, just kind of very detailed as to what we're doing and seeing, again, where it is that some of this open space is coming. And you'll see that 12 gets a lot of it, and 12 is the one being developed, and that's the point that I made. When you see the site plan, you'll realize that rather than just going from an entire sector where it said golf course and nothing else was accounted for, that area will have 35 acres, because that's the development area, and there'll be pocket parks and other elements that actually will make the open space usable. And here is, again, graphic of where that open space is going to be, majority of which will be in 8 and 12, which is where development is occurring, and obviously in Sector 1, because now those 20 acres that had the 90 units won't be developed, and they'll be remain as open space preserve. And this is what we hope that it all looks like in the end. You'll see the golf course only remains on the left side. You'll see the preserve is in green as an open space, and up at the top you'll see that the site next to the sales center became white for the development instead of red for commercial. Proposed golf course, and again, and I teed it up at the beginning, and it was critical to have the conversations that we've had with all of you about it, and that we've had with the community. We appreciate, more than most, maybe a little less than the residents that have lived it, but more than most, because again, Lennar has been working to get this property for a long time, and I've worked on this project for a long time. The vital importance of getting that golf course open again, revitalizing that community, bringing something that people are proud of, adding and credit goes to sort of working with the right professionals to realize that it wouldn't just be a golf course, it would also be a mini golf, and let's engage and have ways in which families can come. Let's have it also have a driving range that people can come, even if they're not going to play golf for 3-4 hours that it might take to play a whole round. Let's have that come. And then the clubhouse. But really this proposed golf course is going to really kind of bring back what I think this community and what Lennar intends to do. And I've heard Carlos say it time and again. I mean, they are selling an amenity-laden community. These homes that we hope to get approved between today with first reading and second reading, these are all amenities that are going to help sell those homes, but they're also going to benefit the area and the community that already exists and the residents that already exist there. Vitally important is the ownership structure. It's the very first one up there, and we've talked a lot about that with all of you. You'll see the creation of a CDD at second reading, your resolution of support. The CDD, as you all know, is created by the county, but we all, we're asked to secure the resolution of support from the city. In this particular case, that CDD is going to have that fundamental function, and we've committed to transferring the golf course to the CDD. And that's vitally important because that's going to do a couple of things. One, it's going to take it out of any private ownership hands and ensure that this community, the folks that live there today and the future residents of this community will always have a say, because there's going to be a CDD, which is quasi-judicial. And I think a couple of you have gotten your start in public service and interest as being in communities that have CDDs. So it was vitally important that we found a long-term mechanism to ensure that the golf course remained publicly available and open, and the CDD is the best option for that. The only other option would be for the city of Homestead to own it, and we kept joking about that, but I don't think that the city is interested in buying golf courses. I think we just saw City of Miami sell one for a soccer stadium. It's a challenge, but this way the golf course remains publicly available and publicly owned. The second thing that allows us to do, and I'll get into a couple of other conditions a little later, but it also allows us to make a commitment, and we'll get into some of the commitments, and I'll touch upon them, but we'll get into how we'll memorialize those at second reading when you can actually, sort of condition approval and have these conditions. But one of the conditions is going to be that if the golf course at some point down the road ceases to function as a golf course, it would remain open space. It would have to remain open space. It would have to remain publicly available and open to the community. Again, it would be virtually impossible to ask a private owner to ever make that commitment because you'd be almost infringing on property rights, right? You can't force someone to run a business. But government can say, you know what, there's a greater public good. We will run a golf course for as long as we can, and we hope it's 100 years. But if for some reason that golf course does not succeed, it will remain open space. It will remain publicly available for the community, and that's critical. Get into a couple more of the improvements in a bit, but or the commitments and conditions we hope to have at second reading in a bit. Improvements, tee boxes, greens, fairway routing, the whole thing is going to be gutted, rebuilt. I don't think too many other folks confess to being golfers. Councilman Fletcher, I know you confess to being a golfer, and we talked a lot about this particular issue from top to bottom. Irrigation systems, the whole thing gets gutted, resodded, bunkers. You've got to build, basically 18 new green complexes because it's only half a golf course. Right now it has 9, but when you reroute it, you're not going to be able to use the same one. So all of that gets changed. We are anticipating on the magnitude of $6.5 million to rebuild the golf course. So that's the money and that's the investment that Lennar will make in making sure that this is there for the community. And this is, a description, and you saw it at the larger scale with the mini golf and the driving range, putting and chipping green. Maintenance, and then I'll talk a little about the clubhouse. Can't read it at this scale. I've got it here more, but everything you could imagine, from tee boxes to fairways to irrigation to, the cart paths, down to, what they do and how they do it. The company Brightview that is doing this manages in excess of 80 golf courses. These are folks that do this for a living. That's who's going to help rebuild this golf course, get it off the ground, manage it, maintain it. That's critical and that's vital. The community has that assurance. Proposed clubhouse renovations, it's the bones are fantastic. It's huge. It's a huge clubhouse, but the bones are fantastic. So full interior renovation while maintaining sort of the bones and the size of it. Restaurant, golf shop, golf cart storage for public use, pool, gym, ballroom, management offices for the proposed project. To draw a couple of distinctions, I'm going to show you a couple of the pictures that we've shown with all of you. Completely renovated clubhouse. As we all know, the clubhouse from this angle, from the front, looks like a one-story building, but it's because of the sloping in the back, we know that it actually has, it is a two-story building, and that's important. I'll show you in the next slide. You'll also notice there's a whole pool complex and all of that. None of that, of course, exists. We've had conversations with all of you about who will be able to use this. The clubhouse will be the clubhouse for the residents that are going to be part of this proposed project if the project is approved. And so their dues and just their normal, fees will cover them doing that. But it will be made available, and again, another commitment that we'll memorialize as we move forward to second reading in either a declaration of covenants or proposed conditions. It will be open for any member of the community, Keysgate or outside, you may live in another part of Homestead or whatever the case may be, to become a member. If you choose not to, you have access to come play golf and just pay for your greens fees, or use the driving range and pay for your bucket of balls, or play mini golf. You can come have a bite to eat at the restaurant. You don't have to be a member to do any of that. All of that is open to the community, as soon as those are open. But if you want use of the gym, use of the pool, this ground floor is the public access, which is the restaurant and the pro shop and all of that. But if you want room for this, or if you want access to the private club aspects of it, again, if you live in the community, in the proposed community, it will be your home club. And some of you live in communities that have clubhouses, and you know what that means. But it will be open for anyone else, other residents of Keysgates or others that want to just join, pay what others pay, and have access then to the gym, to being able to book the ballroom for an event or the gathering space for an event. That is made available. So again, it remains publicly open. There is an opportunity for that public to use that. Mr. Gordino mentioned it, early on. As you read the item, we're fortunate to have their recommendation of approval. We are within the boundaries and the parameters of what the DRI requires, and so we've worked closely with them and him and his team to get that, and we don't take it lightly, and we appreciate being able to go through all of the iterations of calculations and the like to get to that finishing point. I did want to talk a little bit, and I've hit on a couple of commitments we've made to all of you, commitments we've made to some of the neighbors that we've spoken with over many months, and again reiterated this evening. We've talked about the golf course getting started right away when Lennar closes on this property. We've talked about that. We are going to introduce a condition when the final approvals are made, and we'll work with your city attorneys and the like to give it the right language, that we will, upon immediately closing on it, submit for permits and get that process moving right away. In fact, Lennar has done a lot of work up front, has already put in for permits and done a lot of work. So it's a commitment we're happy to make, and we've basically already started. We are talked a lot about how long, how long a runway there'll be for the golf course to operate. Lennar's committed to, once it's finished and redone, and depending on when you start rebuilding the golf course, it depends on when it'll finish because of the growing seasons and when you can actually finish growing it out. But from whatever point it starts, Lennar's made a commitment. I think we made it to all of you in recent days and in December, that it will be open for at least 2 years after that. Listen, if it's working and we are spending a lot of money to renovate it, Lennar wants it to be highly functioning. They're going to spend the money to make sure that it does that. They're going to hire the right people like Brightview. But at a very minimum, the community will have and understand that there will be a period of time, guaranteed period of time, and we hope much, much longer than that. And again, keep in back, keep in the back of your minds that if there is any issue down the road, whether it's in year 5, 10, or 20, or 50, where the golf course just isn't a viable business option, and the CDD and the folks who live and are on that CDD board of supervisors and that future date decide we don't want to continue to lose money, we're having to deficit fund this, we're having to ask our residents to pay even more because golf has completely gone out of favor and everybody plays pickleball, which may happen because it seems like a pickleball court's going up every corner, then they can close it as a golf course, but it has to remain open as open space available to the public, walking paths, trails, and the like. That will be memorialized again. Our preference, and we'll work with staff, is to do a covenant, a recorded covenant with commitments such as those that I've just articulated for all of you to take into consideration as part of the approval if we're fortunate to get to a second reading. So again, we've got a real high level of excitement. This is just not a typical residential community with nothing else. The idea of being able to revitalize this golf course, the clubhouse, to really, help close out the balance of units that are left to be built in Keys Gate, to finish building out a master plan that's been in place, as I joked, for almost as long as I've been alive, is an exciting opportunity. And when you couple it with some of the commitments that Lennar has made, I think we think that there's ample reason for support both this evening and at second reading when we give you a lot more information. So I want to thank you all again for your time this evening, but also over the last days and in December and when we first filed. We've met multiple times. I know your time is valuable. We appreciate it. We would ask for your favorable support this evening. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to reserve a little time. I know there are some folks here. I suspect they'll bring up a couple points we'll want to hit on. But thank you again for your time, and I also look forward, of course, to answering your questions.
Good, thank you. Appreciate that comprehensive overview. Council, would like to kick it off. Councilman Fletcher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Arza, for the presentation. I want to say, wow, it's time. It's been a long time. It's been 6 years since that golf course closed.
Yeah.
Ultimately, looking forward to seeing what this process brings. But I also want to make something perfectly clear. The Sector 1 land is unbuildable. So calling it a preserve, and moving units from it is hogwash. Okay, it's unbuildable. So I don't care too much about the numbers, but let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
It's unbuildable land.
I was told that, some of the wetlands were not of a quality that you could build it, but I'll take your word for it. I'm
If you'd like to walk out there, we would break a few ankles, most likely.
Well, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. So long term, let's just make sure we're clear on what we're talking about.
Right.
Appreciate the applicant saying that they're going to start the golf course immediately. Do they have an estimated construction time? Understanding that we are in South Florida and a growing season is all year.
Yeah. No, so what we've been told is that it'll approximately take between 18 and 20 to 22 months. But the reason there's some variation in that is, again, because whenever they get the permit, they can start. If they finish and we're able to sod in November or December, you can't do that. It doesn't rain enough. And so but if the timing works out that the way they start, they're ready to sod it in April, then there'll be no delay at all. It'll get sodded, it'll grow over the summer, and it'll be open for play immediately. So that's why we have to give you a range. But we anticipate 18 to 22 months, give or take, for that construction and for it to be ready to be open.
So I'll offer the same advice that I offered to city staff tonight. Let's find efficiencies.
Let's find a way to make it faster.
Make it faster.
We'll work on that for sure.
One of the concerns that we have is wildlife relocation. As you start constructing, there's a lot of things out there, snakes and whatnot, and they start moving into neighborhoods that are already there. Is there going to be like a review, or somebody goes out and takes a look and sees what might be there and what may be relocated prior to construction begins?
I don't know if we have to typically do that. I mean, a lot of sites are, previously farmed and the like, and so that's not as big an issue, but I'll get you an answer certainly by second reading of what procedures can be put in place to ensure that before we go disturb ground, we're not ferreting out a bunch of critters that are going into the community. That's right. Obviously for obvious reasons, that's very important. So we'll have an answer for you.
Okay, I appreciate that. And one of the things is, some of the lakes out there have the American crocodile in them.
Yeah,
that have migrated. Pythons, tremendous. you know, my neighbors in their backyard, rattlesnakes, and you start moving stuff around, everything starts moving. So it's very important we look at that.
We'll work on that and have an answer for you.
I think the community is again, ready to move forward and see what happens. So I look
Yeah.
forward to supporting this tonight. And we do have some issues still with some of the elevations that we're going to discuss.
Don't we always?
And the color frame, so.
Yeah, we will. And I'm remiss, and I'm sorry that I didn't mention it before. You talked about the community. I think you all received a letter of support from a number of delegates. I think there are community members here, and some of those folks that signed that letter are here who were supporting the NOPC change. And full disclosure, like you, they want to see a little bit more about the site plan and finish discussing that, but we do want to thank them for their support for at least the vision of what we're proposing. And I forgot to do that during my presentation. Thank you for reminding me.
And again, appreciate Lennar moving forward with this project. With that, I'll yield the time back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Avila?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Hugo and Mr. Gonzalez, for meeting with me and to going over all the details. I have 4 items. First one is one word that sounds like 2, or maybe it's 2 words. I'm tired to figure it out, but turn over.
What's that?
Turn over.
Turnover, okay.
CDD, the business success component for the restaurant and for the overall golf course. And my understanding was that Lennar would control the golf course for at least 2 years from its opening its doors for business.
Yes,
And I
that's-
thought, so I misheard you when you said from starting.
No. From when it's open for play.
Okay.
Yes, no, that's, I'm
Very
sorry
good.
if I misspoke. It's late for me too.
I know.
But no, from when it's open for play. And,
Okay. So with regards to the turnover, I know that Lennar does not bear the burden of making that happen. But I need, between now and next reading, I need you guys to figure out how you're going to bring assurances to the residents that exist now in the Keysgate community on how that's going to happen and what that's going to look like in the timeline.
Well, we talked about it when we
Right.
met, and obviously, most recently, that was only yesterday.
Right.
We've already started those conversations. I am very confident that at second reading, we will be able to much more concretely give a timeline and exactly kind of what that process looks like, and give the
Wonderful.
neighbors what we understand they've waited for a long time. But I do appreciate you stating it is not entirely in our control.
I know.
And so, but we will do everything we can with the folks that are selling the land to us, whose control it is in, to ensure that we've got an acceptable answer to you and to the community on that second reading.
And so while you do that, I'm also, asking our council to fact check as much as possible whatever information we do receive, so that we are all on the same page as to what the, expectations are. With regards to the CDD, I live in a CDD. I sat as chair of a CDD for many years. I know that it's not a lot of people's favorite word, but it is a great mechanism for allowing for these communities to be affordable for market pricing. My main concern for the CDD in this scenario, and it's not even the county wanting us to do the resolution or of support, or the possibility of it ever going defunct and us having to take it over. It's not really a possibility in my mind. But with regards to the CDD functioning as the the business engine to making this golf course and restaurant profitable and successful after Lennar's turnover to the CDD, because the ideal or the idea of or the concept of the membership of the club being open to the public, that's nothing new. That's part of all the all the CDDs that I'm aware of here in Homestead. What the problem is that it's not advertised.
Right.
And so the boards and the elected members of the CDD tend to become very territorial and privatize the asset and the amenity. And they do that to their own detriment, because they sit on an asset that is a jewel and that can turn profit, and it can generate non-assessment revenues to help reduce their overall expenses and dues to run their clubhouse and to actually turn a profit and do more capital improvements. So I digress. My point is that I want you guys to try to help me understand whether it's the way that the documents are written up, or if it's just the way it's practiced, and work with our team to help me get to a point where I feel comfortable that this CDD is not going to be ran as it has been in other communities historically. Okay? Not for tonight, but just for homework, okay?
And you mentioned that to us again when we last met, which the last meeting was just yesterday, and you and I spoke again today. You know, I think
when we met a year ago, this was the one thing I did bring up. So this is not just yesterday's request. Okay.
The healthy skepticism that any governmental or quasi-governmental agency may not run a business as well as the private sector. I mean, I think you all, we've heard it today and how long things take. And I mean, there's just, we get that government is not, and a CDD is a governmental agency. You know, I think the distinguishing factor is that obviously Lennar, you know, will be the CDD up front, right? I mean, when it's created, Lennar will own all the land as they develop all of it. And they are very much a private sector entity, very used to marketing, very used to selling. They want to sell out this community, and the engine and the power of Lennar's marketing and what they do is going to be there. I think that's a bit of a distinguishing factor, and what I think Lennar would hope to do is to leave it in a place. They'll hire the right people. It's not going to be the CDD board of people figuring out, well, how often do we cut the grass, or what do we do? No, they'll hire all of that, leave it in a way that by the time that the turnover, that CDD and Lennar no longer, is finished building out this community, that it's operating well, because for a number of years it operated really under the auspices of a private business that has every incentive to make money. So, but we'll sit with you and try and figure out how we can make you comfortable on that point.
Great, thank you. So, a lot of the weight of my approval, especially with all the density, is on these components. So I look forward to getting those answers and to seeing it come through. We'll look at site plan, we'll look at elevations, and I think that this community is going to be built into the same, style and look as what's already kind of existing in the area. So I'm not going to apply my agri-hood, concepts to this one, but moving forward, I am looking at wanting to see more merging of farm life and.
Sure, we heard you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll rest there.
Thank you, Councilman Roth.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. I'm excited. More excited about the fact that for I don't know how many years the residents had questioned and asked and fought for their own independence out there. They haven't ever been able to govern themselves. They've always been under the control of someone else. I know many of my friends that lived in Keysgate fought for that. Some of them are still there, and some of them have left. And I think they may even come back when it actually happens and celebrate with those that are still there, because it's been a long time coming.
I thought they were going to come back and buy some of the new homes. You got us excited there for a minute.
Well, I'm not into the marketing aspect of that, but I'm excited about that portion. The couple of things that I have, as you develop out the old sales center property, just to the west of that is the lake and another open parcel that is owned by the same group. And part of my concerns are, again, and we spoke about it on a different property, but that intersection that's just to the south of South Canal and Kingman, with all those new homes that are being built there now, I haven't seen what is taking place there, but I can't imagine it's very fun to leave there in the morning and make that left to go north to catch the turnpike. There's that little road that sits right behind the sales center. That would be South Canal, not North Canal.
South Canal Drive, you're saying, right.
So I often mentioned in the past about giving them an alternative route to exiting to the east and then going north on Kingman. There's an unpaved roadway on South Canal to the west of the property that could be converted as access from South Canal to North Canal which would lead them in a safer direction to the light on Kingman and North Canal to go north. So something to consider. I'm not sure why this piece is not a part of the entire package, but the owner still has control over that, and I think that that would help ease some of that burden. They do have the option to travel west on South Canal to Farm Life if they choose to do that, but I think that access, if it could be engineered, would relieve a lot of the pressure at that intersection there of South Canal and Farm Life, or Kingman, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I pulled out my phone not to check on the
No, I
on
have
a
it on my
sports
phone
score,
here.
but because I wanted to confirm. I actually believe the city owns that access road. I just looked it up on the property appraiser's office. I've looked at it in the past. I wanted before I stated. So Councilman Roth, we certainly can take a look, talk to your city, because property appraiser shows that connection between South Canal and Canal as being owned by the city, meaning that it's been previously dedicated at some point by someone. So, I mean, a road could, city property road could easily be accommodated there. And, I'll talk to staff and see if, what options there might be for improving that area and maybe creating that relief you're talking about.
Right, and it goes back to the other conversation we had about the other development where the improvements seem to come way after things happen. And the improvement I'm talking about now is the traffic light that Leonard basically gave us the money to do at the entrance, I think, at Center Gate and the new developments there. That traffic light has not been erected yet. So, and that project is almost 100% completely built out. Yeah. And that's the same theme we were talking about earlier, where developers have, proffered up or even have paid for these enhancements and improvements, but none of those improvements have happened. So it doesn't help with the relief of the traffic congestion and all the things that we were hoping we would get with that development. So just for staff to just keep us updated on these improvements. Those traffic lights were paid for many years ago. They're not there yet. And then the improvements to relieve some of the pressure off of South Canal. I can't imagine what it looks like in the morning. I just can't imagine what it looks like. And just keep an eye on that stuff as we progress, because it's just going to be so important that we listen to everyone that's got these concerns about traffic. And I mean, to the credit of Lennar last time, they ponied up the money that we asked for, but the light hasn't been improved. It hasn't been there yet. So just please, as soon as you can, get those things worked out, and we'll move on from there. So, but that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Good. Councilwoman.
Thank you. I'll be brief. 2 minutes. So it took me 2 hours and 14 minutes to get to work today because of the amount of cars that are leaving Homestead. So whenever there's an application coming before us relative to density, my gut is to say no, because it's a quality of life issue. But to be fair, I look at what is the value add to this community. Where's the value? And I think about turnover. I think about the golf course. I lived in the community, and and Carlos know, and I screamed it from my balcony. I won't say my rooftop, but the balcony. I wanted a voice and vote on our CDD and our HOA. It took us a long time. So I feel your pain, Keys Gate. I hear you. I feel your pain. But with this project, doesn't the statutory requirements of turnover, if it's 90% build out, doesn't that come into play on this property?
So there are
this project.
There are special rules for DRIs. So just historically, the DRIs have had a different set of rules. So the one you're familiar with in the community you live in most of those cases does not apply. There are exemptions for DRIs. That's why what we're hoping to do is provide for something fairly equivalent in a commitment by second reading, so that no one has to guess or anticipate, but will have the assurances they need. But the short answer is no. I mean, the same statutory provision that you would have been reading when you were wondering when the turnover would occur in your community is not quite the same for the DRI lands because of the history of DRIs and them being exempted. But we're gonna hope to land at the same exact place with a commitment, and you have our word that we'll do that before second reading.
Thank you so much. That's very important for me. That is a value add
Right.
for me. And then the golf course. The Keysgate community and the overall South Dade community wants this golf course.
Yeah.
We want the clubhouse. I love the pool. So with that assurance that you're going to prioritize building that clubhouse, not on the back end, but the front end, that is a value add for me. So although the density gives me heartburn, I will accept that because there is a value add. And Carlos, thank you so much for your commitment, and Lennar for bringing that value add, and also thank you for your corporate citizenship. I love it. Thank you so much. And I saw you give your card to him. So hold his feet to the fire. So with that, I'll rest, Mayor, because I know it's late.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Were you waiting? Are you ready?
No, I'm just going to echo a lot of the things that you guys have said. You guys have touched on all the topics. I got married at this clubhouse. It means something to me. I can't wait to have this clubhouse up and running again. I can't wait to learn how to play golf. I think he's going to teach me a little bit.
You're a baseball player by nature. You're gonna pick it right
Yeah,
up.
but they say to be a good politician, you got to learn to play golf. So I'm going to learn to play golf. So yeah, I'm ready to move forward with this item tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Echoing the same thing, I know that the community is very excited about the turnover and the golf course, and although I've never wanted to play in my life, I will be definitely playing a game when that thing opens.
And you'll definitely come and do mini golf with the kids. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. And again, I kind of echo most of the sentiments and the issues here. And thank you, Councilman Fletcher, for talking about the preserve. And that's kind of something that's been glossed over. So let's talk about that. Is that just going to become abandoned property? Is that going to be conveyed to the CDD? Who's going to be responsible for its upkeep?
Well, I don't know that we've given for Sector 1 the ownership. Let me ask if we've gone that far. If the answer is I'm not sure yet, and we'll have you an answer by second reading.
It's
I think
fine. I
can
know
do
we
it,
have
but
a lot
let's
of
give
other
Carlos a chance to-
opportunity.
Yeah, if I can.
I'm really good at not answering questions, but I'll let him try this one.
Well,
You
or-
can go to work
or
for the president.
Really answering it. Carlos Gonzalez, Regional Vice President for Lennar, 505 Blue Lagoon. That's our new address. Thank you all tonight. So typically those where we've had preserves, we've actually dedicated it to the CDD, and they'll maintain it. It's typically what we've done. I will confirm by the second reading that that is in fact our plan. We find that that's usually more efficient than giving it to an HOA to maintain. Okay? And they hire third parties that do it. They've got to make sure the natives, are, you know what it entails.
And that could be very expensive because,
It's not expensive to maintain. What gets expensive is when you don't maintain it, and then
Yes.
you've got to do the new plantings and get rid of the invasive species and things like
Correct.
that. So it's all about the maintenance.
And, I understand that, folks in Keysgate and those that closer to the old golf course and closer to the new clubhouse are willing to look the other way, 1,300 units. And whether it's 1,200 or 1,300 with the additional 100 you're moving really doesn't matter. And as I said in the prior hearing, we've had these discussions, and we've identified potential intersection and roadway and signalization improvements that, and I understand we're probably not going to have this full discussion on the balance of your application until March. And while I'm willing to go forward tonight, again, not one more unit until we address those, for me, until we address those traffic and roadway issues. Thank you. And we've had those conversations, and you know where I'm coming from, and I think, some of the others share the concerns as well, and we've got time to deal with that.
Just gotten confirmation that CDD will maintain.
CDD, okay.
If I might just say one thing. The difference between us and perhaps the other applicant that you were having a similar conversation is that we are in a DRI. As you saw with the previous application, we stood tall, wanted to do the right thing. We, like you, are frustrated when our resources are not used for the betterment of the community. And so we're not saying we wouldn't be players, but I just want to set us aside a little different in that we are in a DRI, and those elements were contemplated from day one. I'd be remiss if I didn't say it, but we'll be good corporate citizens.
I understand it, and it's your job to say that's not your responsibility. You've got concurrency.
say that.
You're grandfathered in.
That's right.
The hat I wear for the entire community says, you better not approve those units unless you bring me a traffic improvement plan. We have competing interests here, and we got to find that balance out here in the middle somewhere. And I'm willing, I believe that we can find that at our next meeting. All right. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this matter in the public? Come on down.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Veronica Baez. I'm actually active duty. I'm assigned to Homestead Air Base with SUC South. I'm 17 and a half years in. The reason why I actually came here to Homestead, I picked because I love the community, right? This is my first time doing this. The only reason I knew this is happening, I got a letter in my mailbox saying it's a 5:30. It's 10:48. I brought my kid. But I think I'm going to keep it short, but I just want to make sure that I just want to express that being active duty coming here, one of the challenges are homes, right? Renting my troops. I'm in charge of 150 people. I'm Lieutenant Colonel. So I know how some of my troops are actually getting displaced because their rents are going up. I get that. When I came here, I did buy. I'm in a position that not a lot of my troops are, where I've been in for so long, that I was able to afford a house in Palm Isle. My house actually backs up to the park that the Kiss Gate golf course is. So I'm tracking that my house, it's always going to be a park. I appreciate that. But a couple of the things that concern me, and probably it's been addressed before, but I've never been in one of these, is I have a little kid. One of the concerns that I have is quality of school, bringing 1,200 new units on top of the issues. I don't think I'm talking out of place, right, of ratio, right, students to teachers, adding all those houses. Hopefully it's being addressed, but that's one of the main concerns that I have, of what quality of education we're giving kids when you may have then ended up with a ratio of 1 teacher to 40 kids. The other thing that I have is just that traffic in Palm Drive. I mean, it's a beautiful road. It's 2 lanes. But for me to try to get on the turnpike when I retire and try to get, hired, maybe in Doral, how am I going to get out, right? So you have all that Riviera neighborhood going north. You have the school over there. So if you add 1,200 more houses, that intersection, try to turn to the school, that's something that I would really appreciate humbly if you consider how to address that, or maybe the developer bringing so many units to maybe ease. Because right now it's a little challenge to try to go that way to the turnpike. If I try to go the other way through the Highway 1, I believe, that's another option, but it's just considering because there are also houses being built over there. So I think those are the main 2 points that I wanted to address, just coming from a position where I think I represent those, you can call it transient, but I'm here, I really want to stay. Some of the issues that we have of coming from other places where new developments do have the infrastructure in place to keep adding houses. I'm just not sure for what I heard on the smaller development that you all brought up, that sometimes, maybe the infrastructure is not there right now, and how to address it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for hanging in there with us tonight.
Mayor, can I add one thing?
Yes, Councilman.
Can staff find out from us the turnpike improvements that are coming our way? Because there was supposed to be a northbound entrance from North Canal and a southbound exit on North Canal. That was all part of their plan when they were going to do the bypass through Florida City. They basically canceled the bypass in Florida City. I'm not saying it's going to relieve any traffic on the turnpike, but it may help with some of the congestion that's leading towards the turnpike if we can find out if there's going to be a northbound entrance and a southbound drop-off on North Canal. So if you can find that out for us and bring it back to us at a next meeting, just for an update on that, because that was planned. I know it slowed down. They got, I think they changed their minds on the flyover through Florida City, which was going to crush the commercial business, which I agree they should have never even considered it, but traffic engineers are designed to move traffic around. They don't really understand about, people's lives. So just find out for that.
We'll get an update, Councilman.
All right, thank you.
Mayor.
Yeah, my perception is that's going to be tied to an application that's in the pipeline for that 100 acres. Yeah. Councilwoman?
Yes,
Ms.
I just
Powell.
wanted to speak to the class size issue that you were referencing. I don't foresee that if this project is approved, that it will impact the teacher-to-student ratio, because the state of Florida has a class size cap, and school principals are required to ensure that the student-to-teacher ratio is not exceeded because the district is penalized. So that's one piece. And then there's also an attendance boundary committee that meets annually to look at the schools, look at density in the area, and propose projects to determine how that will impact student stations at schools to ensure that it doesn't prohibit under-enrollment or cause over-enrollment. So there are mechanisms in place to ensure that when these large density projects come online, that it does not impact teacher-student ratio. So you have some assurances there.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Powell?
Ready?
Ready.
I have in front of me ordinance 2016-0506. Happens to be the DRI called Keithgate. Isn't that amazing? And I happen to have, remember you saw a little picture, kind of a layout, okay. Well, I'm looking at some of these areas. It's like the pea and the walnut. Follow the, where's the pea? Okay. Well, we started out in sector 12 with, let's see, 800 units. That's now 1,300. We had a commercial area below the sales center, which Lennar's built out. That's 650 units. That doesn't show up here. Where does 650 suddenly? That 650 travels on Kingman, correct? Okay. The 1,200 that they want to build is going to travel on Kingman. Okay. You know that we have a problem, and it's only going to get 4 times as worse. So they have never come back and looked at the mitigation of the addition. The schools weren't there to begin with. The hospital wasn't there to begin with. They've all increased those densities all along Kingman. And what have we done to Kingman? We haven't done anything. Okay? And another thing is turnover. If you read my emails, I don't know if you do, I copy you on the war that I'm at with the attorneys for the community. They won't answer my questions. They dodge me. I want to see financials. I got to come to their office in Brickell to look at financials that are generated here in Keysgate. That's the issue I get with these people. They won't deal with you. And here's the other thing. We got a clubhouse, right? I live in Northgate. I got a minute to go. I pay $800 for a clubhouse that I don't care if it's there. I don't want to use the clubhouse. I don't have a choice. And you're talking about CDD? They put a CDD. Somebody doesn't care. They have nothing to do with the golf course. They're going to pay for it. And if they don't pay for it, it doesn't work. So I'm saddled with $840 a year for a clubhouse I don't use. And guess what? You want to use my clubhouse? You pay $800. I pay $840. Isn't that convenient? And you use my gate. You use my roads. You use my security. You use my lights to come into something that I don't use. And that's what you got here. The other thing is turnover. They got a carrot. Here's what they're doing with the carrot. They won't give you a build out. And as far as I'm concerned, the minute they sign this deal, it's over. The Keysgate Association is done. Turn it over. Look at villages. 30 years ago, they get turned over. You know why? Happen to be all the council live there.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
How you guys doing? Jose Herrera, 2332 Southeast 16th Terrace, Cali Greens. He nailed it in the head. Everything that he's said and done, that he just said here is completely true, and I've only been here for almost 1 year on February 10th when I moved to Homestead. I sat down in a board meeting, literally, at our annual board meeting and budget meeting, and once again, I asked the board, I go, is this a quasi, do you guys use Robert's Rules of Orders for this meeting? They said, no, the meetings are online. I go, okay, cool. I never saw anything. They almost did not let us speak at the board meeting on a Wednesday at 1 o'clock, our annual board meeting with our budget. They almost did not let us speak. There was about 20 of us who were like, no, you have to let us speak. I then asked them, where are these meeting rules? They go, they're on the website. I got home, I recorded my computer for 27 minutes, clicked every single thing on the website to find out these rules. There were no rules. 2 weeks later, when I sent out an email explaining this to the whole community, I put it on Nextdoor, everything. I put them on blast. 2 weeks later, the website was down for maintenance and a new website. Right now, we have a garbage situation in Cali Greens. They're asking people when the builder did not build a cubby for our garbage cans, to put our garbage cans our dirty garbage cans after coming from a pandemic inside of our garages. Then, when I made a big stink about this, they told people, put your garbage cans in front of your doorway, blocking ingress and egress. And I sent an email to code enforcement about this because people can get injured. If there's no accountability for our HOA, who's going to get the liability if something happens? This project that Lennar is doing does not have to do anything with, I believe this is a great project, right? But like Mr. Fletcher said earlier today, and I admire you for that, you told the guys, I don't accept that as an answer, right? Next meeting, I really, really, really hope that we get something on paper. And this is not Lennar's battle. This is not their battle, right? We just want this to happen to get away from these people. We want to get our own independence. This sucks, guys. It is horrible. I just got an email saying, yeah, we're going to talk about our Terminix contract. I'm like, I've never even, in 365 days, I've never even seen an exterminator at my house. I just hope that next meeting we do have something in writing with a date explaining everything to detail with this DR. It's been 39 years, y'all. Thank you so much.
We hear you and the developer hears you. Thank you. All right, is there any further public comment? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. And do we have a motion to approve tab number 16, amending the development order and master plan? Move. All right. Councilman Fletcher moves first reading. Councilwoman Bailey seconds the motion. Mr. Arza, anything we need to hear?
No, not at all.
Very good. All right. If there's nothing further from council, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes for this reading.
The motion carries.
Thank you all.
Sir.
We'll keep the conversation going. Thank you.
All right. So, it's now 11 o'clock. Move to 11:30, to extend to 11:30. We might set a record tonight. All right. It's extended to 11:30. And I know the rodeo guys are here. Let's let the rodeo guys come up and make their presentation. I'm sorry I wasn't focused on you all earlier when I brought Rotary up. So let's do this and get you home because I know you've got a busy next several days.
Yeah, talk about traffic problems. We're going to cause some for you this weekend. We're expecting probably the biggest crowd ever. It looks real good. But this is the 74th annual Homestead Rodeo. Been around here a long time. We're an all-volunteer organization. There's a lot of rodeo fans that love it. We're the only pro rodeo in Miami-Dade County. So we'd love to see you guys come out. We're doing that Behind the Chutes tour again. You're all welcome to come. But it's just a great event. Rodeo is a family event. I know from personal experience. My daughter rode the posse, ran for Rodeo Queen, lost, ran for Rodeo Queen again and won. Went on to barrel racing, and now my granddaughter, who's 8, is barrel racing. So it's a family thing, and it keeps kids out of trouble. When they're busy, they got to go out and clean their stalls every day. take care of their tack and everything, and you learn about life just by riding horses. It's pretty simple, but there's a huge community that loves doing this. They use our arena. The Posse is probably their biggest drill team in a long time. There's a lot of new members, a lot of young kids, a lot of young families. I tell them my story, and they're like, oh, we want to do more in the arena, you know, and they're all excited, and it's great. And I've seen generations go by. I've been around so long now where kids that were riding are now moms, and their kids are riding. It's crazy, but it'll be a great event. We hope to see everybody come out, and you know, we're here to support the community and everyone have a good time and come out and enjoy the rodeo. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you for hanging in there with us tonight. Our apologies.
Yeah, it's a long one.
Thank
I
you.
got to be there at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. We got
Well, go
we got
home.
some first graders. Another thing we do, we have a reading program where we give books to kids, first graders. They learn how to read about the rodeo. We bring horses to the school where they get to pet the horses and learn about horses. Then we're bringing them to the arena where they can actually see like their own little mini rodeo. So we've been doing that for a long time, and that's a great program. So we do a lot for the community, and we appreciate the city's support. You guys are great. You know, you call me back when I call you, and you know, you turn emails and stuff, and it's great. We appreciate everything you do for us, and we want to keep doing it for a long time. We're getting kind of squeezed out. We're renting that the whole 14-acre field next door for parking this time. Once that property is gone, it's going to be tough to do. So I've talked to some of you before about helping us out and maybe some kind of solution we can come up so we can
I'm
keep
sure
doing
we
this
can.
thing. So we appreciate it. Thanks
Thank
for your
you.
time.
Very good.
Okay.
Mr. Manager, before we go, and I think our next item is tab 20, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but before we go forward, Mr. Manager, I know that we have deferred an item to have a workshop on the sign ordinance. Here's my thought process after 11 o'clock tonight. Here's my thought process. If there's, to the extent that there are not time-sensitive items on the remaining agenda, can we schedule a workshop early next week, followed immediately by a continuation of this meeting or a special call to finish this agenda that's not, any items that aren't time-sensitive tonight?
Just give me a second, Mayor. Yeah, and the extension. Yeah. Okay, Mayor. Tab 20 I would need to do, as well as the command post. Those two. And we could
That's the
defer-
add-on, okay.
Yes, sir.
Council, any thoughts on that? Well, before we take that plunge, is Tuesday open for the billboard workshop, followed immediately by a special call?
Remember, we're going to have an RFP workshop as well,
Okay?
right?
We still won't be here till 11.
No,
So-
I'm just reminding everybody. So, would Wednesday be better?
Okay, so you've already scheduled the RFP workshop for Tuesday. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was going to schedule it for Wednesday,
Oh,
but
for
now we
Wednesday.
want to do the signage workshop as well. Maybe we could combine them, then do the special call after. I think it's going to be a lot
Let's
as well.
try to do everything in one afternoon, whether it's Tuesday
Okay.
or Wednesday. Have the two back-to-back workshops, and then come down here real quick and have a special call for the items that we're not going to address, or a continuation, whatever the proper nomenclature would
Yeah,
would
let's
be.
shoot for Wednesday, if you all want. Yes.
So what's Wednesday's date before I get? February 1st?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm getting myself in trouble with that. Okay. All right, so let's go on to tab 20, Mr. Pearl.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 20 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rental extension agreement between the city and Big Truck Rental for the rental of one side loader for the City of Homestead Solid Waste Division pursuant to the Omnia Partners National Cooperative Contract 2019-000319 as authorized by City Code Section 4-2-411.1A5, exemptions from competitive bidding, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. On June 22nd, 2022, council approved the rental of one side loader from Big Truck Rental while the city's side loader went out for repairs. Due to a national back order on parts, solid waste will require to continue to use the rental truck in order to keep up with service routes. The current lease term agreement expires on February 17th, 2023, at the approved rate of $9,300 per month. Big Truck Rental has advised of a price increase to which the new rate of $10,700 a month, effective on January 18th, 2023. The estimated cost for the continued rental through the end of the fiscal year is $94,900. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council authorize the city manager to approve the extension of the rental of one side loader and supplemental agreement from Big Truck Rental LLC through September 30th, 2023 for an estimated cost of $94,900.
Thank you, sir. Council? Councilman Fletcher?
So if we wanted to look at buying this rather than continue rental, what would that cost difference be?
We would save, if the estimate is correct, about $40,000 to $60,000 compared to buying a brand-new truck. Now, after talking to the fleet manager, his opinion was, listen, we could purchase the truck, but in 1 year, we're going to be doing extensive repairs. So his mindset is that we have some of the older legacy trucks, and we have a brand-new truck, which I believe is still at Sunbelt, waiting a part, that we should be getting those in the next 3 to 4 weeks. And so with these spare trucks coming online, we could probably end the lease earlier, but at this point, until we can get those vehicles in our hands, we don't want to release this vehicle at this time. And once again, it's, in his opinion, it's not worth buying it, because we're going to be paying through the nose for the repairs on the vehicle because of the extensive amount of use the vehicle is taking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further, Council? We have a motion to approve from Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Is there any public comment? Close the public hearing. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion's carried.
All right, the next item is your walk-on, Mr. Manager.
Yes, Mayor. I
Yes,
don't know
Mayor.
if Matt needs to read the
Yes.
reso.
Mr. Mayor, this is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the purchase of services and equipment by the City of Homestead for the city's police department from MBF Industries, Inc., Motorola Solutions, Inc., and IP Access International for the upgrade of equipment and renovation of the mobile command center, recognizing competitive bidding exemption pursuant to City Code Section 2-411.1A7 and pursuant to City Code Section 2-411.1A5, exemptions from competitive bidding, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff recommends the Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing city manager to enter into an agreement with MBF Industries, Inc., Motorola Solutions, Inc., and IP Access International, LLC, for the renovation of the mobile command center not to exceed $600,000. This project will be funded by American Rescue Plan Act ARPA monies, and there is a contingency of $100,856.62 for any unforeseen issues or equipment changes, and that's part of the $600,000.
Thank you. Councilman Fletcher?
So last week I asked the question in regards to the potential, I know it's on our legislative agenda for $500,000 request from the state. The question was asked last week whether or not these monies could possibly be reimbursed by that.
I would say it would be a timing issue, right? Because it's going to take a while to go ahead and do these repairs for the command post. If we can get those grant monies beforehand, before expending our ARPA monies, I believe, yes, we'll be able to get it to pay for that portion. Now, once we spent the monies, I don't know if it will be retroactive. It's going to depend on the award we get from the state.
Understood. My question was basically if we could refund the ARPA monies.
Well,
with
that would be the
cash.
intent. If we get it, that's exactly what our intent will be.
Okay, thank you.
Is that your motion? All right, it's been moved for approval. Second. Is there any further discussion? Any public comment? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Well, let's have a roll call vote.
Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Losman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And Mayor, my apologies. Michelle just notified me that we're having a kickoff meeting with the Gridix people tomorrow morning. So I'm sure they'd like to know if the item got approved or not. So if I could read this item
Let's
as
jump
well.
into that one real quick, and then we'll.
I'll read it super quick. My apologies. Oh, Matt, sorry.
Tab 21 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the Gridix Technology Software as a Service Agreement between the City and Gridix LLC, recognizing competitive bidding exemption pursuant to City Code Section 2-411.1A7, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff recommends the mayor and council approve the attached resolution authorizing city manager to enter an agreement with Gridix LLC for the software subscription for the Gridix Municipal Zoning Information and Data Platform. This agreement also includes renewals for successive annual periods and authorizes the city manager to accept price increases of up to 10% starting in year 3 and beyond subject to the city's annual budget. This is a 2-year subscription. Year 1 is $68,000. Year 2 is $48,000.
Council?
Jerry, can you tell me again the implementation time?
Yaniel?
It's about 4 to 6 months. They have our shape layers. They've started looking at all of the materials, our zoning code, et cetera. Once they have the purchase order that's been issued after this contract is approved by the council, they can start working with their team of architects and planners to take the land development code from Unicode and impose it into their system. And that takes generally about 4 to 6 months.
4 to 6 months from the day they get the check.
When they get an issued a purchase order, the thing is, they've been very good with us. That we sent them our information months ago. So they've already had our data and taken a look at it, if I'm not mistaken.
Is there any portion of the software we can use prior to those 4 to 6 months?
I can ask that tomorrow during our kickoff meeting.
Okay,
I just
thank you.
didn't want to hold the meeting until we officially had a blessing.
Thank you, Mayor. That'll be my motion.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve, seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Any further comment? Open the public hearing and close the public hearing. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Councilman Ross? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Fletcher? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Mayor, please don't kill me. Zach has just pointed out we only have one item left. So if you all want to have a special call for one item.
We have several items of council business.
Okay. All right,
So there are 2 action items that were left for the evening, the rest for discussion. One is this, and the last was the farm resolution. Everything else was for direction to staff. We can handle it however you want,
Well, we had my procedure.
which
well,
is
that's
direction to
discussion.
draft, prepare something else, so I don't know how you want to address that. We can knock out the 2 resolutions.
I think
and
mine are easy. I think my items are very quick and
All
easy.
right, well, we'll keep
Just,
going.
it's up to you, but we're at the end of the action item
At
portion
this
of the
point, we
meeting.
might as well. I mean, those, what's that? All right. Let's get a handle on where we are, though.
Tab 22.
Okay, but, okay.
Tab 23 was done, tab 24 was done.
So we just did 20, we need to do 22.
It's just 22.
I'm sorry, 22. Tab 23 was done.
We've spent more time talking about it right now than for me reading it.
Tab 22 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving work authorization for the services required to ensure compliance with the wetland environmental permits issued for the city's rock pit between the city and SRS Engineering, Inc., pursuant to continuing contract awarded under RFQ 2013-07, providing for an effective date.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff recommends that
Time's
Mayor and
up.
Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to enter an agreement with SRS Engineering, Inc. to perform activities in compliance with the city's wetland environmental permits. The proposed scope of work is to ensure compliance with wetland environmental permits issued to the city's rock pit by Miami-Dade County DERM, South Florida Management District, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Permits require that the wetland preserve be maintained in a specific ecological condition. Staff seeks approval for a multi-year work plan to ensure compliance with the wetland environmental permits. Funding for this project will be allocated as such. Fiscal year 22-23, $250,450. Fiscal year 23-24, $253,300. Fiscal year 24-25, $254,800 for a total of $758,550.
I know it's late, but I have to ask, what do they do at a rock pit for that kind of money? If we were talking about the whole mitigation property, that might be a different story. It is for the whole mitigation.
Oh, yeah.
That was a conversation the manager and I had earlier. Okay.
And my understanding, it was for the rock pit only. Yeah.
Well, it's tied to the work that's being done at the rock pit, but in order to do the work in the rock pit, the mitigation area around it has to be treated in the fashion that's listed here. So it's, I think it's 700 acres that this covers. So
More
it's
or
basically
less, yeah.
all the area surrounding the lake itself. The lake, there's really no work being done on the lake itself under this contract. It's just the land around it.
All right, so, Mr. Mayor, let me go back to where I was going when I asked you earlier if this had to do with the and it does. All right, we've been waiting for a long time, and I hope we're going to have very shortly some analysis and some definitive answers as to whether or not a portion of the mitigation property should really be mitigated or can be demitigated. And my point of saying that is, if we discover that that may be the case, can we, let's say 100 acres comes out of this. I mean, would it be advisable? Do we have the ability to enter into a one-year agreement and see where we are with some determinations? And have we looked at, do we have the ability to hand this property off to the Dade County EEL program? That's a lot of money for property that all we can do is look at it.
Yeah.
On
You're
top of the
absolutely right.
$140,000 we had to spend a couple months ago just for regulatory compliance at the power plant.
Sure.
That's real money that doesn't do anything.
So yes, we can break this down into one-year agreements with maybe the opportunity to extend an extra year if it doesn't pan out that we can remove some of the square footage. But they're basically going to do 1 year at a time, and the whole idea is you kind of repeat the same process over and over again as you're trying to make sure that the exotic plants are being killed off and the native plants can grow in their place.
So I'm going to assume this is to replace an existing contract. This is not a new obligation. What kind of increase, or is this a new obligation?
No, it's not a new obligation. It's a continuation of obligations that we've had for many years.
And what have
for
we
like 20
paid
years.
annually in prior years for this same?
Well, what we're doing now is different than what was being done before. Before, it was for a smaller portion. It was more concentrated. Now the Corps is asking us to basically do the whole site. So the cost is more now than it was in the past.
They're telling us, not asking us.
What was that?
The Corps is telling us, not asking us.
It's telling us. Absolutely, they're telling us. They're
Use
not
our
asking.
words carefully.
No, they're not asking.
Okay. Well, if we can do 1 year, I'd like to do that until we get, the answer on whether or not some of it can be unmitigated and monetized perhaps, as well as, and maybe I'm eating a dead horse, have this accepted by the county environmental, the EEL program. Worth a
That's-
shot.
That
Again,
works fine.
We'll
$1
make
million
it 1 year.
is real money.
We'll make
Yeah.
it 1
The
year.
only thing is we just wanted to get this moving forward because we want to beat the rainy season. So they can get in there and do the burning and all the chemical.
Okay, so do
and
we
all
have
that
a
stuff.
motion with the qualifier, it's 1
question.
year? Our Vice Mayor?
Mr. Brea, what do the letters and numbers mean on this map?
Nobody knows.
Sorry. What they do is, in order to prove that we're meeting the requirements of the permit, they look at specific like a small square footage, and they try to come up, how is that square footage section reacting to the treatment? And then basically they just apply that to the whole piece of land. So it's spot testing that's done to basically prove that the whole site is being treated properly. It's
Okay,
like a representative, sample that you do for the whole. You can't obviously look at the whole site is huge. So what they do is to make sure that it's working is they look at specific sites, specific representative sites within the whole property.
Okay, I'm interested in receiving a ledger of those.
We'll do. We'll send that over to you.
And, Mr. Mayor, you were saying if you could get them unmitigated, would that be something like paying FPL's mitigation land bank to unmitigate property that's already been mitigated? Is that possible?
Well,
Because we can take the money that we're paying here and pay it into a land bank, you get some acres back.
That's one of the questions that we're trying to get an answer on,
And
whether or not
there are
that's to be
different,
done.
I guess would be fair, there are different levels of pristineness of the property and thus different levels of protection and prohibition.
Okay, the simple question I have is there a possibility to get land back that's usable?
Some of it potentially, and that's what
Maybe.
that new map is going to tell us.
The answer is maybe, yes.
We hope.
And that answer will come when?
We've been working with the surveyor to plot the conservation easements that are in place on the property to create a visual so that we can see from an overlay of where the easements are and the legal descriptions within the easements, have them pinpointed on a map that we can visually look at so that we can see based on, where each restriction applies.
Levels of protection.
Okay.
Intensity of protection.
And since we're already in this area, what's the status with the Amazon that was there? I mean, anything happening with, even the sign is up.
The Amazon building is still there. It's vacant. I drove by there with Councilman Fletcher the other day. We're not aware of any activity unless Development Services is. And they did let go, what was it, like 10,000 people or something like that last week? So maybe they're just hunkering down for right now.
But it is still on the tax rolls at full completed value.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Is that a motion? All right, it's a motion for 1 year, right? All right. We have a second? Second, Councilman Fletcher. Any further? Or, oh, yeah, well, no public comment. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Faster.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Councilman Fletcher? Yes. Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, so that takes us to public comment. Is there anyone here who signed up to make public comment that did not yet have the chance to speak?
This moment, we all want to go home. I appreciate that. But I'm retired. I sit at home. I say, what do I do all day? I send emails. I bug my neighbors. I just want to compliment. The city said about 6 years ago they were going to go green. Great, we're all going to go green, climate warming. We all got to prepare. We all got to do our part. Miss Sewell is putting a statement on her emails that you shouldn't copy her agendas because it might ruin the agenda, might ruin the environment in green. So she's doing her part on saving the planet, okay? A lot of people in Homestead, you drive around, are putting up solar. Solar, remember, you talked about solar 4 years. You and I have been talking solar. You said, where are we going to put 80 acres of solar? Mr. Mayor got on the phone to him a month ago. And this is why I'm here. Where are you going to put 80 acres of solar? You're going to put it on every school in Homestead. You're going to put it on every city building. That's where the 80 acres are going to come. Hey, Barb, I've got 1,600 of solar in my house. I'm cutting your peak by having my own solar, and I'm not getting paid for it. Florida Power and Light, they've got programs where they buy and sell. Why doesn't Homestead have a buy and sell? You're buying half your power from Florida Power and Light. Why don't you encourage us to use solar? Put it on all of the schools. You sell it to them during their school. They're not there after 3 o'clock. Guess what? You use it for people coming home. You know about supply and demand? Okay, you got your peaks. Okay, so what do you do in the summertime? There's no school. You sell that. You take all the load off the utility, and you pay for it in the process. Whoever pays for the school utility, you pay, or you use the excess to generate your own power, and you save on all this generator. That's what we need to do. That'll solve your problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powell.
Good evening. So my name is Frizzly Garcia. I'm actually a resident at the Eastlake Community, 3095 Southeast 7th Place. What I'm coming to you is a proposal and to inform you about a club that I recently got in a relationship with. So a little background about myself. I'm an active duty Marine. I'm going on 10 years serving this country. I have a pregnant wife and a newborn at home. Both of them are expected to be born here in Homestead. Homestead has been close to my heart, but with the stressors of a baby and work and all that, I do relate to soccer. Soccer has been a passion in my life. I've been playing soccer and coaching a majority of my life. I've been coaching over 15 years. I actually even coach at the Keysgate Charter High School. So I've had the fortunate enough opportunity to be stationed here for about 4 years, and I made this place my home. I believe in Homestead, and I believe in the growth that you guys have been speaking about and what I've been seeing. I do eventually plan on one day coming back to Homestead as the military moves me around. But during this time being here, I have met various good people, one of them being Mr. Antonio Paz, known as Motor. No one ever has anything bad to say about him. But what we work together with is part of a club called Pinecrest Premier Soccer Club. And we actually even met during a charity event teaching kids with Down syndrome through soccer clinics. So what I'm actually proposing, and I'll cut to the point because I only have 1 minute and 40 seconds left, is this club that I got to meet. I figured, hey, they have it set up perfectly. Their goal is to give back to the community. Their goal is to give the best program for children around their community. And what I believe is that they can come to Homestead. So what I'm proposing is that we bring them to Homestead and call it Homestead Premier. We have Homestead coaches. We pay kids from schools. We maybe recruit from the colleges and pay those kids to come coach our kids. And we're focusing on the younger age groups. This is giving back to the community. We plan on hosting events, giving free items to the kids. And all we're expecting is just a support. And hopefully you guys can support us. Magic Johnson once said, all kids need is a little hope and somebody who believes in them. I am asking that you believe in us so that we can give kids of the Homestead some hope. Now I'm going to pause for any questions if you guys have.
Well, what I want you to do is, if Pedro, wave your hand, if you can give him your contact information and sit down and talk more fully about your vision for this Homestead Premier Soccer. Correct. And see if we can find a spot for you. And
that'd be great.
We'll come back with a more fully gelled idea that we can make work with our existing parks program and amenities. But thank you for being here and taking part in trying to help build our community.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else Want to make a public comment? All right, we'll close the public comments. First item is Councilwoman Avila, car number 3750, mural for Campbell Drive Turnpike Underpass.
Thank you, Mayor. If you guys will go to tab 25, while you get there, try to get to the last 2 pages of the set of documents there. While you're getting there, I want to say I'll see you at the rodeo. Staff, you're amazing for hanging out with us till this time of night. You're doing a great job. Thanks for sticking with the program. So the last couple pages shows you what the Turnpike underpass looks like, and as you can see, it's a blank canvas, and it's a great opportunity to add to our art plan and to try to incorporate some beautiful murals. There are various examples from around the country, around the world. You've got some ideas from Amsterdam, Canada, Washington, D.C., Chicago, Louisiana, Brickell, right here in Miami-Dade County. So there are plenty of ideas to pull inspiration from. And I'm not necessarily asking for any monies to be dedicated to this, but just for general consensus that we could move forward with adding this to the plan and creating, creating an art focus for all of the passerbyers in that 6-lane road between going northbound and, eastbound and westbound to and from our downtown, to and from the Everglades, to and from US 1 to go down to Key Largo. So I think that this is a great canvas to invite some artists, some youth to get involved and make it happen. So that's where that's coming from.
My initial thought would be is, given that it's, I'm assuming Turnpike Authority or FDOT controlled property, that we get some handle as to whether or not it would even be permitted, what a time frame would be, what the permitting process is.
Exactly.
I think your timing is pretty good because I think we're going to be coming forward with that discussion we had a couple of months ago about this council in effect acting as the Public Art Committee, and we'll need to go back and adopt, either the plan that they worked on for 2 years or amend it, or, it might be that just the process of getting approval may take this into the second year, perhaps. So, my thought would be let's get some more details as to what the timing of that may be, if it's doable, and that'll, I think, mesh pretty well with our upcoming discussions on assuming the role of the art committee.
That's my goal, is for us to just get some additional information on how we can get it done with regards to, the property and execution and funding. But it obviously, we're not reinventing the wheel here. It already exists, and a lot of municipalities already have it in their areas. But thank you for the support on that.
Turnpike authorities are just an interesting animal to deal with. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Question for staff: if they do approve it, how it's currently written does not allow for the full facade to be painted. So would we take that then and call it a pilot area? I'm just curious how that would work.
We'll think about it. I mean, we could maybe give it a variance.
There's also we could also look at it and examine it from governmental property, governmental speech. It's not our government. I mean, we have to first get past the Turnpike Authority, if it's even possible, and then evaluate it from there. So maybe not, but we can examine it. And if we're able to do it, if we have to make amendments to allow for this situation, then we can do so. You all
Okay,
can make
great.
those amendments.
No, I'm just curious because there might be another mural proposal coming up next month. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
would we also need permission? Because I really like the way the lights look too. It's really cool stuff. Would we need permission to put lights as well?
Yeah, in either case, remember, it's owned by the Turnpike Authority. So I think the mayor touched on it perfectly. we'll reach out to them and find out what the process is, and for next month, we'll bring it. We were planning on bringing the Public Art Committee agenda item back to you all, as you all had recommended at the end of last year. So we can go ahead and discuss it further then, and hopefully we'll have the information.
Thank you. I just wanted to know if there was general appetite and, something that I think is pretty cool. Thanks.
We know some people in city of Miami that have lights like this, so maybe we could reach out to them and see how they did it over there. Yeah, I like the idea.
I just want to throw, the caveat that, I want to move, I don't want to upend the plan that was presented after a couple years' work. I'm not discounting, I'm not disregarding this, dismissing this, but, I think we'll turn our attention back to that plan. We know that one component of that plan, that artist has walked away. So, we're going to have to do some adjustments there anyway. So, thanks, staff. Do you have what you need, staff, on that
Yes,
issue?
sir. We
Okay,
do.
very good. Next item, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Okay, and then so the next item under tab 26 is a resolution that I would love for our council to support, and it is to provide support for our farmers and working towards providing them with resources and, information and access to us to help them continue to farm. So this came up in light of the flipping from ag to residential, and what can we do to try to keep that from happening and try to continue encouraging our landowners that are farming to continue farming, or to develop new ways to farm and develop new ways to make it profitable. And so I don't have all the answers. We don't know how we're going to do it, but this resolution puts us in a step closer to that. And it is, I think, really important to me that we try to find that balance in our homestead community. So this is just one way to show it. Thank you.
Council?
I'll support the item. Do we gonna do a discussion and then vote, or we just give direction to staff?
That's a resolution.
No,
we voted on.
this is presented as a resolution to direct staff to sort of implement a program that would provide information or make information available to the local farm community about local, state, federal resources available to farmers that would help them continue to operate agricultural property.
Where would staff get the information from?
The various governmental entities just sort of collect it.
So I'll make the motion and wait for further discussion.
Well, did you read the resolution?
I did not.
Let's
we
let
dove
Matt
right
read
into
the
it.
resolution by title. We're all punch drunk.
It's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, establishing a program to provide agricultural property owners with information regarding the resources available to support the continued agricultural use of their property, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion by the Vice Mayor. Do we have a second? Okay, you'll second your item. Okay. Council?
I'll just say, sorry.
No.
Thank you, Mayor. When that last item came up, I am the one that asked the proposer to please let me speak with the seller of the land so that we could ask him what was the reason for you wanting to sell. Because I brought up that generational wealth, that families need to take that into consideration. Just selling your land and getting that lump sum obviously looks good now, but what does that mean for your children? So I would love for this to include at least some type of yearly event. It can be some type of city event, maybe the Ag Fair, where we really could maybe take the Seminole Theater and invite all the farming families or anybody with ag land to really understand what all of those benefits are. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this is probably a discussion that should have been had before Waterstone and Malibu Bay and Oasis were ever developed. And in preparing, some thoughts for this tonight, I took a look at agricultural land, ag land in the city inside the UDB. As best I can tell, about 400 acres. We already know that 240 of that is already under contract. So we're not talking about, what we're really talking about is the acreage that's in the city that runs all the way from Avocado Drive to Biscayne Drive.
And Mayor, if I may, you're absolutely correct with the numbers, but my resolution specifies as well that it's for support, not just for within our city limits, but for the greater Homestead area, including South Stage. So if you see on the second back of that first page, it specifically references and encouraging Miami-Dade County as a whole to implement the same.
Well,
Thank you.
Miami-Dade does have a program. They do have programs where they buy farming easements. The federal government, there are some USDA programs, and the large property owners are well aware of those. And coincidentally, I heard of a pending contract today for agricultural land near the city limits of Homestead, inside the UDB, at $380,000 an acre. There is no way in this world we're ever going to scrape together that kind of money. And unfortunately, Councilwoman, the D.R. Horton application is probably not a good example. They were in agriculture for many, many years. They retired. Their children are well into adulthood and have no interest in being involved in agriculture. This is about creating more wealth than they could create through agriculture. I regret that. A way of life is quickly being sold out. But I don't see where we're going to make any, it's like spitting in the Pacific Ocean at this point, particularly in light of the program, the expertise of the Farm Bureau. There's county programs, there's state programs. I don't really understand, if we're going to dedicate staff and time and so forth, what we're really adding to the equation.
There's also another thing I wanted to add because you just reminded me. So I have a friend of mine who is in the military, young like us, and he's working on vertical farming. You don't need acreage to farm. So this is something where it already exists, and this is information that we can share and we can encourage through this resolution to continue the farming lifestyle, whether you have acreage or not. And also, it's not just about farming, because sometimes your crops don't yield, good production some seasons. It's also about encouraging that these farmers have the ability to use their land and create other sources of revenue on those off seasons versus having to sell because they're not producing or turning a crop. So I think it's a little bigger than just farming in general and what we have in the city limits, but I respect your decision either way on this item, Mayor, and I hope the rest of council will support it. Thank you.
Well, I'm sure they will. Respectfully, I probably know as much or more about agriculture than any of you sitting here, and this is a colossal waste of time and effort, in my opinion.
Let's call a question.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second. Is there anyone wishing to speak in public? All right, I think we had a motion and a second. We did. All right, let's do a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers. Councilwoman Bailey. Yes. Councilman Fletcher. Councilman Roth. Councilwoman Avila. Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Lozner.
No.
Motion carries.
All right, Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. Are we still meeting on the 1st? Not anymore.
I don't think we said that yet.
Not a special call, but the workshops.
There is a workshop on the 1st.
Right, for the RFP for the Triangle property and the workshop for Councilwoman Avila's billboards.
So I can save half of part of this for that. In light of the Planning and Zoning and the Art Committee, I am curious where we are with the CRB. Do you know if the CRB has been meeting or if it currently has any board members?
So the CRB, I believe there are either 3 or 4 members on the roster. I don't believe that they are actively meeting. The previous discussions regarding the CRB is that it has not been functioning as the code provides for quite some time. The code provides that it should be half the members from Florida City appointed by the mayor of Florida City, half the members from City of Homestead appointed by the City Council, and also having joint funding from both City of Homestead and Florida City. That has not happened for quite some time. I believe at one point there was going to be some outreach to Mayor Wallace. I am not sure if that occurred, but I could definitely look into that. But as it stands now, the CRB is not functioning as the code provides.
So I had an idea, and I would love for my colleagues to just think about it. We can discuss it more even next month. But what if we combined the CRB with the Southwest Advisory Committee? Just because it is just everything that we work on is so hand in hand. If that would help simplify things, we're always looking for committee members. And if half could be, let's say, the Southwest Advisory Committee, and the other half could be appointed by Florida City, I thought that that might help us with more than one issue.
Yeah, if that's what the will of the council is, definitely I think it would require an ordinance change, but we can bring that back.
Yeah, I think we'd probably need to expand the membership. Does the ordinance spell out the membership of that committee?
You would
The
either
number.
expand the membership or just simply have the SWAC members serve as, yeah, because you still want a full SWAC body. So, yeah, we would have to expand the membership and change the configuration a little bit.
And then they would be designated to serve in the defined capacity that was set forth for the CRB. So we'll need to do some outreach to Mayor Wallace, see if he's interested in that scenario, and then we'll bring back something accordingly.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Will there be a changed name since we're combining both now, or?
Are we combining everything? Because I know there are certain things that go to SWAC relating to the CRA that maybe having Florida City comment on doesn't make sense.
I think there are going to be quite a few things that come up that we need to figure out, so that's why I thought
Yeah,
if
so
we can
let
really
us
think
play
it
with
through
that.
for a
I
month.
understand the goal, and we'll see if we can come up with the most efficient way to accomplish this.
And if I could recommend,
Somehow
we'll
to
reach
meld
out.
those two together.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. Why don't we do this? We'll reach out to Mayor Wallace and see if there's an interest, and maybe there isn't, and then at least we could proceed on our own at that point. But we'll get you the information either way, and then we'll go accordingly.
Perfect. Thank you very much. The last thing I just wanted to mention is February 2nd, the Homestead PD is hosting another Knock and Talk. The last one was really successful. I know that a lot of you came out as well. So I wanted to make sure that we don't stay up too late on February 1st so that we can make it on February 2nd for this very important thing. We also are planning a town hall for the Southwest area and concerned surrounding areas to talk about crime, new development, and all of that good stuff. So please keep your eye out for that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is that it? That's it. All right, Councilman Fletcher.
I'll be brief. Again, everybody, please go and enjoy the rodeo this weekend. Looking forward to it. Secondly, I will not be here for the CAL meeting next month. I'm traveling on that day, so just a forewarning, I will not be here for that day. Thank you. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank the community for coming out to our annual MLK breakfast that was held in Madam Councilwoman Jennifer Bailey's district. I hope we made you smile on that day. It was the first time back since COVID impacted us. And I'd also like to thank Zach and Parks and Rec for all the hard work, all the time that you put into that breakfast. I know I had a lot of requests and some very high expectations, but you rose to the occasion. So I wanted to publicly thank you for the role that you played in a successful breakfast. Thank you.
Thank you. It was just a tremendous event. All right, Councilman Roth?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief too. Good night.
All right, I know you won't be, so I won't ask.
I wanted to see if we can clean up our code when it pertains to RVs. After reading the code in detail, it doesn't allow people who own single-family homes to have an RV unless it's in a mobile home park, designated park. I know that we've worked around it with code to kind of put a Band-Aid on code, but I'd like to just clean up the code so that it is very specific as to who can have an RV and who cannot. I know there's this misconception that everyone that has an RV is going to rent it or use it as additional housing units in their yard, but I don't think that's the case for everyone. I'd like to let code, deal with that aspect of it. People who own an RV for truly recreational use, I'd like them to be afforded the ability to have a recreational vehicle in their yard, on the side, rear, or on either side. So I'm requesting some support to clean up that code and direct staff to basically copy the same code as Miami-Dade County when it pertains to RVs. I'm open for any questions.
Yeah, thanks. I think, in doing this spot treatment, we're missing an opportunity to address the bigger picture. Boats, RV, So is my understanding correct that RVs are not permitted even behind a home for storage, for personal homeowner storage?
Mayor, if I can, the city had adopted a code in 1975 to govern mobile home parks, which has remained quite largely untouched. When we have restrictions for parking certain types of vehicles in residential areas, they apply to commercial vehicles. There's a disconnect, or we don't close the loop on RVs because the 75 code is a little antiquated and it doesn't really address it. So it's always been interpreted as RVs should go in there because there is a loose definition that would catch them. But it's my understanding that there are, the occasional resident who has a recreational vehicle that may be parked in a similar fashion to a commercial vehicle where it's behind, and we can make a choice to allow that, to clarify the code, to allow that, obviously not allowing for rentals and things like that, as long as they park within the parameters, or not. So you can, the same way you treat commercial vehicles. So I think the suggestion is that the county does allow them, provided that they are shielded, parked behind a fence on the side, no residency, et cetera, that we make an amendment to clarify that ambiguity and treat it the same way that Miami-Dade County does.
Okay, so essentially we're going to say that you can have an RV either behind, screened somehow. It just needs to be behind the front corner of the house.
Well, I would say behind the fence. Normally there's a screening
But it can't
requirement.
be forward of the front corner of the house. It's got to be on the side.
Yes.
Or in the backyard.
Correct. Within, enclosed, no residency, I'm happy to, we'll prepare a draft based on what the county has. If you have any concerns at that time, if it's a little council, we can always tweak it. But I think that would be the starting point for any legislation
Yeah, I
we
think it would
prepare.
be a good starting point. The county may be a little too liberal, but let's take the opportunity to deal with, look, we all know that throughout the city there are people who are renting spaces for boat and RV and tractor trailer storage. Between my house and yours, there's a lot of that. And, you know, and
That's why I said, we'll let code do their job, code enforcement, but we shouldn't penalize people that have an RV, they're parking them correctly in their yard, but because our code is not written correctly, they're getting fined and penalized. I don't think that's fair. So I'm trying to fix
So
that.
I'm happy to use the county piece as jumping off point, but Mayor, you raised an issue, and I don't know if you wanted addressed in the preparation of this, which is an ownership requirement that it has to be, if it's on the property, that it has to be theirs, that people would not be allowed to let out portions of their property as rental space for somebody else's.
That's where I'd like
Is that a restriction that you're comfortable imposing? I'll take your direction, but you raised the issue.
And I think neighbors are quick to tell code enforcement that they're renting their
Okay,
their
so
RVs.
well, no, not just being occupied, but charging someone to park an empty RV there
in their
as well.
on their side. So if that's a restriction that you're interested in seeing, then let me know, and we can craft that and work that into the legislation as well.
Yeah, could we say something like owned or, occupied by a contracted leasee? Because some renters may have an RV at a home, so I think for
Well,
clarification.
we can craft it with somebody, the property right there, that,
He's not running a
owned.
business.
Right.
Yeah,
But for clarification.
sure.
No, I think I agree with your point that, yeah, if RVs have been cut out of the code, as long as they're stored in the same manner as a commercial vehicle at this point, that's fine.
I'm good with that.
Okay. I'll take the direction, and we'll bring something back for you to review, and at that point, if there are further comments, we can make the changes from there.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank
Does
you.
that conclude your business? All right. Thank you. Is that me now? Wow. Can't be. Stroke of midnight. All right. So we have now it's a appointment to the, speaking of the Southwest Advisory Committee, Adrian Pennington, who is a Homestead resident, highly recommended. Are there any objections to that appointment? Second is an appointment to the Homestead Housing Authority Board. There's still a vacancy there. This is Reverend Robus Charles, again recommended by the pastor who gave the invocation here tonight. Are there any objections to that appointment? Okay, and I had another item as we are, it's under tab 28. It's kind of a conceptual discussion. And my intention here is to open the discussion about limiting our exposure in the future for providing solid waste services to new communities. The 1,300, the 80, so tonight are some good examples. And this is that we build into our code that those new cohesive communities would need to privately contract for their own service. We're not looking at eliminating, we are simply limiting our future exposure for the acquisition of additional equipment and hiring new crews. That I think that it may be best to see how we can properly serve those who are here now before we commit to serving others. We wanted to have some thoughts as to whether or not we wanted to go forward with that concept of allowing future communities to privatize. I know that in phase 2 of the manager's plan for solid waste, there's some other issues, but we can bring those and perhaps tie them to this discussion if it goes forward. So we'd welcome your comments.
Would those new communities need to be told ahead of time, like before they submit application for review, that these are one of the requirements now moving forward?
I think that would be part of the plat review process.
Part of the discussion that we would have is where we're going to draw the line of demarcation, who would be affected and who would not be. Obviously, those who have already had vested rights and have established budgets ahead of time based on the certain assumptions, you'll have to decide whether you're comfortable imposing something like that on them or whether you want to do it for somebody who's coming in at, let's say, the planning process, somewhere earlier on in the discussion, in their development process.
I also noticed that at Aquarius Trailer Park, do we pick up the garbage there? We just don't do bulk garbage there any longer. Is that correct? Bulk.
New director on the hot seat.
Trial by fire.
We are working out with Aquarius. They had made a prior agreement with the prior owner with solid waste to bring their bulk with their maintenance to the drop-off site. Now, the new owner does not want to carry on with the old owner's agreement. So it was an agreement with solid waste. It's not in accordance with the code as far as normally people are entitled to put bulk out. The problem with Aquarius is the high level of contamination. It is a code enforcement nightmare, honestly. So that was the workaround from them getting continuous violations. Bring your bulk to us, so when solid waste driver comes and it's all commingled, garbage and bulk together, they don't call code enforcement out and write you a ticket for everything they find.
So could anything like that potentially happen if we privatize these new communities? Just trying to anticipate, so that we don't have a code enforcement nightmare. You just said it's a code enforcement nightmare, right?
It's a unique property.
And the reason that that's become like that is only because there's a confusion between the residents who say they pick up my trash, but they're not picking up bulk, so they're confused in there. So they just throw it out.
I wouldn't use
I'm
the
just making-
term confusion for the prior instances of violations. I would not use the word confusion.
Okay, so if it's all privatized,
That wouldn't be the same occurrence. And the problem partially with Aquarius, the problem partially with Aquarius is a problem that the city has with all old developments. There's no enclosures because it was prior to the requirements of enclosures. They don't have the separation that other communities have. So their, I don't want to say monkey see, monkey do attitude prevails there. So if they don't have a dedicated place to put their bulk, they just throw it in the dumpster. And they do the same thing with their recycle. They've had very terrible success rate with their recycle over the years because they'll put their garbage in their recycling can because they have a can in front of their trailer.
okay, thank you. I just want to have a discussion to avoid anything like that happening as we talk about moving forward in the privatization.
Yeah, but,
of garbage.
I was just looking for some direction to go forward and have something more gelled in front of us. Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Could we consider excluding the CRA area?
I'm talking about, what I envision is primarily the developments such as the ones we talked about tonight. Large scale where it makes it economically viable for a private hauler to come in and do those 80 houses or the 69 townhouses or the 1,300 new units. We're not talking about one-off little developments or isolated residential or even commercial at this point. We're talking about large-scale, future, platted PUD type projects, where where it's going to be economically viable for somebody to come in and contract to do that community. I guess kind of like as an example, if we had this in place, Waterstone could have been privatized, or Malibu could have been privatized. Now, I think that's a different issue than code enforcement. Even if they have privatized pickup, they would still be obligated by our code to bring in their cans and not put out their bulk waste beyond a certain time prior to pickup. That's still gonna be in place.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. So for the project that I talked with them last year, I think it's the Algiers property. I already told those reps, if they wanted my vote, I wanted to see privatized garbage in there. So I don't know, is that something that I can't ask them to do because it's not in our code?
Code does not allow it at this point.
So we'll have to make some changes to the code to accommodate this if you want to go forward. Included in those changes are a few things that we'll have to consider. Who we're going to impose this on. There's, the mayor's proposal is prospective. It's not dealing with existing service, and which is good because dealing with existing service could create some issues with our collectively bargained contract with our employees. So, which it doesn't seem like that's something that we're interested in addressing at the moment. But if we're speaking just prospectively, we're going to look at, is there a minimum threshold size of development where we think that this should be applicable? At what stage in the development process? We have certain applications in the pipeline. Who will this apply to?
I guess my question is that.
Is it residential and commercial?
Right, but my question is that if it's not in the code, they could proffer. Could they not proffer the service? That's how they're going to run their CDD and include private garbage in their CDD, for example.
No, we make everybody participate in our process now, with this type of, contractual exception.
And they would not receive
maybe
any credits on their taxes or any, they just
No,
would
it's
not
a-
pay a
it's-
utility bill.
because it's not billed as
You don't get a city
it's not in
garbage
your
bill.
credit. It's a fee.
Right, it's an actual service
It's
fee.
a
So it
service
has nothing
fee,
to do
so
with
it's
your,
not
your taxes.
It's not included in the ad valorem calculation.
And then Mayor, your vision is more of like acreage-wide type of developments, not.
Correct. I'm not talking about the isolated couple of houses over here.
What about what about, let's say, let's look at the related project, right? If we were not the owners of the property and they had, large-scale development up, not
Yeah.
wide.
Well, my discussion with the manager was to include that site as well.
Oh, okay, so you're thinking not just wide acreage, but you're also thinking in terms of.
I'm thinking in terms of
density,
quantity.
Unit density.
Because
Got it.
as we go vertical, wherever we may go vertical,
Right.
it's going to be that same issue.
So then it could happen in the CRA. So how do you feel about that being?
Well,
I'm sorry, Councilwoman.
Let's say the county came in, I'm sorry. Let's say the county came in and built that 25-story building at 250 units per acre. It would seem to me that would be a prime candidate for privatized service. Because, you're looking at the amount the trucks have to drive throughout the community, but how quickly the trucks get filled up as well hinders our ability to serve all customers in one day. So I think conceivably, maybe we'd want to do a carve out and create those thresholds or defined areas for CRA and for something like that. I'm not envisioning it for, let's say, the triangle parcel, for example. That's not what I'm thinking. A high-rise apartment complex, perhaps. So I think there may be some defined areas in the CRA that if you meet that kind of development, it goes to that. Because I think typically you wouldn't be migrating existing customers to a private service. You're talking about development or redevelopment where there was no expectation or history of that service, of our service.
Yeah, my only concern with the CRA would be if it is a type of project that we're trying to make incredibly affordable, that cost would fall on the renter or homeowner.
Well, it does anyway, whether we do it or they do it.
True.
And if I can interject at this point, that's an excellent point, Councilwoman. I think obviously we'd have to do an analysis of some kind and we'd have to kind of look to see if there's a major disparity. Either they're charging more than us or charging less than us, which could cause us some problems. As you can imagine, you know, if a new development comes in and instead of paying the $440 we pay now, they're paying $400.
And that's
You might
fine in the
have some-
CRA.
I'm sorry?
We need to take care of the people who are here.
I understand.
Got to be in position to take care of the people who are here before we start adding another couple of thousand units.
I'm not arguing against you, Mayor, but it's something we definitely need to look at.
Well, and again, we can, you know, kind of stick a pin in the CRA and kind of have that evolve. We're just looking for some consent to go forward with drafting something along those lines.
And I think to that same point, I think as staff, we can do some research as far as what may be commercially viable to help set up those thresholds for you all and bring that information back. As far as is it 50 units, is it 100 units, you know, what makes sense so that we can provide you all with that for a basis for a future discussion.
Okay. Certainly, you know, a townhouse project where all they have to do is pull up to a dumpster is far more viable than doing 80 single-family homes up and down the street. All right, so do we have some direction to begin to look at that and bring back some reports and some proposed ordinances
Yes.
on that? Okay, very good. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Just want to be clear on what the deliverable is, because I think we're going to take a look at what's commercially viable, what our starting points is, because I think that informs the conversation as to what the cutoff is. So are you looking for prepared legislation before we know that, or
I'm
do you
looking
want
for
that to
you all
inform the conversation?
define the threshold of
Okay.
viability and build that into the first draft of the
A
ordinance.
draft. Okay. Got it.
And second item is amending the council meeting and agenda procedures. First part's very, very simple, you know, and a lot of other government agencies at the county and TPO and so forth, we call it reasonable opportunity to be heard, which is public comment. You know, we've all seen tonight and over the past few months where a lot of folks sit here for a long time waiting to be heard. Given that there's been you know, from the time these procedures were enacted, there were different issues facing the city, I would like us to consider moving general public comment to the front of the agenda so that folks aren't sitting here for several hours. They can get in, get out, you know, the young lady, the military resident with the young child here. I mean, I'm all for dragging your kids to council meetings. My parents did it to me. Look what happened. You know, sorry. And, but let's just get them in here and get them out. The second is my second issue is something kind of that we were just talking about. That typically, you know, let's just say each one of us are vested with the right to bring forth legislation. And currently, we bring some bare bones ideas, and council has questions, and we give direction for it to be drafted. And I'm asking for some direction to redraft that. So, and let's use food trucks as an example. Vice Mayor came here in good faith with the food truck legislation, and we gave the authority to go forward. But it took quite some time after we did it, after he hatched his idea. Under my proposal, it would give him the ability to work with staff, to work with our attorneys, to bring forward the first draft of that legislation so that it could help, rather than dismissing something out of hand, it would give, you know, and again, in my example of the food trucks, it would give us something more substantial to look at first blush to start that conversation so that these initiatives can, in my view, be passed more quickly. You know, kind of like the garbage thing tonight, that, you know, we can perhaps anticipate some questions, and having something in front of you, I think, is a great way to do that. So it frees us up to bring a more cooked product to the table in the first round for us to have some substantive discussions. I'd appreciate y'all's input on that.
I'm all for speeding the process up because I think government takes way too long to get simple things done. And I like the idea of being able to, put together your thoughts with staff and prepare car items the way they're prepared typically for us in these packets. And I saw you had a limit to 3, right?
3 a meeting.
3 per
This is a
meeting,
lot.
which does not include
Regular council business.
other new business. Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Thank you, sir. Anything else?
I'll weigh in just for a second. I like the element of surprise. I like coming up here and being able to speak my mind, getting a feel for what the rest of the council will do, and present that forward. It's good for some things, but not for other things. And sometimes the element of surprise works very well. So I'd like to see more of it. I don't know that I'm in favor of curtailing any of us up here. We're all at the mercy of the city manager to allow our items to go on the agenda, and eventually somebody in the future may have some issues with getting items on the agenda. And I think the element of surprise is a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like 12:30 at night, so I don't know what the word is anymore, but I think the element of surprise is good in some cases, not always, but in some cases. So, that's
So you're opposed to allowing each one of us to fully, to bring some legislation without prior council input?
it wouldn't be that they would bring legislation forward. It would be the idea of it and then getting a feel for it. Because why would you want to go through the process of wasting staff's time and resources if the council's not going to have any type of a consensus to go forward with it?
Well-
So it's the opposite of getting consensus and then saying, let's give staff instructions on what to do next. Not the opposite of doing all that work, and then you bring it to this board, and then all of a sudden it gets shot down immediately. So I think you get the consensus first, and then you give staff direction on where to go, and then they come back, and then we can have a full discussion on that thing. Now, it's not for everything. No, I get it. It's not going to be, we talk about the rodeo and say, hey, we're going to talk about the rodeo in our business, but I still think that we should have, as elected officials, the freedom to speak our minds and topics up here at any given time during that proper time.
Well, okay, so let me point
I
this
don't want
out.
to debate
This-
it tonight. It's after midnight,
Okay.
but that's my thought.
Well,
Thank you so
then,
much.
excuse yourself from the meeting and let us do the business we were elected to do, because that would not necessarily preclude those ideas. It allows those ideas. And you're the master of surprise. I get that. We spent the first 2 hours tonight where you threw the naming out at midnight one night at the end of a meeting. We have a city manager because as a non-agenda item, you threw that out there after we had all been here for several hours. I think the element of surprise is unfair, it's sneaky, and doesn't do the work of the people. I would like to be able to bring my well-crafted ideas forward with the assistance of staff. Staff is not going, the attorneys and our staff are not going to let something, probably not give us advice to bring something out here that is not going to go forward or is not a good idea. That when you bring it to staff, they're going to say, well, this is why we don't do this, or let us explain the history of that.
You see it your way, I see it my way.
I see it's 3 years of oppositional politics, and we'll just have to take that for the way it is. I get that.
I'm glad you get
Thank
that.
you. I get it. Trust me, I get it. Councilman Fletcher?
I have no problem either way. I like the idea of actually working with staff and crafting something a little more energetically, I believe, provides a little more roundness to the ideas. But I also like the idea of being able to bring up anything I want at any given time.
And this doesn't preclude that. Doesn't
Absolutely.
preclude that.
But it does preclude us from bringing legislative-type items on the spot.
Well, it precludes you from bringing it under your business at the end of the agenda.
Correct.
It can be thrown on the agenda under new business without a lot of detail. But the gotcha thing under council business at midnight and then some would be eliminated.
I could go either way. I would prefer to have the opportunity to work with staff
Thank you.
prior to. Thank you.
Any comment, Councilwoman?
Thank you. So I don't think that anyone up here votes in favor or in opposition of something unless they really are casting that vote the way they feel, whether it's 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. So I'm going to borrow your words because it's late and I don't want to find my own, but I think this is a colossal waste of time. I want to be able to come up and discuss an item or bring an item to the table for discussion, whether I thought about it 3 weeks ago or 30 minutes into the meeting. It's still up to the council to vote whether they agree or disagree and want to see staff wasting their time and energy on something. I also think that it's important for staff to work on items with the knowledge that this is something the council wants them to do as a whole, as a consensus. So I don't know if this is your counter, attack to, to opposition politics. I don't think it's necessary. And I think that things are fine the way they are. When we have a request, they work on it, and I respect the input and the guidance of my colleagues before I put staff on a mission to get things done. And I'd like for them to know that they have the support of council to do so at the same time. So
Again.
I'm not supporting this item tonight.
Okay. We have the right to bring legislation. I believe the current procedures in place stifle that ability.
And to clarify, I am in agreement with moving the public comment to the beginning of the meeting. So if that's something that we can just make a motion to approve, I think I think the mayor has the ability to make that change, whether we pass.
Well, but just as part, the format, they will be at the front of the agenda in
Yeah,
future
but with
format.
also an opportunity to still speak at the end as well, but to give them the opportunity at the beginning as a right out the door. I think that's important.
Well,
So
it's
you
either
wanna-
one or the other. You can speak on a specific item, but somebody who wants to come up and make a general comment, it's either going to be early in the night or late at night.
Okay, I'm fine with early in the day. That's fine. Or early in the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you. In an effort to speed along processes, I can think of many examples where this would be helpful. If we go back to the food truck thing and you're thinking, okay, this is probably something that the majority of council would like to see happen. But then if I'm thinking of the mural thing, that's probably not something that I would want to draft up with staff and not have a discussion with you on. So if there is a way to do both, I would like to see us do both. Have both options.
So, Mr. Pearl.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's go back to square one.
Mm-hmm.
As things exist now, generally, if we want to bring something forward, it's either under new business or under our council business, and there's got to be council buy-in to go draft something.
There has been the procedures were amended several years ago because there were council people who would bring things up last minute or bring an ordinance without any buy-in, and nobody was interested in that. And so at that time it was determined, well, that might be a waste of resources and we should curtail that a little bit. In recent years, when it came to code amendments, drafting ordinances, legislative changes in that regard, there was a consensus where we wanted to amend our code, and that's how it was treated. For individual items, like I wish to support this, can you prepare a resolution? Things like that under your business or example. Those things, non-code amendments, have been dealt with more informally. You work with staff, and it's happened for each of you over the course of time, and that's how it's been prepared. Depending on the nature of the legislative change that you're talking about, like if it's food trucks, it requires a little bit of time. If somebody comes and says, well, I want us to, are you comfortable without consensus saying, we should fix that zoning issue over there, and we should, at the direction of a single council person, make everything consistent with the flume along, Chrome. We'll do what you want, but we need some direction, because we also don't want, there's a burden that comes with, all right, well, we need 3 of those things for each of you in any given meeting, that can get excessive without having any consensus for those types of legislative changes. So if you want to put parameters, perhaps, something that everybody's comfortable with, just to put some guardrails on, that I think maybe you could come to a consensus that way.
Well, I think at this point, we'll have to come back to that.
Okay.
Now that I think, I've gotten a clear message here.
In the interim, would you like me to prepare, was there a consensus for moving the public comment up to the front? Because I can change the meeting procedure resolution with a simple strike through to make that change.
Right.
As you have this evolving discussion. And perhaps you can come to a consensus on the types of items that we're talking about.
I foresee that for a period of time, you're probably going to have to, allow people at the end of the meeting to speak who may have come later, knowing that public comment is typically towards the end of the meeting, so you may just have to accommodate. They'll sign up and you read your cards, but just so that, we're not, keeping people from having an opportunity just because they didn't get the memo that we moved it. After how many years of being at the end of the meeting?
Are we still going to have I presume we're still going to have the pre-meeting registration?
Yes, yes. And typically, either way, and certainly if someone wants to speak on a specific item, but just,
And that's required.
Mr. Powell, for example, that wanted
Many
to
of them.
come up and talk about solar. He gets his 3 minutes up front, not at midnight.
Okay, so I'll make that change. It seems like you've run this. Before we go, I'm
Yes.
sorry, but we skipped over the city attorney's business. I do need to request one executive session in the matter of Aguado v. City of Homestead, case number 22-003600, Office of the Judges of Compensation Claims for Florida. And also, as an aside, I've done this previously before. I've let you know when the firm represents a client that may have business with the city. We do represent Baptist Hospital. No matters before the city, nothing to do with the city, but they are the owner of a parcel that has an application pending. They're not the developer, but that they're coming in to submit. I wanted to make clear that you were all comfortable with us handling that. I don't foresee a conflict. If there is one, obviously, I will let you all know. Are you all comfortable with us handling the application? Huh?
We have to check with our attorney.
Okay.
Surprises.
Sure. Thank you
Surprises.
very much.
Other than that, I just want to make note of the fact that Friday, January 27th, is the actual 110th anniversary of the incorporation of Homestead, and we remain the second oldest city in Miami-Dade County. Correct. So with that, I think I heard a motion and a second to adjourn. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks